Cradling a plump red tomato in his hand, the main character admires its vibrant hue, a brief spark of delight flickering across his face. That joy fades just as quickly when the sharp tang of sourness hits his tongue. Making a mental note to strive for a sweeter crop in the future, he is abruptly pulled from his thoughts as someone calls out to him. A lovely girl with adorable animal-like ears and a swaying tail greets him as Mr. Asagi, mentioning that everyone else has already gathered, and now they wait just for him. In her right hand, she carries a basket brimming with plump, scarlet tomatoes. Turning toward her, he meets her gaze, offering a nod of agreement and assures her that he will join her shortly. Determined energy surges within Asagi as he quietly resolves to carve out a brighter future for himself. Within the grand halls of Remoris Castle, resplendent knights clad in splendid armor stand at attention along the corridors. A man steps forward and calls out to the boy, his voice echoing through the stately passageways. Announcing his decision with a stern voice, the man declares that, effective immediately, the protagonist is relieved of his duties as court alchemist. The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief as he turns toward the speaker, astonishment written across his face. Isagi, confusion written across his face, asks why such a decision was made. The young man reflects on his ability to handle the responsibilities of a court alchemist with confidence. Surprise flickers in the older man's eyes at the unexpected question. The alchemist explains that his primary responsibility within the court is to craft magical weapons for the military. Hearing this, the young man's eyes widen in surprise as he listens intently. The man accuses the boy of shirking his responsibilities, spending all his time digging in the dirt instead of working. An indifferent gaze settles on the scroll in his hands. This stern figure holds the title of Garius, head of the Imperial Alchemy Department. Refusing to accept the statement, the boy insists that this is no ordinary company buried beneath the earth. Quietly, Isagi slips his right hand into the sleeve of his kaftan. The head of the Imperial Alchemy Department observes his every move. Producing a small bag from his pocket, the man holds it out, urging the other to inspect it closely. He explains with determination that alchemy plays a key role in cultivating his agricultural crops. With a spark of excitement in his voice and a fierce look on his face, he gestures toward the bags he's holding, boasting that his crops can thrive even on the most desolate patches of earth. With a tone dulled by indifference, the man dismisses the idea as nonsense. In his view, if food is scarce, the solution is straightforward: seize it by force. Propping his chin with one hand and extending the other, he asserts that such direct action yields better results. Fury courses through the boy as his whole body trembles, and his grip tightens fiercely around the bag of seeds in his left hand. Bitter thoughts swirl in his mind, as exhaustion and frustration weigh heavily on him. In its relentless pursuit of dominance, the Remoris Empire forged its status as a great power through a continuous cycle of aggression and conquest, dedicating significant resources and manpower to strengthen its formidable military forces. Convinced that reckless policies brought suffering to the people, he recalled the sight of hungry children wandering the streets. Determined to rescue his country from this misery, he set out to use alchemy to end the food crisis. Rising abruptly from his seat, the head of the Imperial Alchemy Department plants his hands firmly on the table and admits that he had been neglecting his official duties to tend the castle's inner fields. However, he declares that his days of shirking responsibility are over. Asagi inquires if this means he has lost his position. Inwardly, the young man acknowledges that he has met every expectation set before him, yet he recognizes his own humble origins in an orphanage. This truth ensures that the man before him continues to look down on him. Deep down, Hisagi remains convinced that he simply fulfilled his duty. To him, alchemy serves a higher purpose, a means to bring happiness rather than cause harm. A fierce blaze burns in Asagi's gaze as he fixes it on his ex-boss. Garius turns slightly, meeting Asagi's eyes, and calmly declares his freedom. With a cold detachment in his gaze, the man pivots to face the young man before him. He calmly declares that alchemists are expected to submit in silence. Disdain flickers in the young man's eyes as he studies his superior, silently accusing the department head of viewing alchemists as nothing more than instruments. With a measured tone, he acknowledges the command and quietly accepts the order. Wandering through the deserted city streets, the protagonist passes countless unique houses before stepping into a building marked by a sign that reads Sagi's Workshop. Near the entrance, Isagi slips off his outer garment. The familiar girl calls out to him once more, greeting him with a polite good morning and addressing him by name. Mercia, a maid from the beast race, appeared with a gentle smile, her animal ears twitching and a ponytail trailing down her back. Balancing a wooden tray covered with a cloth, she inquired warmly about his day. Sadness flickers in Isaga's eyes as he enters the room, his jacket draped casually over his right arm. the sight of her already waiting inside catches him off guard. Serving as a court attendant, Mercia occasionally lends a hand in the workshop during her breaks. The man fondly recalls the moments they have shared working side by side. To develop crops capable of thriving in exhausted soil, they work together on research within these walls. The protagonist lowers himself onto a chair, releasing a weary sigh. Observing his demeanor, the girl becomes quietly troubled, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Concern colors her voice as she gently suggests that something seems to be troubling him, her worried gaze fixed on his face. The girl quietly asks what's wrong. In response, the main character falls into a sudden, uneasy silence. With a heavy heart, he recounts the entire ordeal to her, his voice tinged with sorrow as he reveals the truth of what transpired. Mercy responds in sheer astonishment, her voice rising with disbelief as she struggles to grasp how such events could have come to pass. Fury flashes in her eyes as she insists that Mr. Asaga's efforts serve the Empire's best interests. Unable to accept such justification, the girl's anger surges. Her right hand crumples the piece of paper with a stifled intensity, while her left presses firmly against the table's surface. Uncertainty flickers across the young man's face as he witnesses her intense reaction. Attempting to ease the tension, he extends his hands in a peaceful gesture, hoping to diffuse the situation. Marcia, undeterred by his attempt at reconciliation, remains visibly enraged and demands to know if anger is driving him. With a steady tone, the main character admits that denying his anger would be a lie. Still, simply being acknowledged by her brings him a sense of contentment. On the other hand, he admits that there's a silver lining to it all. Mercy glances at him, her eyes shining with surprise. Warm gratitude fills the protagonist's voice as he thanks her for her concern. For years, he knew only solitude, growing up as an orphan with no one by his side. With a warm smile, the young man gently rests his hand on her chest, expressing how happy he is to have her as a friend. Slightly embarrassed, her cheeks turn pink as she quietly calls out his name. Curiosity sparkles in her eyes as she eagerly inquires about his next move. Caught off guard, he absent-mindedly rubs his cheek with a finger, admitting with a hint of uncertainty that losing his job was never part of the plan and he hasn't worked out what to do yet. Two fingers resting thoughtfully on his chin, the protagonist considers whether those at the orphanage will welcome his return and if a life of work and belonging awaits him there. Beside him, the girl quietly observes his contemplation. A flush of color spreads across her cheeks as she folds her arms tightly over her chest, lost in thought about her next move. After a hesitant pause, inspiration flickers in her eyes, and she softly proposes that he accompany her to her homeland. Startled, the protagonist swivels toward her, his eyes wide with confusion. With furrowed brows, he voices his uncertainty, clearly struggling to grasp her meaning. A deep blush spreads across Mercy's cheeks as she quickly stretches her hands forward, insisting she meant nothing of the sort. In a gentle voice, she clarifies that her only intention is to offer a different setting. Every emotion her owner feels seems to ripple through her, ears drooping, tail bristling in response. Isaga's brow furrows in contemplation as he weighs her proposal. With a thoughtful hand resting on his chin, he reflects on the idea of visiting her homeland to experience something new. From what the protagonist recalls, her homeland lies within the Beast Kingdom, a region vividly etched in his mind as he pictures a map showing both the Remuris Empire and the Beast Kingdom. Within that land, beastmen make up nearly 80% of the population. The girl nods in agreement, quietly adding that her home is nothing more than a remote village at the kingdom's edge. Gratitude fills Hisagi as he expresses his thanks for the invitation, though uncertainty flickers in his eyes about his own usefulness. Mercia wastes no time, springing closer to him and responding with unwavering confidence that assures him of his value. Arms folded firmly across her chest, a note of gravity in her voice, she explains that having an alchemist of his caliber could truly change their fortunes. A flicker of astonishment crosses his face as her words sink in, and he calls out her name in disbelief. Mercia notes that despite the village's rich supply of natural resources, the food shortage grows more severe with each passing year. Memories of her homeland fill her mind, the vast forests, towering mountains, and the wildlife that once thrived there. When she first offered to assist with his research, her ambition was clear. She dreamed of easing the burdens of many by creating crops resilient enough to flourish even in the poorest soils. As the promise surfaced in his mind, the protagonist recalled his vow to send the seeds home to Mercia once his work was complete. Gazing at the bag resting on the table, he considered his next move, lost in quiet contemplation. Hisagi recalls that he only recently completed his work with this culture, having gathered an impressive amount of data. Cupping his hands around his mouth, the protagonist contemplates the situation with intense focus. The girl watches him, puzzled and uncertain. Resting his chin thoughtfully in his hand, the boy furrows his brow, lost in contemplation over how to make it thrive on any plot of land. Without warning, the protagonist declares his understanding, prompting Mercia to turn toward him, eyes wide with astonishment. Snatching a bag from the table, the young man turns swiftly to the girl at his side. With furrowed brows and eyes full of resolve, he announces his intention to travel to her homeland. Arms outstretched, the protagonist steps into the radiant glow, locking eyes with the girl. Determination sharpens his gaze as he suggests that their hard-earned cultures might yet prove useful. A gentle smile spreads across his face as he gazes at her, quietly envisioning a future where their prosperity and food could flourish across the globe. The girl steps closer, matching his smile, her gratitude shining through in her heartfelt thanks. For a fleeting moment, her smile fades, leaving her quiet and troubled by worry. Silence lingers between them before she finally asks if he truly means what he says. The protagonist meets her gaze with quiet confusion, unable to grasp her meaning. Hands trembling in uncertainty, the girl covers her mouth and glances aside. Softly, she suggests that his skills and the diverse talents he introduced would make him valuable anywhere. Across from her, he meets her words with a look of confusion, gently pointing out that she was the one who had invited him. A gentle blush warms the girl's cheeks as she quietly apologizes for her earlier proposal, admitting with a shy gesture, her hand covering her mouth, that the words slipped out in a moment of excitement. The young man suggests that accepting a neighbor's assistance is wiser than remaining powerless and bound. He reaches out his hand to her, convinced that by acting on their own will, they can bring change to the empire. With a gentle smile, the protagonist places his right hand over his heart. Isagi expresses his gratitude, explaining that her unwavering support and assistance went far beyond his research. In return, he wishes to offer his help as a token of thanks. With a hesitant voice, he wonders aloud if the task is beyond him. Tiny tears well up in Mercy's eyes, and she gently brushes them away with her left hand. Resolute, the protagonist declares that he will gather his belongings and set off for the kingdom of animals. Her response comes with a gentle nod, a bright smile lighting up her face as she gives her consent. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she quietly offers to leave as well so she can join him. He flashes a gentle smile, reaches for his large bag and starts packing his belongings. With an easy agreement, he assures her they will meet again soon. Humming softly to herself, the girl prepares to depart. As her melody drifts through the air, the young man's eyes widen with realization. The meaning of her words finally sinks in, and he stands rooted to the spot, staring at her in astonishment. Bursting from his workshop, Isagi calls after the girl, urging her to stop. Out on the bustling city street, she pauses at the sound of his voice, her expression clouded with confusion as she wonders what he wants. Doubt lingers in the protagonist's mind as she struggles to accept the idea of abandoning everything to join him. Mercia calmly reassures her, declaring that she has no intention of letting him face the world by himself. With genuine concern in his voice, the protagonist wonders aloud if she truly intends to leave her job. He points out that palace positions are highly coveted and the pay is more than generous. The girl simply responds with a gentle smile. A gentle blush colors her cheeks as she rests her palm against her chin. With a warm smile and eyes softly narrowed, Mercia playfully remarks that the concern now flows in reverse. He is the one worrying about her, just as she had recently fretted over him. Relief washes over the protagonist as he meets her gaze. With a gentle invitation, he suggests they travel together. The girl accepts his offer instantly, trusting his words without hesitation. Several days pass, and as the heroes prepare to depart the city, they make their way toward the gates. A carriage drawn by a steady coachman moves past them. The girl quietly proposes they continue without drawing attention, inquiring softly if any final needs remain. Isagi nods in agreement, content with her suggestion. With a gentle smile tugging at his lips, the main character gazes ahead and explains in a steady tone that he packed both water and food into the magic bag, ensuring everything is well prepared. Clutching the thick straps of an oversized backpack, the girl leveled an unimpressed gaze at the strange, magically conjured pack before her. Though it appeared deceptively ordinary, its alchemical design allowed it to store far more than its shape suggested. Mercia glances at him, estimating that their journey to the Beast Kingdom will require about a month of travel. Though the road ahead promises to be long and challenging, she gently encourages him to find enjoyment along the way. With a somber gaze fixed on the distant castle, shrouded behind its walls, he quietly agrees to her suggestion. Beyond the round window, a captivating scene unfolds, drawing a cheerful smile from Isagi. Lips parted in wonder, she gazes in delight, while the girl beside her beams with the same excitement, both entranced by the world outside. Nearby, two men travel alongside them. One calmly holds a book, absorbed in its pages. On September 12th and again on September 17th, the pair strolls through the city streets. As they wander, the main character notices the girl at his side and gestures ahead with his index finger, directing her gaze toward a towering structure dominating the skyline. September 28th finds them camping in the open countryside, a gentle fire crackling at the heart of their temporary haven. Warm stones encircle the glowing embers, while Mercia settles close by, basking in the gentle heat. Isagi approaches, offering her a steaming cup filled with hot liquid, its fragrant vapors curling into the cool air. October 7th finds them once more traveling in a carriage along the familiar road. Marcia gently urges the boy to awaken, her voice soft but insistent. Through a veil of darkness, Isagi spies the outline of his friend, and with reluctance, allows his eyes to flutter open. The girl's voice signals their arrival, prompting Isagi to rub her eyes with her left hand. Drowsiness still lingers as she gazes out the window, trying to take in the scenery beyond the glass. Eyes widening in astonishment, the protagonist recognizes the land before him as Mercia's homeland. Bustling streets unfold around him, filled with countless beastmen going about their daily lives. This place is known as the Kingdom of Beasts, nestled within the village of Plumina. Amid their arrival, an overwhelming crowd of beastmen fills the streets, leaving the protagonist wide-eyed in astonishment. Even on the outskirts, the presence of the Beastfolk Kingdom remains unmistakable. Isagi and Mercia quietly observe the bustling scene, taking in the distinctive figures moving through the thoroughfares. A sturdy bullman beams with satisfaction, effortlessly balancing a bucket of water in his left hand, while a sturdy pole rests on his right shoulder, suspending additional buckets. Just behind him, a determined girl tugs hard on a rope looped around a goat's neck, struggling to coax the stubborn animal forward. A short distance away, a woman carefully inspects a merchant's shovel, her eyes tracing every detail. Nearby, a rabbit-eared man stands with a rooster caged in his hands, his attention suddenly caught by the sight of newcomers. Beside him, a determined girl stretches out, making a spirited attempt to catch a loose chicken. Mercy presses him to accompany her home, yet the boy hesitates, suggesting they ought to pay their respects to the headman before anything else. Uncertainty flickers within him as he considers whether he should react to the unexpected appearance of a stranger. The girl assures him there is no need for concern, revealing with quiet confidence that the headman is her father. Her expression shifts to one of solemn sincerity as she places her right hand over her heart. Taken aback by this revelation, the protagonist responds with a startled voice, clearly caught off guard. He points out that she ought to have shared the news sooner. Mercia, wearing a gentle smile and shutting her eyes, offers an apology, explaining she stayed silent because she hoped to surprise him. Unsure of his next move, the boy admits his nerves. Concern flickers in Isagi's eyes as he fears the boy might decide they have no use for alchemists at all. Sensing their unease, the girl quietly reassures them, her words gentle and steady. Mercy's expression turns grave as she tightens her fist, warning that any more talk like that will earn him a lesson he won't soon forget. From behind, the protagonist watches in bewilderment, unsure if she truly intends to strike him. Gesturing toward her home, the girl beckons Isagi to join her. He walks alongside her as they make their way through the quiet streets. Soon, a spacious, impressive house comes into view. The girl announces their arrival, explaining that this is where she lives. Mercy pauses at the threshold and turns back, explaining that she needs to speak with her parents before going any further. The protagonist nods in understanding, giving his consent. With a steadying breath, the girl places her hand on the door handle. With a bright smile lighting up her face, a woman bursts from the doorway, clearly overjoyed to see her return. She announces with delight that Mercy has come back. The girl, calling the woman her mother, pleads for her not to jump out like that, admitting she was startled. Observing this reunion, the young man stands back, quietly taken aback by the sudden display. Stepping into Mercy's home, the protagonist finds himself startled by the sight before him. An irate man stands directly ahead, glaring with unmistakable displeasure. In an instant, Hisagi realizes this must be Mercy's father. The air feels thick with tension as a wave of hostility radiates from the man. The gentleman gestures toward the bench across from himself and his wife, inviting Isagi to take a seat beside Mercia. With a respectful nod, Isagi expresses gratitude and earnestly apologizes for interrupting their time. A faint tremor colors his voice as he carefully greets the newcomers, expressing his pleasure at their acquaintance. With a polite nod, he reveals his origins from the Remuris Empire and offers his name, Isagi, an alchemist by trade. Out of nowhere, Mercy's father bursts in, cutting him off with a fierce command to be quiet. The boy recoils, startled and wide-eyed, while the man's face twists in anger as he declares that his daughter will never be given to someone with a questionable background. Confused and uncertain, the protagonist enters and tries to grasp the situation. The village elder, his voice rising in anger, chastises the young man. With fierce protectiveness, he declares Mercia to be his beloved daughter, emphasizing that the newcomer is nothing more than an outsider. Without warning, Mercy's mother cuts him off, a gentle smile lighting up her features as she mentions how much she likes him. Her husband falls silent, surprise flickering in his eyes as he glances at his wife in confusion. Embarrassment colors the protagonist's face as an apology slips out. Mercy, ever the maternal figure, comments on how at last a man has been welcomed into their home. The woman, watching the scene, concludes that all the decisions have already been made. In a burst of movement, Mercia rises from her seat, drawing startled glances from everyone around her. Pink floods her cheeks as she clings to the hem of her dress, her voice trembling with embarrassment as she admits that this is all mistaken. Her true intention was simply to present Isagi as the newest member of their village. Astonishment colors the father's face as he takes in the sight of his shaking daughter standing beside the young man. At his side, his wife offers a nervous smile. A faint blush rises on the young man's cheeks as, gathering his composure, he suggests a fresh start and introduces himself as Kelsey, the head of the village. The village elder inquires whether Isagi wishes to settle among them. With a warm, genuine smile, Isagi agrees, expressing hope that they will permit him to continue his alchemical work within their community. An uneasy silence settles between Mercy's parents, confusion etched on their faces. A hint of surprise parts his father's lips, while a deepening furrow crosses his mother's brow. Worry flickers in the boy's gaze as he searches their expressions, unable to grasp what has just unfolded. Mercia glances at Isagi, quickly realizing that her parents are unfamiliar with the concept of alchemy. The boy's expression shifts to one of surprise. Her father awkwardly scratches his head, confessing with a hint of embarrassment that they truly don't understand it. At last, the truth dawns on Isagi. Curiosity piqued, he inquires whether they have ever crossed paths with alchemists. The girl responds that alchemists are seldom seen in these regions. Realizing this, the main character decides to start by describing what alchemists truly are. With a warm smile, he describes how alchemists use the power of magic to manipulate the very essence of matter. Through this art, they are able to transform materials, shaping and refining their structure in remarkable ways. Creating something vastly superior or inferior to the original material presents a true challenge, though the craft itself is remarkably practical. The girl's parents, listening carefully, furrow their brows and fall into thoughtful silence as his words linger in the air. The girl remarks that the explanation might be too complex and proposes demonstrating alchemy directly. Giving her a thoughtful look, the guy agrees with her suggestion. Approaching Kelsey, the protagonist requests a loan of the sword strapped to his belt. With a nod, Kelsey consents, his hand hovering briefly over the weapon before relinquishing it. The protagonist lifts the sword for a careful inspection, his eyes tracing every detail with focused attention. Kelsey inquires about his opinion, mentioning the fine piece of manatee she purchased recently. The man responds, pointing out that there is no manatee in that dagger. Irritated, the man demands clarification once more. Alchemists possess a unique gift, allowing them to perceive the true essence of any material. Nominated here is namatite, a lesser metal bearing similarities to manatite. In her mind, the girl conjured up the image of a shady merchant peddling fake weapons while boasting about their supposed magical properties. When the price was mentioned, the man scowled in irritation and insisted it would be 20 silver coins. Removing his gloves but keeping a firm grip on the sword, he assures them with steady confidence that all is well and that he can successfully reforge it into a genuine manatite dagger. Mercy's mother, caught off guard, repeats her question with a thoughtful tone. Meanwhile, Mercy's father, astonished by the idea of turning the sword into something valuable, wonders aloud about the process behind such a transformation. Grasping the sword, the protagonist watches as a luminous magic circle forms at its base. The blade radiates with a growing glow. Witnessing this spectacle, the girl's parents exchange astonished glances, unable to hide their amazement at what unfolds before them. Focusing intently, the young man sets out to alter the dagger's shape and weight. Pouring his concentration into the task, he manipulates its form and structure, employing a variety of magical techniques to transform the weapon. With a genuine smile lighting up his face, the main character presents the magically enhanced dagger to his friend's parents and assures them that all preparations are complete. The man grasps the weapon, his eyes wide with astonishment as he inspects it closely. Turning to the young man, he inquires whether this dagger is truly crafted from real manatite. Isagi calmly suggests channeling a flow of magical energy through the blade to find out. Amazement flashes across the man's face as power surges through the weapon. Magical energy courses through the new weapon as Kelsey channels her power, causing her eyes to widen and her mouth to fall open in astonishment. The man watches her reaction, his gaze fixed on the dagger, clearly taken aback by what he sees. Catching sight of a target mounted on the wall behind the protagonist, he draws back his arm and, channeling all his strength, launches his newly acquired weapon with a swift and precise motion. He remarks that he wishes to see how it performs. The dagger completes its mission with remarkable force, slicing clean through the target and puncturing the wall beyond. Astonished, the village elder peers out the window and notices the weapon embedded in the earth outside, evidence of its impressive trajectory. A faint blush colors Kelsey's cheeks as she offers a gentle smile, assuring everyone that it's cool. Meanwhile, his wife appears behind him, laying her left hand firmly on his shoulder. Wearing a carefully practiced smile, she inquires about his actions. A flicker of fear crosses the man's face as he glances at his wife. Stumbling over his words, he admits he never realized his own strength. Shadows seem to gather around the woman as she clenches her fists, her voice cold as she warns him not to make excuses. Kelsey quietly pleads for her forgiveness. Horror flickers across the protagonist's face, his confusion mingling with dread. With a hesitant voice, he offers an apology, admitting he should have given them a warning beforehand. The realization settles that repairing the damage won't be so simple or swift for the young man. From behind his backpack, Isagi retrieves a small piece of wood, his movements measured and deliberate. In no time at all, the wall stands before them, perfectly restored, as if nothing had ever happened. The girl, clearly impressed, remarks on how cool it looks. The main character offers a quiet word of thanks. With a focused gesture, the boy summons a bit of magic, neatly separating a piece of wood from the log. The man explains that alchemists possess the ability to do such things, adding that his deepest wish is to work the land through alchemy. The other man meets his words with a stern gaze and informs him that this soil is lifeless, making any attempt at farming here meaningless. The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise as he admits his awareness. Isagi quietly adds that this decline explains the dwindling resources in the mountains and forests. The man, visibly confused, questions why Isagi would journey so far if he already understood this. Determined eyes fixed on the village chief, the protagonist places a hand over his heart. Speaking with genuine enthusiasm, he explains his purpose for coming, to use alchemy and help transform the village's food supply. With a thoughtful hand resting on her chin, Kelsey studies him intently. The boy shares what he learned from Mercia about the village's struggles and reveals his plan, to use specially cultivated crops, enhanced through alchemy, to transform the unyielding soil and make farming possible once again. Isagi expresses his desire to lessen the suffering of the hungry, even if it means helping just a single person. Weighing Isagi's words carefully, the man falls into thoughtful silence. Without warning, the girl rises from her seat. Mercia points out that unless something changes, the treasures of the mountains and forests will only dwindle further. With resolve shining in her eyes, the girl faces her parents and earnestly requests their permission to begin farming, eager to use Lord Isaga's alchemy for the good of the village's future. Kelsey lets her eyes drift shut, a gentle smile playing on her lips. The man explains that it's not a matter of faith, but rather a hope that fortune might favor him. Observing his wife's serene expression, the village elder finally agrees to grant his permission. Astonishment sweeps over the protagonist, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Standing nearby, Mercius beams with heartfelt gratitude. Together, they offer sincere thanks to Mercius's parents. Observing his wife carefully as she writes on a scroll, the man remarks that Isagi ought to have a home of his own. They plan to grant him a house with an expansive property. Finishing her writing, the woman passes the scroll to their daughter. Mercia receives instructions to bring Siji to an unoccupied house. The girl nods in understanding and takes the scroll. With a bright smile, she invites the young man to follow her. Within the palace walls, a heavy sense of restraint always weighed on him. Outside, freedom awaited, allowing him to pursue his passions without limitation. As Mercia and Isagi strolled along the busy street, an observant girl lingered in the shadows, quietly studying them from behind the corner. Recognition flickered across her face. There was no doubt in her mind about their identities. The young man and the girl strolling at his side leave the edges of the village behind, their steps leading them toward the shadowy edge of the forest. In his mind, he quietly resolves to use alchemy to transform life in this village into something wondrous. Together, they follow a winding path beneath the forest canopy as the girl softly remarks that this is where his home lies. Surrounded by towering trunks and rustling leaves, they press onward. The young man silently reflects that his new life is taking root among these trees, his gaze fixed on the dwelling ahead, hope and excitement brightening his eyes. Before them stands a small, dilapidated house, part of its roof caved in and weathered by time. Uncertainty fills their eyes as they gaze at the crumbling structure, unable to grasp its significance. With the paper clutched in her hand, Mercia's eyes widen in astonishment and her brows knit together as she studies the building before them. Meanwhile, Sagi glances around uncertainly and wonders aloud if this strange place is really his new home. Calling the building a shabby, crumbling ruin, the girl radiates an ominous presence. Her hands grip a sheet of paper in fury, resentment burning in her eyes at the thought of Mr. Asagi being made to live in a place so dreadful. Standing behind her, the protagonist watches the girl with a mix of confusion and unease, unsettled by her presence. The memory of the man's words surfaces. He mentioned the house was a bit old. With a quiet voice, the guy recalls that Kelsey had warned him about this. Spinning on her heel, Mercy's voice trembles with desperation as she refuses to let this happen. Rage tightening her fists, she burns with the urge to confess everything to him. Isagi steps forward, extending both hands to calm her, assuring her gently that there's no need to worry. Determination gleams in the girl's eyes as she faces him, clearly voicing her disagreement. Subtle furrows crease her brows, revealing her resolve. A faint blush colors her cheeks when her gaze meets the young man's. Isagi tightens his left hand into a determined fist, declaring that when a house is no longer suitable to live in, rebuilding offers the best solution. He goes on to explain that this mindset mirrors the way an alchemist approaches problems. With a warm smile lighting up his features, the young man confides that he has always nurtured a desire to build a dream house. The girl, her voice laced with genuine surprise, echoes his words as she asks him once more about the dream house. Back in his days as a court alchemist, the protagonist faced harsh treatment, his humble origins from an orphanage marking him as an outsider. He suspected this was the reason he ended up living in a studio that resembled a sprawling warehouse. A gentle smile spreads across the main character's face as he gazes at the house, voicing his intention to create something he truly enjoys. The girl drops her hands to her sides, her quiet agreement tinged with a trace of sorrow in her tone. With a gloved hand, the protagonist rests his palm against the weathered wood of the house, silently pondering whether the structure is truly beyond use in its current state. The girl observes his every movement with keen interest. With deliberate movements, he peels off his gloves, his gaze fixed on the crumbling house standing before him. Determination sharpens his smile, and a faint furrow forms between his brows. Channeling his magic, he sends a steady stream flowing toward the decaying structure. A glowing magic circle shimmers into existence around his palm, casting an otherworldly light over the tree. Channeling his power, he alters the structure of the wood itself. Almost instantly, the trunk trembles and fissures form, sending cracks racing through the bark as the tree shudders in all directions. In the end, the building crumbles entirely, leaving behind a scattering of sticks. Standing behind him, the girl observes the scene unfold. He wipes the sweat from his brow, a tired smile spreading across his face. Confusion flickers in the girl's eyes as she takes it all in. Grabbing a couple of boards, she tosses them over her shoulder, securing them with one hand. Mercy glances his way, a gentle smile warming her face, and offers to clear away the boards that lie scattered about. Surprise laces the boy's voice as he thanks her, his thoughts lingering on how unexpectedly heavy these boards must be. He crouches low and begins to rummage through his bag, searching for what he needs. With determination, the protagonist declares his intent to clear the weeds and ready the land. As his hand brushes against an object in his bag, a sense of purpose fills him. He retrieves a hybrid herbicide, confident it will help him achieve his goal. With careful precision, Isagi transformed the product through alchemy, enhancing both its potency and speed of effect. He proceeded to apply this improved formula to the grass covering his plot, eager to witness the results. Brimming with energy, the protagonist insists that all is well and urges both himself and Mercia to begin constructing the house. Weariness etches Mercia's features as she glances his way, using her left hand to wipe the exhaustion from her face. With a measured motion, the protagonist retrieves a hefty wooden stick from his magic backpack, his gaze fixed on it as a faint frown creases his brow. Beside him, the girl reaches into his backpack as well, producing a second stick of her own. Gasping his name in shock, concern fills her eyes as Isagi collapses beneath the weight of the stick. Shouts of surprise echo around them, while they retrieve the ent wood he wrested from the plant creature. The protagonist channels his alchemy by placing a hand on the tree's rough bark, summoning a magic circle that glows beneath his fingers. Through this mystical power, the tree's strength is enhanced. At the same time, Isagi gracefully employs levitation magic, causing an assortment of sticks to rise and hover effortlessly in the air. With unwavering focus, he guides planks of wood through the air, his hands orchestrating their every movement. The pieces come together under his careful control, forming the solid foundation of the dream house he envisions. Beside him, the girl gazes on in astonishment, her eyes wide and her lips parted in disbelief. Meanwhile, the thought crosses his mind that now, nothing holds him back. Determination shines in his gaze as he carefully constructs his dream home, magic guiding every movement. Today, sturdy walls rise up around him, windows appear with a flick of his hand, and now the framework for the roof takes shape above it all. An ideal blueprint takes shape in his mind when he eagerly sets out to realize. Doors already stand firm, crafted with care. The final step lies in putting the rest of his plan into action. Ultimately, the project concludes as he places the roof atop the completed house. Isagi, his voice brimming with excitement, announces that everything is set. He gazes at his newly built, beautiful house, arms stretched wide in celebration. Nearby, his girlfriend stands quietly, her eyes also fixed on their new home. Raising his right hand to block the glare of the sun, the protagonist studies the building ahead while his left hand rests calmly at his side. Beside him, the girl crosses her arms over her chest, her eyes shining with admiration as she declares it outstanding. Stepping out of their shoes, they enter the main character's newly completed building. A hint of shyness colors the young man's voice as he quietly wonders if she thinks he went too far. The girl lifts a hand to her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise and admiration, a faint blush brightening her cheeks. Mercy turns to him, a gentle smile lighting up her face, and tells him she finally understands his vision of a dream house. As her hand glides over the kitchen tables, he observes her with quiet delight, savoring the moment. The young man leads the way up the stairs to the second floor, offering the girl a glimpse of his new domain. Her eyes widen with surprise as she follows. Together, they discover a bathroom tucked away upstairs, adding another small delight to the tour. The protagonist mentions that he will gradually set up a proper workspace in the future. Asagi turns to the girl and requests her assistance with arranging the furniture throughout the house. With a gentle smile and closed eyes, Mercia assures him that he can count on her support. With a hint of disappointment, the protagonist pulls a single chair from the bag. This is the only piece they manage to bring. A soft sigh escapes as he places the chair beside the table, thinking aloud that, at this rate, it feels as if they arrived empty-handed, with no furniture to show for their efforts. A gentle smile crossed the girl's lips as she pointed out that nothing more could be done. The warehouse simply lacked the space. Reflecting on her words, the young man recalled his former workplace, its every surface buried beneath stacks of paper, and quietly admitted she was right. A sudden twitch of her ear alerts the girl, catching the faint sound of someone calling her name, asking if she's there. Swiftly, Mercy bolts from the house, only to be startled when she finds her mother waiting outside. Eyes widening in astonishment, the woman raises a hand to cover her open mouth. Glancing at her daughter, she marvels aloud, wondering if a house as splendid as this existed in their village. Mercia tells her that Sagi used alchemy to transform the house, making it much cozier to live in. Her mother listens in amazement, expressing her surprise that he managed to remake their home and commenting on how impressive alchemy can be. A hint of embarrassment colors the protagonist's face as he scratches his head and tosses it back, his right hand lingering awkwardly. A quiet apology escapes him, admitting that he plans to rearrange everything according to his own ideas. The woman, offering reassurance, extends her hands in a gentle, peacemaking gesture and smiles warmly, assuring him that it is all perfectly fine. With an apologetic smile, the woman lingers in the doorway, admitting she didn't mean to intrude so unexpectedly. Her offer to help tidy up, hoping to make the place ready for him to move in immediately, trails off as she glances around and notices everything is already in order. Embarrassment tinges her words as she realizes her assistance isn't needed. Gratitude fills his voice as he expresses how much her concern means to him. With a gentle smile, she asks if she might have a look inside the house. His own smile softens even further as he warmly welcomes her to step inside. Eyes wide with astonishment and joy, the woman steps inside the house the boy built long ago. Mercy's mother gently trails her fingers across the polished surface of the table, her voice filled with awe as she admires the beauty of the home and remarks on the generous space of the kitchen. Observing her daughter in a rare moment of calm, the protagonist remains wordless. Without warning, he gestures toward the kitchen shelf looming high behind the girl and quietly remarks that it is out of her reach. She spins around, caught off guard by his comment. Balancing on tiptoes, Mercy focuses intently as she extends her right arm toward the shelf. Her expression full of determination, she assuredly declares that she can reach it if she just tries a little harder. Uncertainty flashes across the man's face as he mutters his intention to shrink her. Alchemical energy gathers at his fingertips, forming a glowing magic circle. Without hesitation, the girl steps forward and clasps her hand around the door handle. The woman admires the kitchen, remarking that once all the utensils are arranged, it might outshine their own. The girls beside her start to brainstorm, their eyes lighting up with inspiration. Nearby, Asagi grows a bit self-conscious, scratching her head and letting her hand fall behind her with an awkward smile. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Mercia turns to her mother, pressing her hands together in a hopeful plea. She wonders aloud if there might be any unused furniture or household items at home that could be brought over to this place. A little while later, Mercia stands confidently in the center of the newly furnished kitchen, her hands planted on her hips. With a satisfied nod, she remarks on how cozy the place feels now. The young man can only stare at her, his mouth slightly agape in astonishment. A new spark brightens the main character's eyes as he remarks how much he appreciates it, noting that the place now truly feels like home. Turning her gaze away, the girl responds with a reserved assurance, quietly expressing that she's glad. With a contemplative gaze, Marcia studies the room, noting how bare the walls appear. She expresses a desire to adorn them with something fitting. Her attention drifts to the table, imagining a lovely vase gracing its surface. Surprise flickers across the young man's eyes as he gazes at her. Tilting her head slightly, the girl closes her eyes and smiles, suggesting with gentle warmth that they have dinner for now. Carefully, the girl sets a large cauldron onto the table, first smoothing a napkin beneath it. Versailles tells him that their mother prepared a delicious dish, inviting them to eat together. The young man's thoughts drift to memories of her. With a cheerful grin, the girl lifts the lid off the cauldron. The main character's eyes grow wide in astonishment as he gazes at the dish before him. Taken aback, he parts his lips in awe and remarks how delicious it appears. Upon discovering that the dish is milk soup, delight lights up the young man's expression as he finds it wonderful. Embarrassed by the simplicity of the meal, the girl apologizes. Isagi, her face bright with a gentle smile, reassures her and admits she had been craving something just like this. Gratitude warms the girl's response as she thanks Isagi. A single serving of Poor's Mercy sits on the tray atop the table. The meal features a distinctive sienna-colored soup, creamy and infused with mountain herbs and mushrooms. Beside the bowl lies a crusty piece of bread, freshly drawn from the magic bag. With a cheerful smile lighting up his face, the protagonist prepares to taste the milk soup, lifting his spoon with anticipation. The girl remains at his back, offering her wishes for a pleasant meal. Isagi glances over his shoulder, a look of confusion spreading across his features. Concern flickers across Isagi's face as he invites the girl to share a meal with him. Mercia's cheeks flush a deep pink, and a puff of smoke curls up from her tail in response to his invitation. Spinning on her heel, the girl shouts that as a servant, she has no right to share a table with him. Confusion flickers across the young man's face as he meets her outburst. Softly, he reminds her that the castle lies far behind them and that no one remains to reprimand her here. Wide-eyed and astonished, the girl gazes at him and wonders aloud if she is truly welcome to join. With a gentle gesture, the main character invites her to share the meal. With hands pressed gently to her sides, the girl tilts her head in a shy gesture. A rosy flush spreads across her cheeks as a warm smile emerges, and she expresses her gratitude for being allowed to join him. At the table set with warm milk soup and fresh bread, Isagi can't help but laugh, noticing the unusual way Mercia has chosen to sit across from him. A bright smile lights up his face as he remarks on her unique approach. Splattered with paint from head to toe, the girl confides that she shares his feelings. Whenever he's around, a strange restlessness fades away, replaced by a peculiar sense of peace. In response, the young man admits he isn't surprised and gently suggests she try to keep those emotions in check. Grateful for the meal, the protagonist offers heartfelt thanks, which the girl receives with a quiet nod. Lifting the spoon, the protagonist gently blows across its steaming surface to cool the milk soup, then slowly tastes the first spoonful. Isagi's eyes widen in wonder as she admits with genuine admiration that the dish tastes wonderful. The man savors a bite, then comments that the milk's sweetness truly comes alive on his tongue. Curiosity sparks as he inquires about the plant resting on his spoon. With a gentle smile, Mercio identifies it as cricket grass, a wild herb commonly found thriving in the nearby forests. She adds that, in her opinion, it boasts a truly delightful flavor. The protagonist observes the stem's satisfying crunch and notes how the boiled leaves turn tender. Picturing this unique grass, he concludes it would likely taste delicious whether boiled or fried. Every flavor engages his senses. The earthy richness of the mushrooms and the savory saltiness of bacon blend harmoniously with the gentle sweetness of milk. Each ingredient comes alive in his mind as he envisions the perfect combination. Taking a satisfied bite, the young man breaks off a piece of bread and dips it into the creamy milk soup. Thoughts drift to how the bread, now soaked through, has turned silky and tender, making each mouthful effortless to enjoy. With a gentle smile, the girl watches the cheerful boy devour his lunch, a sense of relief washing over her. The main character announces his satisfaction, pushing aside his empty plate as proof of a hearty meal. Expressing her happiness that he enjoyed the meal, the girl gathers all the dishes onto a single tray and carries them away. Mercia, wearing a gentle smile, announces her intention to handle the washing herself. The young man gently assures her that she doesn't need to trouble herself. He can take care of all the cleaning on his own. In his mind, he reasons that it's better for her to go home, especially after finally making her way back to her homeland after so many years away. With a determined expression, the girl lifts a grimy dish close to her face and firmly announces her decision to remain. The boy, wide-eyed and taken aback by her declaration, stares at her and hesitantly asks if she truly intends to spend the night here. Announcing her intention to stay and serve, the girl places her hands gently on the table, leveling a steady gaze at him. The words catch the protagonist completely off guard, and a faint blush colors his cheeks as surprise flashes in his eyes. Excitement colors his voice as he begs her to wait, extending his hands in a gentle, appeasing manner. The young man reminds her that they are no longer within the walls of the Imperial palace and that his days as a court alchemist have ended. She nods in understanding, affirming his words. With arms folded firmly across her chest, Mercy declares with unwavering confidence that she is prepared to serve him for as long as his heart desires. Her resolve stands unshaken. The protagonist, caught off guard, parts his lips in astonishment and gazes at her in awe. With urgency flickering in his eyes, Isagi scrambles for a reason to persuade the girl. After a moment's hesitation, he explains that he still needs to prepare a bedroom for her, admitting he isn't able to construct it right away. She mentions that her belongings are already settled in an empty room on the second floor, gesturing toward the items arranged inside. The main character remarks on her efficiency, noting how swiftly she accomplishes tasks, just as always. Despite his uncertainty, the young man continues his awkward efforts to express love to his girlfriend. With sorrowful eyes, Mercia gazes at him and quietly asks if she is capable of it. With a weary sigh, the young man admits defeat, conceding that her assistance would indeed be helpful. The girl's eyes light up, and her voice dances with excitement as she asks if he truly means it. A slight frown creases Isagi's brow as he gently advises her to inform her parents, knowing that they would be concerned, particularly Kelsey. Thoughts of the harsh village chief, who once bellowed his disapproval, flicker through the protagonist's mind. Uncertainty clouds the girl's expression, leaving her unsure of what to do next. A slight tremor runs through her as she answers, voice wavering, that her mother has given her permission. The young man furrows his brow in confusion, pressing her to clarify. Gradually, realization dawns as her meaning becomes clear to him. Not far from the protagonist's home, in a village already shaken by the fall of night, the village elder's voice rang out with fury as he shouted his daughter's name. Fury burns in his eyes as he clenches his left fist, his voice rising in a sharp command for her to return home. He refuses to let her live with Isagi. The young man finds himself flustered by the outburst, while the girl stands in confusion, unsure how to respond. The following day drifts in quietly as the girl approaches the newly built house, the result of recent efforts in alchemy. Her knuckles tap gently on the door, her presence announced with a delicate knock. With concern etched on his face, the young man greets her by name and offers a gentle good morning. He quietly inquires whether she managed to sort things out with Kelsey the previous day. Lowering her gaze, the girl clings to the hem of her dress, her ears drooping as a heavy silence stretches between them. With a hint of regret, Mercier explains that her father didn't grant her permission, so she must travel from home each morning to assist him. The protagonist listens and quietly sympathizes with her situation. A sorrowful plea for forgiveness escapes the girl's lips. To Isagi, she is his treasured daughter, so her feelings are only natural. The alchemist recalls the village chief's furious demand for her return, remembering how the man's fist clenched tightly in anger. The young man believes they will finally have a genuine conversation. Watching his girlfriend's somber expression, he gently assures her that just her presence is all he truly needs. With sorrow in her eyes, she turns to face him. Suddenly, the girl steps closer, her voice rising as she declares her determination to convince her father so they can remain together under the same roof. Pressing a hand to her chest, she pleads for just a little more time. The young man watches her, caught off guard by her unexpected words and actions. Isagi offers gentle reassurance, suggesting there's no need for such effort, as seeing her struggle would be heartbreaking. Extending his hands in a peaceful gesture, he quietly admits to himself, a touch of shyness in his thoughts, that living together abruptly would certainly make him anxious. Mercia remains persistent in her objections, her resolve unwavering. The man, clearly puzzled, scratches his head and glances over his shoulder in uncertainty. Hidden behind the bushes, another girl with animal-like ears quietly observes the unfolding scene, her attention locked on Mercia as she softly calls out her name. Startled by the sound of her name, she spins around, her eyes wide with curiosity, searching for the caller. At the same moment, Isaki leans forward, peering out from behind Mercia, and tries to catch a glimpse of the mysterious newcomer who has taken them both by surprise. A lovely young girl with charming ears steps into view, her eyes bright with delight. One hand reaches out ahead of her, while the other rests gently against her side as she runs to meet them. Relief and happiness glow on her face, certain that kindness has finally found her. Astonishment fills the girl's face as her mouth falls open and her eyes grow wide at the sight of an old acquaintance. Mercier, tentative and unsure, softly calls out her name, addressing her as Nea. Rushing over, she grasps Mercia's hands in hers, her excitement clear as she announces she heard of Mercia's return and came specially to see her. Mercia responds with a warm smile, remarking on how much time has passed since they last met. A short distance away, the protagonist stands quietly, observing their reunion. Nea keeps a gentle hold on Mercier's hands, her voice soft as she asks what brought her old friend back so unexpectedly. As Mercier starts to speak, Nea's attention shifts, something catches her eye. Realization dawns when she notices the young man standing nearby, and surprise flickers across her face. A slight frown creases the girl's forehead as she parts her lips in surprise, her gaze never leaving the young man. The young man, feeling the intensity of her stare, extends his hand hesitantly, uncertainty flickering across his face. Suddenly, an idea sparks in Nea's mind, and she announces, with newfound certainty, that everything has become clear to her. A faint blush colors the girl's cheeks as she brings her finger to her chin, a sly smile spreading across her face. She announces that she has brought her husband. Mercy flushes even deeper at her friend's words and frantically waves her hands, desperately attempting to deny the claim. Some time passed as they shared the entire story with Nea. The main character introduced himself, saying his name was Asagi and he practiced the art of alchemy. The girl echoed his ambition to use alchemy for the village's prosperity and remarked that she found his idea admirable. With a serene smile, Nea closes his eyes, quietly remarking that the newcomer appears to be a decent person. The girl steps forward, offering a warm greeting and reaching out her hand in invitation. Watching this gesture, the young man reacts with genuine surprise. The girl with the pointy ears introduces herself as Nea, winking playfully and wearing a bright, almost mischievous smile, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She announces that she's Mercy's childhood friend. A bright smile spreads across the girl's face as she clasps the alchemist's hand and gives it a lively shake, her movements full of cheerful energy. The young man remains frozen in place, visibly perplexed by her exuberance. From a short distance away, Mercia observes the encounter, her gaze shadowed with clear disapproval. Awe fills the protagonist's gaze as he studies his new friend, lips parted in quiet astonishment. The warmth and generosity she shows toward him, a mere human, strike him as truly remarkable. Nea, brimming with confidence, leans into Mercia and shields her words behind a gently cupped hand, quietly inquiring whether she extended the invitation to him. Mercia, flustered and cheeks aflame, nods in confirmation and hesitantly wonders aloud what harm there is in doing so. Observing Mercia's bewildered look and Nea's awkward discomfort, the young man stood caught off guard. He had always believed that he and Mercia shared few secrets, yet her abrupt shift in expression revealed an unexpected familiarity between them. Watching the girl standing nearby with her back turned, the boy finds himself wishing for a friendship as close as hers. Mercier flushes with embarrassment at her friend's remark. Without hesitation, Anya turns on her heel and announces her need to leave. Before departing, she offers Asagi a sincere wish for his farm's success. Raising her right hand in farewell, she bids them goodbye. Mercier mirrors the gesture, joining Asagi in waving as she walks away. With a touch of embarrassment, Mercia smooths the hem of her dress. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she quietly apologizes for her friend's boisterousness. The protagonist, however, gently assures her that no apology is needed, expressing gratitude that she was willing to speak with them. As the day unfolded, the main character proposed to his girlfriend that they begin work immediately. She smoothed her hair, surprise flickering in her eyes at the sudden decision to get started. He clarified his intention, explaining his eagerness to quickly determine whether the harvest would prove fruitful in this place. With a contemplative hand resting on his chin, the protagonist recalls clearing the weeds from this field just yesterday while constructing the house. Now, his attention turns to the task ahead. The land must be plowed. Surprise flickers across the boy's face as he turns his head, glancing off to the side. Isagi points out a stone blocking the path, suggesting it could be useful for their purpose. The girl observes his actions in silence, her gaze steady and intent. Isagi presses his palm against the rough surface of the boulder, studying the intricate makeup of the stone beneath his hand. A glowing magic circle forms around his fingers as he channels his power. Gradually, the once unyielding rock shifts and transforms, its contours slowly taking on the outline of a human figure. At last, a towering stone golem materializes before the boy and girl. Satisfaction lights up the protagonist's face, proud of the accomplishment, while Marcia gazes at the newly summoned creature, her eyes wide with astonishment. Cradling the magic stone in his hands, Isagi studies its glimmer, thoughts swirling about the power it holds. He weighs the consequences of placing this potent heart into his own chest. With quiet determination, he positions the stone exactly where it needs to go. Ecstatic, the protagonist clenched his fist, announcing that the golem was complete. A vivid light shimmered in the creature's eyes, signaling its activation. Isagi faced the golem and gave the order to advance. Responding to his words, the golem lifted its foot and moved forward, while Mercia watched in astonishment. Cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice, the protagonist calls out to the stone golem, instructing it to plow the land. Responding to the command, the golem takes up two hoes and diligently begins to till the soil. With a hand raised to his brow, Misagi blocks the sunlight to steal a clearer look at his invention. Satisfied, he notes the smooth and steady current of magical energy, a clear sign of successful craftsmanship. Pride flickers in his expression as the girl beside him offers an approving smile, remarking that such excellence is only natural for the golem he designed. Announcing her intention, she declares she will spray herbicide across a large area. From behind a cluster of nearby bushes, the village chief's voice emerges, calling out the young man's name and demanding an explanation. At the sound of her father's voice, Mercier's brow furrows slightly. Refusing to acknowledge his presence, she keeps her back turned, her anger still simmering. Meanwhile, the main character turns his attention to the village chief, who stands transfixed, wide-eyed with astonishment at the apparition of the golem. The main character calls out his name, unable to mask the surprise and disbelief in his voice. Isagi takes a step forward and explains that the creature is a golem, an artificial being crafted through alchemy to assist with fieldwork. With calm assurance, he clarifies that the golem poses no danger to people and encourages the man not to be afraid. The man crosses his arms, his words faltering as apprehension lingers. Kelsey, still uncertain, quietly remarks on the usefulness of alchemy. Fingers pressed thoughtfully to his chin, the man inquires whether the soil is fertile enough for crops. The boy glances at him in astonishment, caught off guard by the question. All the while, the golem steadily tills the earth behind them. A smile lights up the protagonist's face as he notes that the soil's richness rivals that of the Empire's lands, confident that their crops will thrive just as well here. Meanwhile, Isagi examines the seeds in his palm and reminds him that, for now, it remains only an assumption. A faint furrow appears on the man's brow as uncertainty flickers in his eyes. He casts his gaze aside and mutters that, if what the protagonist says is true, then it's truly wonderful. Meanwhile, his daughter quietly tends to the weeds, methodically spraying herbicide across the dense green growth behind him. Embarrassment colors the young man's thoughts as he considers Mercia's silence. Her complete indifference to Kelsey's presence reveals a quiet anger simmering beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the girl busies herself, resolutely focused on her own activities and determined to ignore her father. With a hint of hesitation, the protagonist retrieves a small bag from inside his own. The surrounding tension weighs on his mind. He announces his plan to start growing some plants and extends a polite invitation to the village chief, suggesting he might like to observe the process. Smiling warmly, the main character mentions that if all proceeds according to plan, the harvest can begin immediately. A massive bag rests in his hands. The village elder of the beastmen watches him with a puzzled expression, clearly uncertain about his meaning. Murmuring his intentions under his breath, the man reassures himself that a harvest awaits him in no time. Reaching into his bag, he begins to spread its contents across the soil, mentioning that he will start with a special blend of fertilizers crafted through alchemy. The protagonist calmly reveals that the raw material in question is actually a fertilizer widely used throughout the Empire. Rather than altering its properties or attempting to enhance it through complex methods, he simply enriched it to make it more nutritious. The man's expression betrays his surprise and confusion as he tries to process this unexpected explanation. Realizing her father's confusion, the girl quietly keeps her thoughts to herself. Mercier relents, turning to Kelsey with a straightforward explanation. The substance in question is a fertilizer, crafted through alchemy, meant to restore and enrich exhausted soil. The news appears to catch her off guard, evident in her surprised expression. Confusion flickered in the man's eyes as he nodded in understanding. Relief washed over the protagonist, whose gaze lingered on the reunited father and daughter. The girl offered an earnest apology to Isagi for causing him concern, earning a gentle, reassuring smile in return. A gentle smile spreads across his face as he confides that, in his view, they sometimes run into disagreements. Still, their bond remains strong, rooted in the simple truth that family cannot be replaced. Meeting her father's gaze, Mercia responds warmly, expressing wholehearted agreement with his words. The man's smile grows, filled with quiet satisfaction. Shifting the conversation, the boy glances over his shoulder and instructs the group to spread the fertilizer. Nearby, the golem stands idle, having already completed its task. By her father's side, the girl nods in agreement with the main character's suggestion. Work begins as the girl empties the bag's contents onto the ground, while the golem beside her wields a hoe with silent diligence. The protagonist explains that the golem will use the hoe to blend the fertilizer into the soil and then shape neat garden beds with a shovel. The boy adds that they have chosen to plant seeds where the soil has already been prepared. Meanwhile, the village chief calls out to Sagi, wondering if they should wait a bit longer before blending the soil with fertilizer. Typically, this would be the norm. However, thanks to the special fertilizer he devised, the decomposition process accelerates, eliminating the need for thorough mixing and saving valuable time. The man's eyes widen in astonishment at this revelation. With calm composure, the girl closes her eyes and remarks that this would be effortless for Mr. Asagi. Behind her, the man offers an uneasy smile, while Asagi rummages through his backpack, privately noting that expectations appear to have climbed higher. Reaching into his backpack, the young man pulls out a small bag and explains that their first step is to plant crops known for their resilience, even in barren soil, plants familiar to everyone. Unzipping the bag, he reveals carefully cultivated potatoes. Leaning over the freshly prepared beds, the guy methodically places each potato into its designated hole. With deliberate movements, he buries the seed potatoes under the soil, gently covering them with his hoe. With newfound confidence, the boy grabs a bucket of water and declares that once they water the ground, the plants will grow and soon be ready for harvest. Isagi, moving swiftly, pours the water straight into the holes, and the girl behind him quickly follows his lead. The man remains firmly in place, his voice wavering as he challenges the boy's words, insisting that maturity cannot come in an instant. The boy turns to the village chief, surprise flashing across his face. Potatoes, he remarks, do grow rather quickly, yet usually require 3 or 4 months. Without warning, green shoots emerge at his feet, sprouting up from the holes in the ground. Staring downward in disbelief, the head watches as the plants push upward, their growth accelerating right before his eyes. Within moments, ripe potatoes blanket the entire field. The man's eyes widen in astonishment, his mouth agape at the unexpected sight. Beside him, the girl watches with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with what they have accomplished together. The potatoes, their skins golden and firm, stood ready for harvest. An empty bucket dangled from the protagonist's hands as a quiet pride settled over his face while he admired the abundant crop. Meanwhile, the man behind him stared in disbelief, struggling to process the scene before him. The young man glances over and remarks that the yellowed stems and leaves signal the perfect moment for harvesting. Kelsey's astonished gaze lingers on him, unable to conceal her wonder at his insight. With a determined tug, the protagonist seizes a bush and wrests it from the earth, his brow knitting in mild confusion. As he works, Mercia and her father watch him with eager hope, silently urging him onward and waiting for the bush to come free. At last, the protagonist manages to remove the stubborn bush, lifting it from the earth together with the hidden potato. A satisfied smile spreads across Isagi's face as he admires the successful outcome. Joy spills from his voice as he announces their success. With one hand clutching a fresh vegetable and the other braced confidently at his hip, he admits he believed in their plan but can't hide his relief. Mercia beams with happiness as she offers her congratulations. Brandishing a freshly unearthed potato bush, the man raises his voice in astonishment, marveling at the thought of gathering potatoes within a single day. The young man fixes his gaze on him, taking in the scene. Justifying his surprise, he recommends giving it a go. The girl proposes preparing a straightforward sauté. Noticing the pleasant weather, Isagi suggests they cook outdoors. Before long, the table stands ready. With practiced hands, the girl skillfully peels potatoes with a knife, then slices them with care. The man finds his seat at the table, joined by the young man behind her, who quietly rummages through his backpack and retrieves something once more. Curiosity flickers in the village chief's eyes as he glances at the unfamiliar device, its surface marked with a mysterious magic circle. Izzy calmly explains that the object is a magical tool designed to produce fire. Kelsey's voice carries astonishment as she repeats his claim, struggling to believe what she has just heard. Placing his hand on the circular switch mounted on the side of the device, the young man gives it a turn. Instantly, a faint glow flickers to life within the magic circle. He demonstrates, pressing the button, and a gentle flame springs into existence. Astonishment spreads across the man's face as his mouth drops open, while witnessing fire spring to life from seemingly thin air. Unfazed, the young man goes on to explain, pointing out that by simply adjusting the lever, one can effortlessly control the intensity of the flame. Astonishment etched across his face, brows tightly drawn, the man admits he had heard rumors of many useful inventions in the city. Yet, something capable of effortlessly starting a fire defies belief. Arms stretched wide, he gazes intently at the peculiar device resting on the table before him. With remarkable composure, the protagonist observes the other's astonishment. The village elder turns toward the young man, inquiring if he accomplished this feat alone and specifically calling out to Isagi. Meanwhile, the flames dance on, consuming everything in their path. A cheerful smile playing on his lips, the boy gently shut his eyes and eagerly described to the village chief how crafting such enchanting tools fell within the realm of an alchemist's skill. Awe still lingered in the chief's gaze as he regarded the boy with clear astonishment. With focused determination, the girl places the potatoes in the frying pan and increases the heat. Observing the simmering slices, she decides to drizzle in some vegetable oil, planning to let them sizzle over a steady, medium flame. Waiting for the crust to reach a perfect golden hue, Mercia gently flips the potatoes once more. A cheerful smile lights up her face as she gives the pan a skillful toss, sending the potatoes tumbling through the air before catching them with a steady hand on the handle. With practiced hands, the girl sets a lid over the sizzling frying pan. Beside her, the protagonist and her father lean closer, unable to hide their mounting anticipation for the meal. Kelsey grips her cutlery, eager for the first bite, while Asagi readies an empty plate, waiting for the food to be served. With a gentle smile lingering on her lips, the girl lets her eyes drift closed. Meanwhile, Mercia decides to let the mixture simmer on a low flame for around 4 minutes. Once the time passes, she carefully divides the portions. With a bright smile and a cheerful tone, the girl carries a tray brimming with freshly prepared food. Proudly, she announces that everything is ready. The potato sauté she just finished cooking waits invitingly on the neatly set table. Hunger stirs within the man as he gazes at the dish before him, anticipation evident in his eyes. A single tear slips down his cheek, touched by the realization that his daughter prepared this meal. Meanwhile, the girl calmly explains that the seasonings are simply oil, salt, and pepper, leaving the final touch to their own preferences. After spearing a piece of potato with his fork, the guide takes a thoughtful bite, savoring the flavor as he chews. An expression of surprise brightens his face. Across the table, the girl selects the same dish, her cheeks tinged with a gentle blush. A warm smile spread across the main character's face as he declared the dish delicious. He took his time, savoring every bite of the potato sauté. Across the table, the girl nodded in agreement, remarking that the flavor left nothing to be desired. The village chief gazes at the finished dish in astonishment, and after sampling the potatoes, exclaims his amazement at their remarkable flavor, admitting they far surpass the taste of those cultivated in their own fields. Oddly enough, an invigorating surge courses through the man as he clenches his left fist with a spark of enthusiasm. Observing this, the other guy regards him with widened eyes, silently noting the beastman's sharpened senses. Wearing a serene expression, the protagonist reveals that this is no ordinary potato, it has been enhanced. Consuming it grants a noticeable boost in vitality. The man's eyes widen, astonished that such an effect could be achieved. Despite Isaki's words, they have little impact. The man quietly finishes every bite of the savory meal in front of him until his plate gleams empty. Mercy collects the used dishes and carries them away, leaving the man and the boy standing together under the open sky. With a hint of curiosity, Kelsey rests her hand against her chin and wonders aloud if these perfected plants might thrive in their village. The young man responds with confident reassurance, explaining that the plants will indeed grow here without any trouble. With renewed resolve lighting up his face, the protagonist placed a firm hand over his heart and assured them in a steady voice that he would find a way, even if it seemed impossible. Across from him, the man could only watch in astonished silence, uncertain how to respond. Isagi plans to secure a reliable harvest by expanding his farmland and cultivating new, enhanced plant varieties. This approach will allow him to reap a diverse selection of crops throughout the season. A gentle smile spreads across Kelsey's face as the thought fills him. These lands will flourish under his care, for the power to nurture them lies within his grasp. The man beside him lets his approval ring out, placing a hand firmly on his hip, and declares his trust, entrusting Kelsey with the task. With genuine gratitude ringing in his voice, the young man thanked him, promising to proceed step by step. The following day brought more progress as he sowed seeds in other fields and planted rows of tomatoes and carrots. Lush greenery now surrounds his home, with fields multiplying every season. Beside a gallum, a boy and a girl linger together. Isagi, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, admits the situation feels a bit much and asks Mercia if he might have gone overboard. With a gentle nod, she agrees. Raising a hand to block the harsh glare of the sun, the protagonist gazes out toward the horizon. Memories surface of days spent tending vast gardens within the sprawling palace grounds. The vast expanse at his fingertips filled him with such enthusiasm that he pushed himself too hard. Exhaustion etched across his face, Isagi pulled another potato bush from the earth. Each breath came heavier than the last as he struggled to steady himself. Nearby, Mercia and the towering golem silently offered their support. With a weary sigh, the protagonist wipes the area beneath the pole using his right hand. Faced with such a daunting amount, he quietly debates what to do next. Perhaps storing it in a magic bag would be the simplest solution. With a furrowed brow and a large sack of freshly picked crops in her arms, the girl draws near. Isagi points out that they're desperately short-staffed, admitting that at this rate, they will struggle to gather even half the harvest before the season ends. Mercia wonders aloud about the possibility of crafting another golem. A gentle smile crosses the young man's face as he admits with a touch of embarrassment that it's no longer possible. He has run out of magic stones. With a bright spark in her eyes, the young girl presses her hand to her chest and eagerly proposes seeking assistance from her parents. Mercia radiates unwavering confidence, certain they can rely on her mother and father for support. Asked to wait for a moment, the protagonist complies. The girl nods in agreement and suggests they continue working with the golem for now. Resting a hand on his hip, the protagonist stretches his other arm upward. With a strained expression, he remarks about the ache in his lower back. Out of nowhere, a girl's uncertain voice breaks the silence, asking what is happening. The boy glances over and spots Nee standing nearby. With damp hair and a slightly awkward smile, he meets her astonished gaze and offers a gentle good morning. Wide-eyed with astonishment, she clasps both hands over her mouth and remarks that never before has their village possessed such an expansive field. With a gentle motion, the protagonist lifts his hat from his head and shares that the day before, they had tended the land, making use of alchemy to aid their work. Surprise flickers across the girl's face as she remarks that barely 2 days have slipped by since his arrival. Her voice tinged with disbelief, she marvels at the sheer improbability of anything taking root in such barren soil, and finds it even more remarkable that the time for harvest has already arrived. Flashing a cheerful grin, the protagonist credits everything to alchemy. Annoyance flickers across the girl's face. She squeezes her eyes shut and her frustration becomes evident. In a raised voice, she accuses him of always having the same reply for anything. A voice calls out from the side, confirming Asagi's words and addressing the girl by her name. The boy gazes at the newcomers in confusion, while Nay turns and finds Uncle Kelsey standing there, much to her astonishment. A hoe balanced on his shoulder, the man speaks with certainty about what he witnessed just yesterday. Even in this village, he insists, those altered, water-loving crops are thriving here. Beside him, his wife stands with a basket in her hands, a gentle smile on her face, while their daughter stays close by. A spark of delight glimmers in Nee's eyes as a faint blush colors her cheeks. Clenching her fists with excitement, she gazes up with an admiring smile and declares that if Uncle says so, then it must be true. To Nee, that makes it all the more impressive. Turning to the main character, her eyes sparkle with enthusiasm, and her enduring smile broadens as she cheerfully assumes that the harvest must be underway. Slight embarrassment colors the protagonist's cheeks as she admits the truth of her earlier, overly forceful response. With a humble smile, she acknowledges having gone a bit carried away with her sewing. Astonishment fills the man's voice as he remarks on the remarkable growth, admitting he never expected the field to flourish so much in just a single day. The Sagi, visibly embarrassed, scratches his head and tilts it back, offering a heartfelt apology. In his excitement, he readily confesses to having overdone things. Kelsey marvels at the bounty of crops now flourishing in their once famished village. A gentle smile crosses the village elder's face as reassurance is offered, assuring Kelsey that there's nothing to fear. The wife beams warmly at the young man, expressing her amazement at the village's bountiful harvest, a phenomenon she has never witnessed before. Excitement shimmers in her voice as she admits her anticipation. Standing nearby, Nea chimes in, offering her help with the harvest as well. The young man's heart swells with joy as he gazes at his newfound friends. Pressed to begin the harvest, Mercia and her mother delight in gathering pumpkins and squashes, their smiles bright as they work. Kelsey skillfully slices through a head of cabbage with her knife. The stone golem and the weary protagonist together pull beats from the earth, each movement marked with fatigue. Over time, baskets filled with a colorful array of vegetables and fruits, eggplants among them, gather side by side. Sweat dampening her brow, Yu slowly wipes it away and releases a weary sigh. Nee steps out from the thick bushes, his name softly escaping her lips. With a tomato nestled in her left palm, she gestures toward it with the tip of her right index finger. A warm smile lights up her face as she asks if she might have a taste. Matching her smile, the protagonist assures her that he is willing to give it a try. Delight floods the girl's face as she reacts with bright, infectious enthusiasm. With a look of pure delight, the girl with ears lifts the tomato to her lips and takes a bite. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she gently presses her hand to her face, eyes narrowing in utter enjoyment of the fresh, vibrant flavor. An eager voice bursts forth from the girl as she inquires about the dish, declaring its flavor to be delightful. The young man beams at her enthusiastic response. Meanwhile, Naya observes, noting that it tastes nothing like the tomatoes she's familiar with. Isaji describes how these tomatoes have been engineered to grow rapidly and contain a higher concentration of sugar. The girl expresses her delight and amazement, clearly impressed by the innovation. Hidden among the bushes, Mercia observes them with a look of disapproval, her gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before her. A shadow crosses the girl's face as she observes the group enjoying themselves. Nay selects a tomato, cradling it in one hand while turning her gaze toward the girl. The guy, clutching a half-eaten tomato, glances at the girl with mild astonishment. With a calm and collected air, Mercy selects another tomato and announces that she will give it a try as well. The protagonist responds with cheerful approval, lacking any hint of hesitation. Delighted, the girl sinks her teeth into the ripe vegetable. Without warning, Nee approaches and gently supports her side. The girl, taken aback, covers her mouth with her hand, clearly astonished by Nee's unexpected kindness. Mercier's brows knit together as he stares at her, confusion plain on his face. Niall regards her friend with a sly, knowing smile. Mercy's cheeks flare crimson, as though embarrassment might cause her to burst into flames. Scowling at Niall's words, she growls out her name, her voice edged with frustration. The girl shouts for Naya to stop, sprinting after her as Naya tries to escape. Frustration colors her voice as she declares her anger. Meanwhile, Isagi, observing quietly from the sidelines, selects a tomato, and a faint smile curving his lips, reflects on how well those two actually get along. 3 days later, Mercia, the village chief, his wife, and Isagi gather in a field near his home. With the harvest complete, Isagi expresses heartfelt gratitude for their support, acknowledging the effort and kindness that made it possible. Kelsey wonders aloud about the boy's plans for the harvest. Gripping his bag, the boy answers with a bright smile, explaining that he intends to share the bounty with the villagers. He adds that leaving it stored in the magical bag for too long might cause it to become stuck. Mercia's mother lifts her left index finger, proposing the idea of hosting a banquet. The main character, caught off guard, turns to her with a look of surprise and asks for confirmation about the celebration. A bright smile spreads across her face as she suggests sharing dishes made from the harvest gathered on your land. By inviting everyone to enjoy these meals together, she believes people will get to know you, making it easier for the whole group to live in harmony. A brief pause lingers as Isagi weighs the idea of a banquet, inwardly sighing at the thought of all the preparations and fuss that such an event demands. His fingers graze his chin, triggering memories of the grand gatherings held back at the palace. Softly, Mercy calls out to him, bringing him back to the present. The girl tells him that despite being called a banquet, the event is actually quite informal, just a matter of gathering people in the central square and arranging some chairs and tables. The young man nods, signaling that he understands. The village chief raises his voice, declaring that they will gather everyone and begin making preparations. He proclaims that a banquet will be held this evening. At first, the protagonist eagerly supports the idea, only to be caught off guard upon realizing that the celebration is happening tonight. Some time later, the young man inquires whether the preparations are complete and reminds the girl that they have to make their way to the central square soon. Uncertainty flickers in his eyes as he quietly hopes that things unfold as planned. Meanwhile, Mercia looks at him, puzzled by his anxious tone. Asagi introduces himself as a human, explaining that he has only just arrived in this place. Deeply anxious, the man hesitantly asks her whether anyone will attend his banquet. The girl notes that the banquet is set for today, yet she believes everyone will attend regardless. The protagonist gazes at the bustling square, eyes wide with astonishment. Marcia glances at him and remarks that the anticipation is high, as there have been no grand banquets in quite some time. Amazement fills Isagi as he takes in the bustling crowd gathered behind the girl. Children dash playfully through the streets, their laughter mingling with the lively atmosphere. The sheer number of people leaves the protagonist quietly astonished, yet he cannot help but smile at the joyful scene. Marcia, too, radiates happiness beside him. Out of nowhere, Mercy's mother's voice drifts in from outside. She calls Sagi by name, mentioning her desire to start cooking and asking if he can help by fetching the necessary ingredients. He responds with a nod of agreement. A bounty of vegetables spills from his magic bag onto the table. Eggplants, tomatoes, onions, pumpkins, and carrots soon cover the wooden surface. The woman gazes at the colorful assortment, her astonishment clear at the sheer variety before her. The village chief's wife remarks that it's been ages since they've had such an abundance of fresh ingredients. She ponders what delightful dish she might prepare for everyone. Meanwhile, the protagonist gazes contentedly at the lively gathering, heart warmed by the joyful atmosphere. Throughout the settlement, beastfolk bustled about as festival preparations unfolded, each resident focused intently on their assigned tasks. In one corner, Mercia, Ni, and their companions diligently gathered and readied the ingredients needed for the main dish. With all the ingredients ready and settled into the cauldron, Isagi extended his alchemical energy, channeling it steadily into the simmering mixture. Nervous whispers drifted among the villagers of Plumina as they gathered to watch. Relief began to settle in once the fire finally crackled to life and the meal in the great cauldron started to simmer. As the meal simmered, the Beastkin girls kept a close eye on the bubbling cauldron, skillfully tossing in additional ingredients at just the right moments. Isagi looked on with a gentle smile, fascinated by the unfolding spectacle of their cooking methods. Before long, the dishes were prepared, and the air filled with the aroma of freshly cooked food. As villagers gathered around the table, eager for their share, Kelsey, Mercy's father, called Isagi's name. At that moment, the village chief stood tall on the main stage, observing the scene. The man beckoned the boy to join him on stage for a moment. At the village chief's request, Isagi stepped forward without hesitation. Kelsey turned to the villagers, gratitude shining in his eyes as he acknowledged their attendance. He shared that a past saga had brought about the rich spread before them, offering much-needed relief to their once struggling village. As the man spoke, a wave of embarrassment washed over Isagi, tinting his cheeks pink. Caught off guard by the abrupt introduction to the entire village, he stood there, uncertain and flustered, unprepared for the spotlight that had been thrust upon him. Standing under the spotlight, Isagi wavered in the face of the unexpected introduction. Yet, after a brief pause, he stepped forward and chose to deliver a welcoming speech. Once Isagi regained a measure of composure, he quietly introduced himself, his voice unsteady. He revealed that he was an alchemist and admitted he had only come to their village a few days earlier, knowing little about the place. The villagers responded with gentle smiles, welcoming his timid demeanor with kindness. Noticing the abundance of ingredients remaining, the boy assured everyone that the villagers were welcome to eat their fill. Meanwhile, Nea and Marcia watched Asagi's performance on stage, their smiles reflecting their delight. Following the boy's unexpected arrival, the village chief encouraged everyone to extend a warm welcome to the newcomer, Isagi. He lifted a wooden mug filled with drink, inviting the villagers to join him in toasting their new resident. Wooden mugs lifted high, the villagers beamed with delight as they welcomed the boy into their community. Laughter and joyous voices filled the air as they hailed him as one of their own. Festive spirits soared while everyone drained their drinks, savoring the warmth of the celebration. The village of Plumina hummed with lively commotion as families gathered around long, festive tables. Laughter mingled with the tempting aromas of dishes rarely seen, and the abundance of delicious food brought joy to faces that had not known such plenty in many months. As he wandered down the bustling street lined with festive tables, the awkward realization dawned that not a single seat remained. Every spot was taken, each resident wholeheartedly enjoying mouthwatering dishes. The cheerful clamor of voices and laughter filled the entire village, echoing through the air. A voice called out to the young man from afar. Mercy had already taken her place at the lively banquet table. Gesturing towards Isagi, the girl indicated an empty seat beside her and Nea, inviting him to join them. As the boy neared the table, the girl mentioned that she had already set aside a portion of food for him. Isagi expressed his gratitude to Mercia for preparing the meal on his behalf. A hearty serving of pot au feu with vegetables rested on his plate. This luscious, thick soup blended tender beef with a medley of fresh vegetables, creating a feast for the senses. The mere sight of the dish brought a spark of joy to Isagi's eyes, its inviting aroma fueling his anticipation. Taking a generous spoonful, he ladled the pot au feu into his bowl. Isagi gazed at the steaming food, genuine admiration clear in his eyes. Mercia felt a warm sense of pride at the recognition, while Nea quietly shared in the pleasure of the boy's appreciation. Isagi sampled the pot au feu, relishing the blend of vegetables and savoring the comforting flavor. Delight lit up his face as he gazed at the empty spoon. Pat au feu with vegetables surpassed all expectations, a remarkable blend of sweet carrots and onions balanced by the bold bite of black pepper. Every mouthful unveiled a depth of flavor that words could barely capture. Isagi savored the rich blend of potatoes, mushrooms, sausages, and an array of other ingredients mixed into the dish. Nearby, Mercia observed the boy as he enjoyed the pato FYI with vegetables, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Around the same time, Nice sampled the meal as well. Delight sparkled in the girl's eyes as she savored the vegetable pot au feu, exclaiming to those around her how rare it was to taste such a vibrant and flavorful soup. Neha fully relished every spoonful of the exquisite dish. The constant need to economize on food forced them to make use of even vegetable peelings at times. While Nee quietly acknowledged Mercia's point, the sight of so much food on the table filled her with contentment. Nearby, a man from the beast race overheard their exchange. With a somber, hollow expression, he spoke of the inevitable end of the feast, predicting that soon they would return to their humble meals. The villagers who listened fell silent, visibly shaken by his grim revelation. No one wished to entertain grim predictions about another food shortage during the celebration, yet that villager clung to his conviction. Amid the uneasy atmosphere, Isagi observed everything unfold, a sense of awkward shock washing over him. Recognizing that certain ideas inevitably take root in some minds, he understood it was unfair to fault the man for his worries. Yet, among the residents, a subtle air of disappointment settled around the man. News of the stagnant food supply in every household throughout the village quickly erased the hopeful smile from his face. Disappointment clouded his expression as he absorbed the discouraging update. Determined, the boy reached a decision. Raising his voice so all the villagers could hear, he spoke out in an effort to soothe their fears. Meanwhile, Asagi rose from his seat, noting the shift in the room's atmosphere. With a confident voice, the boy proclaimed to the people of Plumina that the crops he had carefully cultivated could be grown by anyone among them. Every villager paused in mid-bite, giving their full attention to his declaration. The young man assured them that these plant crops could thrive, even in soil that had long lost its vitality. Their resilience to harsh cold and persistent viruses left the anxious villagers speechless as they listened to his words, disbelief etched across their faces. The silver-haired boy addressed the villagers with quiet determination, pledging to share the seeds of these precious crops with everyone. His unwavering gaze instilled a sense of hope and trust among those gathered. Nea's eyes widened in disbelief at the boy's remark. The brown-haired girl found herself amazed by the possibility that she, too, might be able to make plants grow. Isaki offered no protest, quietly agreeing with the girl's words. Should Nea tend carefully to the seeds, the girl, too, would have the chance to cultivate thriving plants laden with delicious, nourishing fruit. News of this nature brightened the girl's expression with delight. Murmurs quickly spread among the villagers as they exchanged whispers in response to the young man's statement. Meanwhile, the older man's face betrayed a deep shock at what he had just heard. Uttering his disbelief, the man confessed that the scene felt like a dream. Amazement washed over him when the boy proposed to help increase the food supply for their struggling village, Plumina. Despite his gratitude, the villager couldn't help but feel uneasy about Isagi, who had only just settled in their village. Puzzled by the newcomer's eagerness to help, he decided to ask Isagi directly about his motives. Concern flickered across Mercia's face as she watched Isagi handle the man's harsh words. The villagers could not fathom why an outsider would go to such lengths for their sake. Even so, Isagi met the insults with a composed demeanor, betraying no hint of irritation or surprise. Only a tightly clenched fist betrayed his anger as he started to speak. In a quiet, steady voice, he revealed everything to the man. As an infant, he had been abandoned before a church in the heart of the Imperial capital. He had grown up an orphan. The villager listened in stunned silence, unable to hide his surprise. Isagi unfolded the tale of his life, sharing how he battled for every scant scrap of food that came his way. Hunger shadowed his every day, shaping his existence with constant struggle. The villagers of Plumina listened in silence, deeply moved by the sorrow woven into his words. Ultimately, Isagi explained that he understood the feeling of going hungry. Through his words, the boy revealed a familiarity with missing meals and not having delicious food available each day. That was why the boy, carrying a gentle smile, mused aloud that everyone surely longs to enjoy as much delicious food as they wish. Even as he recounted memories of his difficult childhood, no trace of sorrow colored his words. Amazement swept over the man as he listened to the boy's heartbreaking tale, yet what truly left him speechless was the unwavering, radiant smile that still lit up the boy's face. Eyes wide with disbelief, he gazed at Isagi. An awkward apology slipped from his lips as he confessed his doubts to Sagi. The boy, calm and untroubled, understood completely, admitting that he would harbor similar suspicions if their roles were reversed. A gentle smile spread across Mercy's face as she watched the blond boy. With unwavering resolve, the villager approached Isagi and inquired if he might be willing to share some of his seeds. The sight of an abundant meal on Isagi's table inspired him to request a portion, hoping to cultivate his own sustenance. A single villager lifted his hand, setting off a chain reaction throughout the crowd. Others soon followed, palms rising in agreement. Spurred by the man's appeal, more villagers stepped forward, each eager to receive seeds and attempt farming for themselves. Amid the sudden flood of eager villagers scrambling for seeds, Isagi felt the press of excitement turn chaotic. With a touch of urgency in his voice, he reassured everyone that there were more than enough seeds to go around. Gradually, the crowd's fervor subsided, soothed by his words. Nearby, Mercio observed the scene, a gentle warmth in his smile as he took in Asaga's efforts. Regardless of one's strength or accomplishments, a diet lacking in nourishment gradually hardens the heart and erases life's true purpose. Even after achieving the status of alchemist, Isagi devoted himself to continued research in the realm of food. Carefully handing out his newly cultivated plant seeds, the boy watched as a massive line of villagers gathered, eager for their share. He recognized that hunger disregarded every difference between people. Driven by this understanding, he dedicated himself to ensuring as many as possible had the chance to overcome their hunger. Determined to expand agriculture throughout this land, Azagi observed the delighted villagers clutching their newly received seed bags. Satisfaction gleamed in his eyes as he watched their hopeful faces, confident that brighter days were within reach. Amid the crowd, a familiar face emerged, an acquaintance clutching a hefty bag brimming with seeds. Isagi realized that encouraging the villagers of Plumina to start farming earlier would greatly enhance their food supply. Meanwhile, Kelsey dedicated himself to handing out seeds among the villagers, ensuring everyone received what they needed to begin planting. With a commanding voice, the man clutching a bag of seeds called out once more to the villagers of Plumina, instantly capturing the focus of everyone gathered. Realizing that these changes aimed to bring prosperity to the village, the man inspired his fellow villagers, encouraging them to look toward a brighter future. Together, the villagers lifted their mugs in a spirited toast. Darkness had blanketed the village as night settled in, with only the glow of lanterns casting light over Plumina's quiet streets. Around the tables, villagers lifted their cups and finished their drinks, a gentle chorus of contentment filling the air as they savored the hope of a brighter future. Within the grand halls of Ramirez's Imperial castle, the head alchemist quietly reviewed a report detailing the recent surge in magic tool and item production. Seated across from him, a more experienced figure listened intently before addressing the alchemist by name, Garius. The boy revealed himself as a prince, the first in line for the throne, bearing the name Waste Dreventure Ramoris. He intended to question the man about the lack of any report on Isagi that month. Eager for information, Crown Prince Waste sought to uncover Isaga's recent activities. Chief Alchemist Garius stood in disbelief, astonished that Master Weiss still recalled the brash commoner's name. For several moments, silence settled over the room as Garius struggled to find an answer to the prince's inquiry. Next, he informed Prince Weiss that he had merely dismissed the commoner. The man had believed himself to be nothing more than a dependent. A quiet hush settled over the room once more. The Crown Prince, caught off guard by this revelation, pressed for an explanation behind Isaga's departure. With an air of superiority, the man informed the prince that alchemists in this empire were expected to craft magical tools and items for use in warfare. Isagi, however, limited his efforts to just the essentials, never going beyond the minimum requirements. Upon learning the cause of Isaga's dismissal, Crown Prince Weiss Ramirez's fury ignited. He declared the long-haired man a fool, voice rumbling through the office as his hand struck the table. Such an unforgivable act had been committed against them. Astonishment flickered across Garius's face as he witnessed the prince's intense outrage over the dismissal of the insolent commoner, Isagi. The unexpected turmoil left Garius reeling, for he had never regarded the alchemist as anyone exceptional. With frustration in his voice, Prince Weiss explained to Garius that their hopes rested on the crops Isagi had cultivated, believing these innovations would resolve the empire's pressing food shortages. Trusting in Isaga's talent, he had placed the task in his hands and allocated additional funds to support the effort. Yet with a shaky voice, Gary persisted in calling his sadi useless, even in the face of the prince's anger. Disbelief filled the man's heart as he struggled to accept that the research conducted by someone of such low status could possibly outweigh the worth of magical weaponry. Crown Prince Wise, his anger evident in every word, shattered any remaining doubts. Raising his voice at the chief of alchemists, Prince Wise Ramirez demanded to know what qualities could possibly be found in such subordinates besides their titles. In his eyes, Garius possessed no real talent. A visible tremor swept through the gray-haired man as the weight of the moment pressed down on him. Across from him, the Crown Prince fixed a cold, furious gaze on the chief alchemist, his eyes sharp and unyielding. Beads of cold sweat rolled down Garius' already pale face. The head of the alchemists found himself at a loss, uncertain how to proceed. The Crown Prince's anger over his recent actions left him paralyzed with anxiety. Prince Weiss's expression darkened as he commanded the white-haired man to swiftly devise another way to boost their food supplies. The urgency in his voice made his resolve clear. In the midst of issuing orders, the Crown Prince hesitated, falling silent for a moment. Cold sweat trickled down Garius's back as the crown prince's fury crackled in the air. He stood frozen in anticipation, bracing himself for his master's next suggestion, desperate for a different solution to calm the storm. The brief pause only intensified the man's anxiety before Prince Vice, his voice sharp and commanding, offered the chief alchemist a stern alternative. Garius now faced a clear choice. Hand Isagi back to him at once, even as the boy remained absorbed in his work among the fields. Morning sunlight bathed the yard as the gray-haired grandmother, gripping her hoe, expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Isagi. His efforts had made the impossible possible. Lush crops now thrived where barren soil once lay. Joy and relief brightened her face, a testament to the wonder he had brought to their land. Mercia and Isagi beamed with delight as their grandmother's praise washed over them for nurturing the crops. In unison, they expressed that her happiness meant more to them than anything else. The girl and the boy parted ways with the gray-haired grandmother, their mission complete. By sharing carefully cultivated seeds with the villagers of Paminia, they had set these events into motion. In the village of Paminia, an agricultural frenzy had taken hold. Villagers devoted themselves wholeheartedly to nurturing the seeds gifted by the boy. Each resident diligently tended the fields, working side by side to cultivate flourishing plants and fruits. The beast race girl observed that, as long as peace endured, Puminia village could look forward to an abundant harvest. Isagi acknowledged her words, yet a hint of confusion flickered across the boy's face. Anxiety gripped Isagi, casting a shadow over his features and plunging him into deep contemplation. Noticing this uneasy shift, Mercia's concern quickly blossomed, her curiosity piqued by the troubled look clouding his face. The young man clarified that the fertilizer in use had been developed by Isagi, who enhanced the original Imperial formula. At their current pace, he warned, the supply would be depleted within a few years. This revelation left Mercia stunned as she regarded him quietly. Isagi pressed on, explaining that for the village to thrive, they needed a new type of fertilizer, one that could be made right there among their own fields. Across from him, the girl's eyes widened, lingering on him in astonishment. Deep in thought, Isagi considered their choices. Traveling merchants did offer Imperial fertilizer, but relying on them meant paying steep prices. Crafting fertilizer from the village's own resources promised a much more affordable solution. The girl realized that relying on fertilizer from Isagi's pocket would only offer a temporary solution, never truly making the problem go away. After listening to the black-haired girl's advice, Isagi made up his mind to gather the fertilizers that had been used in Paminia for generations. With firm resolve, he informed Mercia of his plan. Mercy agreed to await the boy's final choice. She gave her word that she would speak to the peasant family from the village of Paminia, inquiring whether they had knowledge of the special fertilizer, and would also ask her friends there if they would be willing to share it with her. Some time later, the boy and girl found themselves back at home. Spread across their table were just 3 varieties of fertilizer, all sourced from the village. Sugi quietly mentioned to her that this wouldn't be nearly sufficient. The reason for such a meager supply became clear. The village's soil was simply too barren, leaving only a handful of people willing to farm. With this, the essential foundation for the new Isagi fertilizer had been established. Crafting an even better version would require raw materials infused with a higher concentration of the unique magical energy found within this village. Upon hearing this, Mercia smiled warmly at the boy and suggested that they venture into the forest to collect the magical raw materials needed for the village. The unexpected proposal from the girl caught Isagi slightly off guard. Mercy patiently clarified that the forest held all the rare natural materials they would need. As she gestured toward the window, a vast forest unfolded before their eyes. Isagi understood at once that the essential resources awaited them within those woods. With a confident smile, Usagi resolved to head there himself. His desire to venture into the forest alone and gather raw materials for the village was clear, yet just as he began to explain further, his words suddenly faltered. At that moment, the girl's unexpected declaration that she would join him in the forest left the young man speechless. Her willingness to accompany him caught him completely off guard. The girl explained that she had visited this forest many times in the past. Confident in her familiarity with the area, she promised to accompany him as his guide, assuring him that gathering materials would be much easier with her help. Despite her assurance, the CEO remained uneasy, concerned that the forest's dangers posed too great a risk for her. Mercy soothed the boy with gentle words, urging him to steady his nerves. With resolve, she gripped her mop firmly in her hands. With quiet composure, Mercy declared herself nothing more than a servant. Her words carried a note of certainty as she gripped her mop, brandishing it with the confidence of someone holding a sword. Confusion flickered across Isaga's face as he watched the black-haired girl. The connection between a maid's social standing and her ability to stay safe completely escaped him. Only now did he realize that maids were expected to have enough strength to defend their masters. Isagi hesitated for a moment, surprised by the girl's remark that a maid needed fighting abilities for the job. With a strained nod, he reluctantly accepted the fact that Mercia also possessed combat skills. Before long, the girl and the boy found themselves deep within the forest. Isagi's eyes widened in awe as he took in the lush surroundings, every leaf and shadow new to him. The girl, however, moved with quiet familiarity, her steps sure and steady in the place she already knew so well. Their journey pressed onward. Fascinated by the diverse creatures that inhabited the forests of Plumina, the boy observed each one with evident curiosity. Leading confidently ahead, Mercia served as his guide, ensuring they stayed on the right path. As Isagi observed the forest around him, he realized the vegetation seemed subtly distinct from the flora he'd seen back in the Empire. Suspecting it might have something to do with being on Beast Kingdom land, he turned to the black-haired girl and brought up his observation. Mercy gently explained that, in the wild, a harsh battle for survival unfolds every day. For the animals, this relentless competition was simply the natural order of things. Evolution seemed to favor both animals and plants in this realm. As the girl calmly outlined the reasons for the stark contrast between the fauna of the animal kingdom and those inhabiting the empire, Isagi's attention drifted. His gaze fixed on a nearby bush, curiosity drawing him closer to its unexpected presence. Star-shaped fruits dangled from the bush, their unusual appearance instantly capturing his curiosity. Drawn in, he reached out, eager to feel their texture. Just as he reached for the fruit, Mercia's warning froze him in place. With a calm voice, she explained that touching the plant's fruit would trigger a release of acid. At once, Isagi snatched his hand back, startled and shaken by the close call. Embarrassment washed over the boy as he recognized his mistake. He should have studied the plants more carefully before reaching out to touch them. Mercia, however, knew well that the forest hid dangers, and some plants were far more treacherous than they first appeared. Alchemists possessed a skill that allowed them to analyze any substance. Brow furrowing in concentration for a brief moment, the young man then widened his eyes, activating his examination ability on a bush laden with tree fruits. Known as carambola, this plant thrives in the southern forests of the animal kingdom. Its fruit, when pressed, releases a sharp acidic juice without delay. Any contact of this acid with the skin requires prompt rinsing with water and swift medical attention to prevent harm. Contemplating her next move, the girl considered how best to approach the plant. Isagi's attention had locked onto the woody fruits of the carambola, which he believed might serve well as a promising raw material. He imagined their potential in creating a powerful acid solution, as well as a useful preparation for weeding. Deciding to lend a hand, Mercia joined the young man in gathering the peculiar fruits. Using a sturdy cloth, she carefully assisted him in picking the fruit from the branches, ensuring that the thick material absorbed any acid before it could splash out. This precaution proved essential, as the acid was only released upon direct contact. With a sturdy towel wrapped around the tree fruit, the girl kept it steady, as Isagi deftly snipped it free from the carambola plant, using a pair of small scissors. The young man set to work, gathering raw materials from the low-hanging fruits of the trees. With practiced precision, he used a needle to gently pierce the caramel-colored balls, allowing the acidic liquid within to trickle into a waiting test tube. Each vial of solution found its place in his enchanted bag. Throughout this careful process, Mercier offered steady assistance by his side. With a tired swipe of his hand across his brow, Isagi brushed away the beads of sweat that had formed. Despite his weariness, he confessed aloud that, for him, joining the others in practice remained a truly enjoyable and engaging way to spend his time. Upon hearing his explanation, Mercia turned to Isagi with a question about people gathering in the Empire. From what the young man had said, she suspected that such assemblies were not commonly permitted within its borders. Nodding in agreement, the boy acknowledged the truth in her assumption. Throughout his life, he had been taught that the task of collecting essential materials was best left to experienced knights or seasoned adventurers. Though he had successfully handled the materials himself, the man seemed eager to keep the conversation going, yet an abrupt halt silenced him. Suddenly, the girl's piercing scream shattered the silence as she called out to her master. Isagi's face drained of color, frozen in terror, eyes darting to the side as fear overwhelmed him. A monstrous creature emerged before them, its form resembling that of a wild boar, yet dwarfing any ordinary beast in size. Quietly and cautiously, the girl and the young man edged away, hoping not to draw its attention. Weariness clouded their faces as they turned their attention to the enormous boar that had materialized nearby. Leaning close, Isagi quietly explained to the girl the nature of this formidable creature. Mercy explained that this enormous boar was no ordinary creature, but a demon. Its temperament was fiercely aggressive, and it possessed razor-sharp tusks capable of launching swift and deadly assaults on anyone nearby. Without warning, the demonic beast charged at them, its jaws gaping wide. Thick strands of saliva sprayed out, flung aside by the force of its movement. Massive fangs gleamed, poised to strike as the creature closed in for the attack. Unease gripped Isagi as the weight of the moment pressed down on him. Fear flickered in his pale features, dreading the desperate measures they needed to take to escape harm from the monstrous creature before them. A calm voice from a girl reached him, pulling him back to reality. With sluggish movements and heavy eyes, he slowly turned to face her. She assured him that Isagi could rely on her, insisting on facing the monster alone. Calm determination radiated from Mercy as she stepped forward, placing herself between Isagi and the threat. Shocked and unnerved by her bravery, Isagi felt an urge to hold her back. At that moment, a gigantic, beastly boar thundered toward them. The fearsome creature fixed its sights on the boy and girl, intent on launching a fierce attack. An enormous boar charged toward the girl with unstoppable force. Mercia prepared herself to face the looming threat. Not far away, Isagi watched the girl intently, his expression tense. As the demonic monster lunged toward the black-haired girl, she vanished in an instant, slipping from his view. Deprived of his target, his razor-sharp fangs closed on empty air. The demonic beast reeled in shock when she vanished, twisting its head this way and that in a frantic search for its lost target. Not far away, Isagi watched the creature with tired eyes, keeping her distance as she observed its confusion. The demonic creature abruptly lifted its gaze, its boar-like eyes momentarily widening in astonishment. A girl's shadow crossed its face. She hovered directly above. To everyone's surprise, the girl hovered directly above the demonic beast. Springing into the air, Mercy launched herself upward, twisting midair in a graceful somersault. The enormous boar caught sight of her movement and charged ahead, desperate to escape the swift assault from the black-haired girl. With a swift sequence of mid-air flips, Mercia rapidly closed the distance between herself and the fleeing demonic beast. In one fluid motion, her fist drew back in preparation for a powerful strike against the boar-like creature. Drawing closer to the hulking demonic creature, the girl lifted her fist, preparing to strike the stunned, boar-like beast. Time pressed heavily on her shoulders, as securing Isagi's safety remained her highest priority. The girl closed in on the demonic beast, her fist connecting squarely with its snout. The monstrous boar, startled and slow to react, could only absorb the full impact of her powerful strike. The force of her strike launched the demonic boar several meters through the air, slamming it against a tree. Isagi quickly stepped aside, careful to avoid being caught in the path of the airborne beast as it crashed from the collision. The girl delivered a powerful punch to the monstrous boar, sending it hurtling several meters through the air. With a composed and determined gaze, she observed its defeat, certain that East Sidey was now safe from harm. Isagi found himself stunned by Mercy's overwhelming power, watching in disbelief as she brought down the enormous, ferocious demon boar with a single blow. His gaze lingered on the felled beast, awe spreading across his face at the sight of the black-haired girl's effortless victory. Mercy calmly brushed the dust from her maid outfit, her composure unshaken after the fierce encounter with the boar. She explained that she could not let her master, Isagi, become entangled in needless problems. Isagi had always heard that the beast race possessed physical abilities superior to other races, yet Mercy's strength in battle surpassed even those legendary tales. For a moment, the boy wondered if she truly was just a servant, and curiosity prompted him to voice his question. Marcia responded to the man's inquiry with quiet honesty, admitting that she truly was a servant. For a moment, she paused, carefully selecting her next words. Mercier went on to address Isagi's question, explaining that the girl, being a member of the beast race, could serve within the Imperial castle solely because of her remarkable strength in combat. For this reason, Mercia took on a variety of night jobs. The girl accepted these tasks willingly, since her keen eyesight made nighttime work effortless. Her maid's appearance often served as a clever disguise, misleading those around her. On occasion, bandits would make the mistake of attempting to ambush her. A gentle smile played on the boy's lips as he regarded the black-haired girl. In his mind, a place like the Empire, which dismissed those of the beast race, instinctively expected more from them. Suddenly, the girl recalled how, more than ever before, she had lately been pressured at work to accept a questionable assignment. Because of this, Mercio felt a wave of relief that she managed to resign at the same time as Sagi. The young man was left speechless by the revelation about the shady job. Isagi expressed his gratitude to Mercia, acknowledging that her efforts, along with those of the other guards, allowed someone like him to enjoy a secure life within the castle walls. Upon hearing his words, surprise flickered across the girl's face. His statement left her momentarily speechless. Agi's words carried on, filled with warmth and gratitude. He expressed heartfelt thanks to his companion, both for past kindness and present support. A grateful smile spread across the man's face as he looked at Mercia, appreciation shining in his eyes. His heartfelt words of thanks left the girl in awe. For a brief moment, she fell silent, unable to summon a response to such sincere appreciation. A faint blush colored Mercia's cheeks as she looked away, her embarrassment barely concealed. She quietly explained that standing night guard was simply part of her responsibilities as a servant, nothing more. In saying this, she attempted to brush off the significance of her actions, treating the matter as something entirely ordinary. A warm flush spread across Mercy's cheeks as she averted her gaze, trying to mask her embarrassment by looking anywhere but at the young man. Yet the lively motion of her black animal tail, swishing energetically in every direction, betrayed her true feelings. Observing her, Isagi considered how the tasks Mercy often performed typically fell within the responsibilities of knights. The conversation shifted as the young man's attention caught on something unusual. A memory surfaced for Isagi. He recalled that a magic stone should be hidden within the body of the demonic beast. This revelation was entirely new to Mercy, who had never heard of such a stone and knew nothing about its properties. Hisagi patiently explained that the monster absorbs magical energy from the air and from anything it devours, accumulating this power within a magic stone hidden inside its body. Alchemists prize these magic stones, utilizing them to craft a wide array of items. With that, Hisagi moved closer to Boar's lifeless form. With a steady hand, the young man traced the demonic monster's form, skillfully following the currents of magical energy pulsing beneath its hide. His purpose was clear, to pinpoint the precise spot where the beast-like boar's magical stone lay hidden. Some time passed before Isagi pressed his palm against the boar's thick hide, searching patiently for the subtle current of magic. His trained touch soon discovered it pulsing deep within the creature's neck, confirming the presence of the demonic energy he had sensed. Isagi rummaged through his magic bag and soon retrieved a dagger. With careful precision, he pointed the blade toward the spot where the magical energy pulsed within the boar-shaped creature. Slicing through the monster's hide exactly where the magical energy surged, the boy and the black-haired girl uncovered a truly extraordinary sight. Damp and shaken, they stared in disbelief at the remarkable object before them. Before them lay the magic stone of the beast-like boar, impressive both in size and in the purity of its magic energy. The monster had proven to be a valuable catch, yielding a treasure of remarkable quality. Contrary to what he believed, the girl calmly explained that this colossal demon was merely an average creature in these woods. Her revelation stunned him, leaving him reeling with disbelief. In the Imperial capital, it's uncommon to see monsters any larger than the size of a human hand. Here, though, creatures as massive as a large boar are considered average by the locals. This striking difference led Isagi to turn to Mercia for insights about how many monsters might be living near Plumina village. Mercy paused to consider, then explained to Isagi that if the monsters weren't culled at regular intervals, entire herds would eventually descend upon their village, Plumina. This revelation left Isagi speechless. At last, a golden opportunity presented itself for him to gather a wealth of high-quality magic stones. Now, this ambition was finally within his grasp. Eager to innovate, Isagi set out to transform the magic stones into the foundation for a new fertilizer. Using them promised a much swifter process compared to crafting fertilizer from ordinary ingredients with only traces of magical energy. The girl proposed gathering as many magic stones as possible from the beast-like monsters they encountered. Isagi listened thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. With their plan set, they set off in search of the next creature, ready to extract more magic stones. Their hunt for monsters came to a brief halt when a girl stepped forward. Just as the quest for magic stone-bearing creatures was about to continue, Mercia hesitated, wishing to speak with Isagi. The boy's gaze settled on her, anticipation written quietly across his expression as he waited for her to continue. The girl revealed her desire to bring along the demonic meat of the beast, resembling a boar that she had slain. Demonic monster meat, she explained, possessed an exceptional flavor. Hearing this, Mercia promptly moved down to where the beast's body lay. Realizing what the girl wanted, the boy offered a sincere apology, aware that Asagi's mind had been wholly consumed by her mission to gather ingredients for fertilizer. Meanwhile, Mercia required a few moments to secure the meat from the demonic boar. Mercia set to work dismantling the monster. While she carefully sliced and divided the creature, the boy retrieved a wooden barrel from his enchanted bag. Watching them, Isagi understood just how different this place was from the Imperial castle. Survival demanded resourcefulness, forcing them to secure their own sustenance. A stark illustration unfolded as the girl methodically carved into the carcass of a fierce demonic boar, her movements precise and unyielding. Scattered on the ground beside her lay an assortment of tools, each crafted for slicing through the tough carcass of a boar. A bucket, set nearby, waited to collect any stray fluids. Without hesitation, the girl packed every cut of meat she harvested straight into a sturdy wooden barrel. The boy realized that, as always, his days revolved around gathering supplies and crafting items on request. Nearby, Mercia skillfully carved up the remains of a wild boar. Meanwhile, Isagi's voice reached out to the black-haired girl, drawing her attention away from her work. Once his call ended, Isagi turned his attention to the girl and politely requested her guidance in butchering a carcass. Mercia, having caught his request, positioned herself beside the hanging boar to better demonstrate the proper technique. For a brief moment, Mercia stood motionless, caught off guard by the boy's unexpected plea to learn the art of dissecting a monster carcass. Surprise flickered in her eyes as she regarded Isagi. In the very next moment, the girl offered him a warm smile. Without hesitation, she agreed to Sagi's request and promised to teach him how to butcher a carcass. In no time, their modest cloth pouch overflowed with a generous haul of magic stones. The task was complete. At Mercia's suggestion, Isagi made his way back to the village. The remains of the vanquished monsters lay nearby, silent evidence of their victory. An abundance of magic stones among the spoils caught his attention, promising enough resources to produce a new batch of fertilizer. Driven by the urge to return to the village, the boy moved forward and pressed his foot to the earth. At that instant, Isagi sensed something unusual beneath his soul, causing the boy to halt and abandon his path back toward the village. Dropping to one knee, Hisagi stared in disbelief at his palm, now smeared with the soil from where he had just stepped. As the boy ventured further, subtle shifts in the soil caught his attention. The ground beneath his feet felt different now, a clear sign that they had journeyed deep into the heart of the forest. The boy hesitated to return to the village, drawn instead by the mysteries hidden deeper within the forest. Izagi spoke of his desire to venture further into uncharted territory, sharing his intentions with his companion. Meanwhile, Mercia quietly wiped the daggers clean, removing the last traces of their battle with the demonic creatures. The boy extended his finger toward a distant mountain on the horizon, his curiosity quietly surfacing as he considered whether the peak contained any valuable ore. The girl, catching the intent behind his gesture and words, turned her gaze to follow his line of sight, studying the rugged outline of the mountain. She explained that ore really was extracted from that mountain. Still, Mercia worried that taking a direct route to retrieve the ore would end up consuming an excessive amount of time. For the boy, there was no cause for concern. Yasagi calmly explained to the girl that thanks to his alchemical abilities, he could pinpoint the location of the ore deposit with reasonable accuracy. This revelation eased her worries, and Mercia let go of her earlier concerns. With a resolute gaze fixed on the distant mountain, the boy's mind raced with possibilities. If ore truly existed out there, Asagi could craft more golems and raise new structures. The prospect stirred his curiosity. Brimming with excitement, Asagi turned to his companion, declaring that the moment had come to search for ore. The mountain, with its hidden deposits, waited just ahead, not far from where they stood. Eventually, they arrived at their destination, a rugged mountain rising before them. To progress, the two navigated a slender trail hugging the mountainside. Concern flickered in the girl's eyes as she glanced at her companion, her voice gentle as she checked to make sure he was all right. Despite his calm assurances, Isaki grappled with fear and tension deep within. The treacherous mountain path wound narrowly along the edge, threatening a sheer drop into the abyss below. Every step presented the unsettling possibility of slipping right over the cliff. Each step along the narrow mountain trail felt heavier than the last. Anxiety tightened its grip on him, sending cold sweat trickling down his face. The constant fear of losing his footing and plummeting below made every movement tense and uncertain. While Mercio navigated the narrow path with natural grace, caution never once flickered across her face. Each step appeared effortless, as if she were gliding in her maid uniform, steady and sure. Quiet admiration stirred within the young man, who couldn't help but feel a touch of envy at her agility. Without warning, the girl leapt from the narrow path, soaring through the air as she cleared the entire descent in a single bound, choosing a shortcut and bypassing the winding trails below. Navigating the treacherous, narrow ledges on foot, Isagi lacked the agility to leap as effortlessly as the girl. Once he finally caught up, worn out from the climb, Mercia revealed that an underground passage lay right beside them. Each step along the perilous mountain paths left the boy drained, his breath ragged from both exhaustion and the constant threat looming with every narrow turn. The challenging descent in the cramped trail had soaked Isagi in sweat and worn down his strength, yet at last, they arrived at their destination. Guided by necessity, the boy and girl slipped into the underground passage. Isagi quickly observed the age etched into its walls. Mercia shared that the tunnel had been carved out years before, and time had gradually taken its toll. Observing the construction of the underground passage, Isagi noticed how the earth had been fortified through burning, effectively safeguarding the ceiling and walls from caving in. Despite the considerable age of the wooden beams, they continued to hold the ceiling steady. Afterward, he requested permission from the girls to repair the deteriorating section of the underground passage. Naturally, Mercy agreed without hesitation. The boy lifted his palm, allowing a surge of magic to flow. Instantly, a sprawling magic circle materialized at the entrance to the underground passage. Drawing on the art of alchemy, Isagi then reshaped and fortified the entire corridor beneath the ground. Success came quickly as the underground passage was fortified and primed for exploration in search of valuable ore. With the path secure, Mercia guided the young man deeper into the subterranean corridor. Isagi held back for a moment, watching as she stepped into the darkness before following her lead. The girl moved a short distance ahead, subtly guiding the young man toward the mouth of the underground passage. At the threshold, his attention lingered on every detail, noting the unique structure and design framing the entrance. As Isagi stepped inside, a sense of gloom settled over him. The underground passage stretched before him, shrouded in darkness. Shadows made it impossible to discern its structure, leaving him unable to study the path or find his way with confidence. Disappointment weighed on him, knowing the darkness would hinder his exploration. At that moment, Isagi recalled that those with beast-like traits possessed excellent night vision, allowing the girl to navigate the shadowy corridor with ease. Mercia, realizing her oversight, quickly offered a heartfelt apology to him for neglecting to provide a lamp for his journey through the dim underground passage. Reaching into his magic bag, the young man retrieved a lamp and carefully turned its button. The glow quickly filled the underground passage, thanks to the special stone within the lamp that brought light to the darkness. Gentle lamplight spilled into the corridor, casting a cozy glow along the stone walls. Determined to press on through the subterranean tunnel, Isagi used the lamp to guide each step ahead. The lamp itself was no ordinary object, but a magical artifact, its warm light pulsing with a subtle energy. Mercia's eyes widened at the sight of such an enchanted device, wonder flickering across his face. Taking matters into her own hands, the girl chose to carry the magical device, freeing Isagi to concentrate on tracking down ore deposits. The young man expressed his gratitude for her assistance. Their footsteps echoed through the winding depths of the underground passage as the girl led the way, holding a lamp that cast a gentle glow over their route. Isagi followed close behind, his eyes scanning every inch of the mine in search of any sign of valuable deposits. Guided by his alchemist's intuition, the boy swiftly pinpointed where the ore deposit was likely hidden. He gestured ahead, indicating the path they should follow. Approaching the stone wall of the underground passage, the man pressed his palm against a specific spot. Drawing on his alchemical talents, he sensed a presence hidden within the ancient structure. In this part of the underground passage, veins of ore stretched through the stone walls, promising great riches. With genuine excitement, the man shared news of their discovery with his companion. Bathed in the warm glow of her lamp, Mercia guided their way forward, casting light over the rough-hewn corridor. However, she soon set the lamp aside and, as if by magic, produced a pickaxe from thin air. Ready to mine the ore veins, the girl prepared to dig. Isagi quickly intervened, explaining that such efforts were unnecessary. After all, there were other ways to extract the ore from the wall. Sagi had already explained everything to Mercia. By channeling magical energy through a material with alchemy, one could enhance its properties. In the same manner, it was possible to weaken matter and make it more brittle. Palms pressed firmly against a particular section of the stone wall in the underground passage, the boy triggered the sudden appearance of a magic circle. Choosing a structurally vulnerable area made activating the mechanism effortless. The aim was clear: eliminate the barrier obstructing access, a stone wall embedded deep within the underground passage. As Vinizagi turned to alchemy, the intricate lines of a magic circle began to unfurl and spread across the cold stone surface. Before long, the ore they sought emerged effortlessly from the wreckage where the magic circle had once appeared. Observing this, Isaki turned to the black-haired girl and requested her help in gathering the scattered ore from the deposits on the ground. Once more, the boy pressed his palm against the rough stone wall of the underground passage. Isaki longed to return to his task, eager to draw more ore from the hidden veins within the earth. With practiced ease, the young man located the ore deposits and swiftly marked their positions. In that moment, several glowing magic circles materialized on the stone wall, each one conjured through alchemy. Steadying his aim, he directed his efforts and struck the targeted veins. Witnessing the scene, Marcia stood stunned. The girl had nearly finished gathering all the ores that had slipped from the stone wall of the underground passage, carefully placing each one into a bag. In the blink of an eye, ores suddenly surged out from the spots marked by glowing magic circles. Wasting no time, Isagi dashed ahead, scanning the ground for fresh signs of hidden ore veins. Fragments of various ores tumbled from the shattered stone walls, clattering onto the floor below. In the midst of the chaos, Isagi's voice rang out, catching Mercia's attention and prompting him to pause and face the black-haired girl. Mercia revealed her true intention. She needed the boy to ease up in his search for ore, as her legs were already coated with the substance all the way to her knees. Recognizing his blunder, Isagi turned to the black-haired girl and offered a quick, humbled apology, his expression filled with surprise. Before long, the girl managed to break free from the heap of ore that had trapped her. Isagi explained that they would organize the gathered ore and extract it right there. Mercia listened to his instructions and complied without hesitation. Seated on the floor beside the black-haired girl, the boy picked up each piece of ore with damp fingers, scrutinizing every detail. Nearby, Mercia sorted through the collected stones, displaying quiet patience as she awaited his verdict. The gentle glow of a lamp bathed the group in warm light, casting their shadows along the floor. Before long, the boy noticed that their discoveries included a variety of ores: iron, copper, lead, and even magical ore. A modest amount of gold and a handful of precious stones also turned up among their findings. With steady focus, Isagi sorted through the stones, inspecting each type of ore. Still, just as he had suspected, none of the samples contained the prized adamantite or the elusive mithril. The girl quietly remarked that she never anticipated much from Mystery Saga. Her words caught the guy off guard, leaving him puzzled. A confused expression spread across his face as he turned his attention to Mercia, unable to grasp her meaning. The girl went on to explain that this kind of drilling technology would be highly sought after in many fields. In highlighting this, she acknowledged Isagi's impressive skills. Isagi clarified for her that alchemists were assigned to the extraction chambers. Life in those chambers was harsh, and within noble circles, this was regarded as a form of grueling labor. Isagi, in particular, had been sent there many times. The mere recollection cast a shadow over the boys' faces, memories of grueling labor weighing heavily on their minds. Observing this sudden shift, Mercia grew concerned about the change in their demeanor. In the next moment, clarity returned to the young man, pushing aside the troubling memories of that place. Focusing on the task at hand, Isagi turned his attention to processing the ore they had just received. The boy extended his open palm toward the orb, channeling his magical energy into it with focused intent. In this way, Isagi sought to infuse the orb with power. Following this, his magic began to work on the ore. In an instant, what was once a shapeless lump transformed into a perfectly formed ingot. The ore's entire structure shifted in response. By the end of the day, the girl secured a single ingot of the newly refined metal. The surface gleamed with a flawless polish, reflecting everything like a perfect mirror. Gazing at the refined ingot of ore, the girl's eyes widened in wonder. Driven by determination, the young man worked through various types of ore, eager to increase the pace and refine them more efficiently. Shaken from her daze, the girl quickly regained her composure and joined his efforts, lending her support in the demanding task. Before long, the boy and the girl resumed their work, enveloped in a quiet hush. Isagi focused intently on refining the ore he had just collected. Nearby, the girl waited patiently for him, occasionally offering a helping hand when needed. With most of the ores now refined, a collection of metal ingots in varying shapes and sizes scattered across the floor. Surveying his handiwork, the young man concluded that the moment had come to depart from the depths of the underground passage. The girl inquired whether they had extracted much ore from the mountain. A considerable quantity had, in fact, been gathered. Isagi felt confident that this abundance of ore could be transformed into many useful items. Excitement sparkled in the boy's eyes at the prospect of adding more golems to his collection. Isagi shared in the enthusiasm, eager to reinforce the main field and craft improved agricultural tools that would boost their harvest. Delight lit up Isagi's face, not just because he had made these things, but because the act of creating them brought him true joy. The girl looked puzzled, unable to grasp his meaning, and so she gently asked him to explain. Isagi faced the black-haired girl, his gaze shifting to Mercio, a look of satisfaction settling across his features. Mercio chose to remain silent, offering no response to the girl's inquiry. Some time later, they found themselves within the village boundaries. The boy and girl stood together on a patch of open land, just a short distance from their homes. With a spark in his eyes, Isagi finally shared his dream with the black-haired girl. He longed to build his workshop right in that very spot. Caught off guard by his unexpected words, the girl prompted him once more to explain the workshop. Isagi calmly told her that a failed attempt at alchemical processing could lead to a blast powerful enough to level the building. He mentioned that the process often released potent odors, which was why he preferred a workshop set apart from the main house. Mercia stepped forward, volunteering her assistance in constructing the workshop. Despite her offer, Isagi politely declined, confident in his ability to manage the project alone. Shifting the conversation, the young man mentioned that the second harvest season had arrived. If Marcia could lend a hand in the fields and assist other villagers, it would be a great help to him. Quietly, Marcia absorbed his words. With Marcia already vanishing into the distance, the boy averted his gaze. Meanwhile, the girl gripped her basket and moved steadily toward the fields, ready to join her fellow villagers in gathering the second season's harvest. Left in solitude, Isagi felt an eagerness to finally get things underway. The prospect of constructing the workshop promised hours of hard work, and the anticipation drove him to begin without delay. To begin, he focused on choosing the workshop's dimensions. Measuring out the space with careful steps, the young man tried to gauge how much area they would truly need. In his mind, Isagi envisioned a sprawling workshop with room enough for every ambition. Still, the challenge of managing a large workshop persuaded him to set the idea aside. Instead, he turned to a more practical approach, using tape and posts to map out the exact dimensions of the house he envisioned. Isagi realized that dividing his workshop into separate rooms served no purpose. A single workspace and a storage area within the building suited his needs perfectly. Slowly, the boy started unrolling the tape. Before long, the boy managed to outline a plot for his future workshop using tape and stakes. The space he marked out matched the dimensions he had imagined, and the area dedicated to the workshop even exceeded the size of his house plot. Before long, the boy returned carrying supplies for his workshop. He brought damp timbers, already cut for house construction, and sturdy bricks to reinforce the structure. All that remained was to mix the mortar. With careful hands, the boy set a wooden box down on the ground. Next, from a cloth bag, he poured out both cement and sand, measuring them so the sand tripled the amount of cement. All the materials landed neatly inside the box, ready to be mixed. Using alchemical techniques, Isagi skillfully blended the components into a smooth, unified mass. He positioned a magic circle atop the box filled with cement and sand, harnessing its power to effortlessly combine the materials. A hole was carefully formed in the center of the box, and water was slowly poured in. The mixture was stirred gently, coaxing the lumps to dissolve. As the texture became smooth and the mixture thickened, it signaled that everything was ready. Before long, the mortar in the wooden box reached the perfect consistency. Just as anticipated, it turned out thick and perfectly smooth, without a single lump. With a graceful sweep of his hand, the boy summoned bricks along the outer wall, guiding each one into position with his magic. As the bricks fell into place, a layer of cement spread smoothly over them, every motion perfectly orchestrated by the power of a magic circle. With deliberate precision, Isagi spread a layer of cement and carefully positioned each brick on top, repeating this cycle over and over. His movements became a steady rhythm, tirelessly building up the structure one brick at a time. Before long, Isagi's workshop neared completion. The majority of the construction stood finished, leaving only the roof awaiting his attention. Surveying his handiwork, the boy took in the sight of his nearly completed workspace. Isagi wiped sweat from his brow as the workshop began to take shape. Gazing at the structure, the young man noticed a remarkable detail. Despite being just bare bricks, the workshop already radiated a welcoming, comfortable air. Contemplating his next move, the young man returned to his project and resumed construction on his workshop. His attention soon shifted to the task of designing the interior, eager to transform the space with thoughtful decoration. After some time had passed, the girl came back from the fields, a basket cradled in her arms. Her work aiding the other villagers with the harvest was done for the day. Moving steadily, Marcia pressed on without lifting her gaze. Turning toward the workshop, the girl called out, her curiosity focused on the progress of his latest project. She hoped to hear how the construction was coming along. At that moment, the girl finally got a clear view of the guy's workshop. Mercy S. halted for a breath, her eyes reflecting awe as she took in the impressive structure before her. Eventually, she found herself standing before a handsome, tall brick house. Although its design was straightforward and modest, a warm and inviting air surrounded it. Nearby, a box filled with planks suggested that the construction had only just been completed. The girl made her way to the newly constructed workshop, stepping out onto the street. As she walked, the sound of the young man's voice reached her ears. Isagi felt a sense of satisfaction, seeing that the rooms had been transformed and now truly resembled an alchemist's workshop. Mercier tapped softly at the workshop door, her voice rising in polite request to enter. From within, Isagi, though clearly absorbed in his work, instantly recognized her and invited her inside without hesitation. The door to Isagi's workshop swung open as the girl paused on the threshold. Mercy lingered in the doorway, captivated by the unexpected sight that greeted her within the room. The girl found herself in a bright, welcoming room, sunlight streaming through the windows. In the center stood a sturdy table, its surface crowded with various alchemical instruments. Nearby, several boxes lay open on the floor, while Asagi carefully organized their contents, bringing a sense of order to the new space. An awkward glance passed over his face as he regarded the frozen girl. Asagi calmly explained that his work involved interior design. Marcia, filled with quiet admiration, gazed at the young man in silence. Admiration filled her gaze as she praised the aesthetic charm of the house. The workshop's exterior boasted strikingly beautiful walls, while the interior displayed tasteful decoration throughout. Asagi's cheeks tinted with a gentle blush, his heart uplifted by the warmth of her praise. The young man launched into an enthusiastic explanation, describing in detail how he had constructed his workshop. Adjusting the proportion of wood resin, he managed to soften the wall's brightness and decrease the glare that once filled the room. By making this adjustment, Asagi transformed the light's reflectivity, filling the rooms with a gentle warmth instead of harsh brightness. Energized by his success, he eagerly shared details of his workshop's new design with Crade, his enthusiasm shining through every word. Eager to evoke an old-world charm, the young man had bricked an entire wall to lend the room a touch of timelessness. Isaki listened intently, intrigued by the tale of how the workshop had taken shape under his hands. At the same time, Mercia sat quietly, her smile gentle as she watched him share his memories. With a gentle smile, the girl offered her heartfelt congratulations on the finished building. Now he possessed a proper workshop for his experiments and research, and Mercia genuinely shared in his happiness. Isagi greeted the girl's congratulations with a warm smile and expressed his gratitude. Drawing closer to Mercy, he brought his face near hers. A pink flush quickly spread across Mercy's cheeks from the sudden proximity. Unbothered by her reaction, Isagi cheerfully announced that he was now free to pursue his research to his heart's content. Flushed with embarrassment from his nearness, the girl swiftly averted her gaze, her cheeks burning. In a quiet, flustered voice, she offered to help him arrange the furniture. Isagi accepted her offer, welcoming her assistance. A sudden memory sparked in the boy's mind. Isagi had requested the black-haired girl to arrange a bed in the workshop, hoping he could rest there whenever he needed a nap. Mercia dismissed his request for a bed in the workshop without a moment's hesitation. The young man stood speechless, caught off guard by her swift denial. His curiosity piqued as he searched for the reason behind her instant rejection. With a shadow in her eyes, Mercy explained that placing a bed in his workshop would lead him to sleep there every night, simply out of convenience. She understood all too well that such ease would only make him too idle to ever return to the house. Asagi listened in shock, unable to counter the black-haired girl's explanation. With no reason left to argue, he simply surrendered to her words. Yet Mercia stood her ground with unwavering determination. In this particular issue, conceding to Asagi was utterly out of the question for her. The boy sensed that she had effortlessly seen through his intentions. Intent on making a different request, the young man considered asking the girl about something unrelated to the bed. However, Mercy already anticipated his intentions. She turned down his proposal to bring a sofa into the workshop. Mercia, lips pursed in mild annoyance, explained that her efforts centered on ensuring the boy lived a healthy life. With a hint of indignation, she insisted he make a habit of sleeping in his own bed at home. Forced into a corner by Mercia's persistent pouting, Isagi reluctantly nodded, realizing there was no hope of spending the night in his workshop. Without missing a beat, the young man smoothly steered the conversation away from the persistent black-haired girl by bringing up a new topic. He proposed they get started on making fertilizer. Mercia agreed to lend him a hand. To create fertilizer perfectly suited for the soil in Plumina village, they gathered materials from the surrounding forests and nearby mines. Thoughts of the demonic boar and the ore-filled underground tunnel resurfaced in Asagi's mind. At last, the day arrived to create a new fertilizer. With gentle care, the boy cradled the plant in his hands and set it down on the table. All the necessary materials were already organized within arm's reach. Mercia approached, carrying a drawing board for their work. The process began with gathering 3 distinct types of fertilizer, each once favored by the villagers of Plumina. The boy's gaze settled on the trio of fertilizer bags lined up neatly on the table before him. At that moment, Isagi turned to Mercia, eager to hear about the outcome of enhancing the 3 types of fertilizers sourced from Plumina village. Mercia nodded and began to share her findings, detailing the results of her work. According to the document, the girl explained that fertilizers from the village of Plumina remained less effective compared to those manufactured in the Empire. Mercia gathered all the relevant details on their progress into a single document and passed it along to Isagi for his review. After thoroughly examining the document, Isagi realized that only the existing fertilizer faced a restriction. His gaze lingered on the tables, analyzing the marked data with unwavering focus and a serious expression. The idea struck him that blending the fertilizer with another raw material might yield better results. Mercia, catching his thought, pointed out that such a plan would demand a significant amount of time. Realization dawned on the young man that creating fertilizers from the ground up might require years of effort. Fortunately, the document in their possession contained comprehensive data and details on fertilizers from the Empire. Along with everything else, they possessed a generous supply of high-grade magic stones. The boy offered the black-haired girl a glimpse of the gleaming treasure they had taken from the monsters, his lips curling into a pleased smile. With such resources at hand, concern never troubled him. Eyes full of curiosity, the girl turned to Asagi. These magic stones had come from the monsters lurking in the forest, so she doubted their value. Asagi, however, assured her that the stones were of outstanding quality. News of the price left Mercio reeling. Magic stones in the Imperial capital fetched a steep sum of 20 silver coins each, a figure revealed by his companion. In the village of Plumina, magic stones typically fetched just a single silver coin. The price difference left Isagi so astonished that the magic stone slipped right out of his grasp. Stunned by what he had witnessed, the boy turned to the black-haired girl and called out to her. With disbelief in his voice, he questioned her about the magic stones, wondering if such things were ordinary in her home village of Plumina. The girl nodded, quietly acknowledging that magic stones were a familiar sight in their village. In a soft voice, she added that here, it was typical for every person to possess at least one of these stones. The news left Asagi even more stunned. A heavy, defeated tone colored his response as he took in the girl's answer. Noticing the way his energy faded, Mercia regarded him with a look of quiet confusion. The man quickly regained his composure, a confident smile spreading across his face as he glanced at his reflection in the magic stone. No matter the outcome, he intended to craft an excellent fertilizer from this very stone. With assurance, Isagi relayed this plan to his companion. Work resumed under a sense of renewed purpose. Isagi's next idea centered on enhancing the fertilizer with a magic stone, a concept he seemed eager to test. He turned to Mercia, requesting her help in gathering pots for the experiment. Without hesitation, Mercia accepted his request and set off to collect the necessary materials. In truth, there was never an intention to organize the magic power. Afterward, the man grasped the magic stone, which instantly floated upward, suspended in midair. To control the chaotic magic within the stone, the boy needed to steady its energy. Resting in his palms, the magic stone slowly released a silvery stream of power. At that moment, the magic stone ascended even further, releasing a powerful surge of magic. Calm and assured, Isagi expertly guided the stream of magical energy within the stone. As moments slipped by, the wild energy within the magic stone gradually subsided, settling into a tranquil state. With the power of alchemy at his command, Isagi carefully drew out every trace of impurity from the stone, leaving it pure and clear. In no time, all preparations were complete. Suspended in the air above his hand, a pristine magic stone shimmered, free from any impurities. Satisfaction flickered across Isagi's face as he gazed at the flawless crystal, now primed and awaiting his command. Once the magic stone had been thoroughly cleaned and organized, Mercia made her way over to the boy, her arms filled with an impressive assortment of pots. Isagi offered his gratitude to the black-haired girl for bringing so many useful containers. Drawn to the unique magic stone crafted by Isagi, the grill sensed something distinct about its appearance. The thorough processing and purification had set it apart from the rest. Curiosity lit up Mercy's eyes as she studied the unusual gem. The girl admired the processed magic stone, captivated by its exquisite beauty. A soft, pure purple glow radiated from its surface. Isagi explained that within the empire, some members of the aristocracy chose to wear such stones as prized jewelry. With wide, admiring eyes, Mercy gazed at the shimmering magic stone. Its beauty fascinated her. Curiosity bloomed within the girl as she wondered about the other ways these enchanted stones might be used. Before long, Mercy watched in silent shock as the young man ruthlessly smashed and blended those dazzling magic stones with fertilizer. Isagi, indifferent to their beauty, crushed them without a second thought. Noticing her disappointment, the young man offered a quiet apology to the black-haired girl. Earlier, she had been captivated by the shimmering magic stones, and their destruction left Mercia feeling let down. In a voice carefully masked with calm, the girl assured the boy that the magic stone meant nothing more than a simple material to her, not worth any concern. Yet a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes as she gazed at the pots nearby. Without wasting a moment, the girl hurried off to fetch more pots for Isagi. While the boy kept working the grindstone and voiced his agreement, Isagi's gaze lingered on Marika as she walked away, a trace of worry shadowing his eyes. Observing the girl's dejection over the shattered magic stone, Isaki noticed her animal ears droop low with sorrow. A new idea began to form in his mind. Next time, he would bring her a piece of magical stone jewelry to lift her spirits. This realization became yet another motivation for the boy as he pressed on with his work. Isagi methodically ground the ingredients together, determined to craft a fresh batch of fertilizer for the fields of Plumina village. Carefully, the boy introduced a cluster of ingredients into the magic stone: lush, vigorous grass renowned for its rapid growth, terraria famed for its powerful resistance to insects, and gengid, a plant cherished for enhancing biodegradability. Meticulously, he combined these with an assortment of materials gathered from the forest, blending them with measured precision. Before long, the boy assembled a prototype of the new fertilizer. With her partner's hand gently in hers, Mercia proposed that the boy put his creation to the test right away. The pot received a fresh marking, a new number carefully painted on its surface with ink. As this marked the beginning of their experiments, the number 1 stood out boldly. With that detail settled, they proceeded to fill the pot with rich soil. Without delay, a carefully cultivated arugula seed found its place in the prepared soil of the pot. A gentle layer of earth hid it from view, and a nurturing splash of water set the stage for its growth. Just then, a tiny green sprout broke through the soil in the pot, emerging from the arugula seed. Isagi watched in disbelief, amazed by how quickly the plant had begun to grow. Yet in the blink of an eye, the plant pressed onward with unstoppable growth. Never pausing, it transformed rapidly from a fragile sprout into a fully matured arugula, lush and thriving. With delight, Isagi surveyed the flourishing arugula. Lush, verdant bundles thrived in abundance, their swift growth transforming the garden into a bounty of nourishment. Gazing at the thriving arugula, the boy marveled at how remarkably the plant flourished with the help of the fertilizer. Isagi prepared to record this promising result on the experiment sheet. Much to everyone's astonishment, the arugula plant refused to halt its upward climb. Stretching ever higher, it soon towered above both the boy and the girl. Isagi observed this unfolding marvel, her eyes wide with a mix of delight and disbelief. Arugula plants soared to impressive heights, their stalks stretching several meters upward. Unlike their typical form, the stems had become unusually thick, a result of rapid growth and abundant nourishment. The pot trembled, struggling to contain the sudden surge of life within. Mercia gazed in awe at the rapidly growing plant. Beside her, the boy watched as the arugula stretched upward, its branches curling around the wooden beams overhead. Mercio casually mentioned to Isagi that if the arugula plant kept growing, it would bring down the workshop's walls and ceiling. The thought of this alone filled the boy with immediate fear. Moving with swift determination, Isagi hurried to the pot holding the arugula plant. In one fluid motion, he pressed his palm firmly against the base of the stem. Simultaneously, the boy tipped the pot onto its side. In that instant, Isagi channeled magical energy into the plant, targeting its base with precision. The roots crumbled, halting any further growth and ensuring the relentless plant would no longer threaten the house. Without hesitation, he swept the ruined plant from the table, sending it tumbling to the floor with a single, decisive motion. A wave of dread washed over Isagi as he recognized the danger at hand. His gaze fell upon the toppled plant, his expression shadowed with regret. Driven by a moment of curiosity, the boy had nearly wrecked the workshop he had so carefully assembled. The girl remarked on their surprise at how much the plant had grown. Mercia suspected the rapid growth came from the powerful presence of the thick grass around it. While that seemed possible, Ire suggested the exceptional quality of the surrounding magic power created a synergy effect. This marked the first time their experiment had not turned out as expected. Given the circumstances, Isagi grew curious about attempting to draw magic power from the stone. Selecting the right magic stone appeared crucial, especially when hoping to observe how different raw materials blended together. To discover the ideal fertilizer for the soil in Pomerania village, he simply needed to test each option in turn. The boy paused, lost in thought, gazing at the plant that had struggled to grow from the unsuccessful mixture he had made. With a gentle smile, Isagi explained to the girl that tending to the fertilizers promised to be a challenging task. They would need to pour their efforts into it if they hoped for a rewarding outcome. Nearby, Mercia quietly cleared away the remnants of the unsuccessful arugula plant. With a gentle smile, Mercia nodded in agreement as the boy spoke. Cradling a pot of vibrant plants, she wished her efforts would help him prepare fertilizer for the village of Plumina. Time slipped by and rain began to fall outside. Inside the workshop, the boy and girl remained, undeterred by the shifting weather. Once more, they labeled the pot with a unique number plate, signaling the start of their second experiment. Isagi carefully sowed arugula seeds into fresh soil, this time using a different type of fertilizer. Despite the repetitions, the outcome failed to change. Once more, the arugula plant expanded to an extraordinary size. Familiar with this development, Isagi calmly prepared to take the next necessary steps. Time passed, bringing the experiment count to 73. This time, the results flipped. The plant reached its normal size but withered the instant it finished growing, leaving Isagi disheartened. Their latest attempt with fertilizers proved disappointing once again. In hopes of better results, they chose to cultivate sweet peppers this time. Although small fruits started to form, both the peppers and the plants soon wilted and died. This outcome filled Mercio with concern. Time slipped by and night had fallen outside, enveloping the world in darkness. Inside the workshop, the boy and girl remained hard at work, tirelessly conducting experiments as they searched for the ideal formula for fertilizer. Their experiments now numbered in the hundreds, having surpassed double digits long ago. This marked their 200th attempt. Once more, the girl meticulously affixed unique symbols to a series of clay pots. Meanwhile, Isagi hunched over his desk, exhaustion etched across his face as he meticulously drafted new fertilizer formulas. Each calculation weighed on him, the failures of previous experiments casting a shadow over his work. Crumpled sheets piled high, a silent testament to his relentless effort and restless mind. Pausing in the midst of crafting fresh fertilizer formulas, Isagi lifted his gaze with a weary smile, his eyes unfocused and distant. The act of tirelessly repeating experiments with Marcia, in pursuit of improvement, brought back memories of their days in the Empire. Memories stirred a gentle nostalgia within the boy, yet the task at hand demanded his focus. He pressed on, refining his fertilizer recipes. After a while, they set out to try again, beginning a fresh experiment. Scattered across the table, remnants of shattered pots spoke of previous missteps. Together, the boy and girl pressed a single pepper seed into rich, new soil within a clean pot, hopeful for a different outcome. Mercia gently poured water over the pot where the seed rested in the soil. The shyness edgy watched, tension visible in their eyes, wary of any misstep. Nearby, the boy remained prepared, alchemical tools in hand, ready to erase any sign of a failed attempt. Right after the soil was watered, the seed responded by breaking through the earth as a fresh green sprout. This marked the 250th time they had tested their special fertilizer. With tense anticipation, Isagi and Mercio focused on the tiny sprout before them. Steeled for action, they waited as the sweet pepper plant matured, its leaves unfurling and vibrant fruits ripening in a remarkable transformation. The plant flourished with vibrant beauty, its fruit shaped like sweet peppers, perfectly ripe and glistening with moisture. Isagi and Marcia stood in awe, realizing the plant had reached the peak of its growth and would advance no further. Mercy reported that the plant's stem and leaves developed normally, showing no unusual patterns of growth. This confirmed that the outcome was identical to plants treated with the Empire's fertilizer. The implication was unmistakable. Isagi rested against the table, frozen in a hush of disbelief. In a muted voice edged with awe, he admitted that all preparations had been completed. Tears of happiness welled up in the boy's eyes as he carefully lifted the pot, their experiment now a clear success. At last, after 3 weeks of dedication and tireless effort, their work with the fertilizer had paid off. By crafting fertilizer solely from resources found within the village, the community had finally put an end to the recurring issue of fertilizer shortages. With a bright smile, Isagi enthusiastically voiced agreement with the black-haired girl's decision. Afterward, relief swept through the village, knowing their agriculture would be secure. A heavy realization settled over the boy as he sank into thought. He was the village's sole alchemist. Should misfortune befall him, the creation of fertilizers would come to an abrupt halt. Following Mercy's suggestion, the boy considered handing over the fertilizer recipe to the city's alchemists, hoping they could produce it for everyone. However, Isagi doubted their capability, unsure if their limited alchemical skills would allow them to replicate the formula successfully. Samasia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she proposed yet another idea to the boy, creating a simpler recipe. Still, uncertainty lingered in Isaga's mind. He couldn't gauge the true abilities of the city's alchemists, making him hesitant to agree. For a brief moment, the room filled with silence. Disappointment weighed heavily on Mercia, unable to find a way forward. Across from her, Isagi fell deep into thought, quietly searching for an answer. With no solution in sight, the boy and girl decided to set the problem aside for now. Instead of burdening themselves with tricky questions, they chose to keep things simple. Their 250th attempt finally yielded the fertilizer they'd been seeking. Morning sunlight filtered in as Isagi expressed gratitude to the girl for her thoughtful meal. The flavorful vegetables had left a lasting impression, and Mercier echoed that sentiment with a warm nod. Gathering up the empty plates, the boy made his way to the sink, where the girl was already immersed in washing the dishes. Isagi stepped forward to lend a hand with the dishes, quietly rolling up his sleeves and beginning to wash. Merci offered him a grateful smile, softly thanking him for his help. Isagi realized that whenever he and Marcia spent time together, their conversations often fizzled out, leaving an uncomfortable silence hanging between them. Despite everything, no trace of discomfort lingered between the boy and her presence. The gentle warmth of this realization brought a soft smile to Isagi's lips as he continued to wash the dishes. Isagi glanced at Mercia, intending to speak. As they stood side by side, completing household chores together, he remarked that they resembled a married couple. The comment made Mercia tremble, and a vivid blush spread across her cheeks. Mercia's cheeks turned rosy as she looked away from the boy, anxiety flickering across her features. With a shy voice, she repeated the words about the married couple, her embarrassment clear. On the verge of saying something, she faltered, her nerves making her speech hesitant and quiet. Before she could finish her sentence, a knock echoed through the house, halting her words. At the door stood someone asking for the alchemist Isagi. The young man assured the girl he would answer it, suggesting she return to washing the dishes. Isagi soon realized that something had deeply upset Mercia. A shadow had fallen over her features, and her tail thrashed behind her with mounting irritation. Still, when she spoke, her voice remained subdued as she insisted that nothing was wrong. Isagi drew closer to the door, his mind quietly occupied with thoughts of Mercia's displeasure, likely stemming from the black-haired girl's aversion to dishwashing. Without further hesitation, he opened the door to greet the visitor. Suddenly, a bag materialized before him. Isagi scanned his surroundings but saw no one nearby. Puzzled by the mysterious arrival, he paused, only to hear a voice calling up to him from below. A small girl from the beast race stood there, her petite frame almost hidden beneath the weighty backpack she carried. Upon spotting her, the boy recognized the traits of a beast folk, specifically one of the dog clan. Observing her petite figure, he quickly assumed she must be a child. With a bright smile, the girl introduced herself as Konya, a representative from the wonderful trading company. She explained that she had come to him on an important mission, to negotiate directly with his companion Sagi. The proposal to open negotiations with him left Isagi taken aback. The girl nodded with a cheerful assurance, confirming their intent. With a polite request, she asked if they might continue their discussion and go over the specifics of the matter inside his home. Realizing the situation, the young man stepped aside and welcomed the girl inside, guiding her to the reception area. She offered an apology for intruding on his home. Konya hurried up the front steps, making an attempt to get inside the house. All the while, the girl kept her enormous backpack securely fastened, making no move to remove it. The weighty, overstuffed backpack halted her at the threshold of Asagi's home. Struggling determinedly to squeeze into the room, she soon heard Asagi's calm voice, explaining that her enormous bag simply would not pass through the door. As a result, Konya was forced to abandon her large, overstuffed backpack outside the house, where it remained, solitary and unattended, on the ground. Once seated comfortably in the chair, she offered a polite apology for any trouble she might have caused. Konya found herself wishing to say more to Asagi and the black-haired girl, yet hesitated, realizing she didn't know the stranger's name. An awkward hush settled over the room. Unsure of how to speak to the person before her, the girl hesitated. Mercy caught the unexpected intensity in Kanai's lingering gaze, leaving her quietly astonished. Kanai turned to the boy, his voice laced with admiration as he inquired whether Mercia was his wife. The question took the girl by surprise, leaving her momentarily stunned. Excitement sparked in the boy's eyes as he eagerly explained to Kania that this girl was both his servant and the daughter of the village chief. Meanwhile, Marcia trembled from head to toe, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. With a hint of discomfort, Konya offered an apology to the girl for her earlier question. Mercia, however, responded with a bright and cheerful smile, assuring Konya that there was no need for concern. She then announced her intention to prepare tea for everyone, her demeanor light and welcoming. Isagi observed the girl as she cheerfully hummed a tune while heading out. The sight caught him off guard. Mercy's pleasant demeanor stood in stark contrast to her recent bout of anger and discontent. Not long ago, frustration had clouded her expression. Thoughts churned in his mind as Mercia's ever-shifting moods left him bewildered. The enigma of a woman's heart remained beyond his grasp. Meanwhile, the girl, smiling and balancing a tray in her hands, moved away from their table and disappeared toward the kitchen. Before long, Mercia appeared with the freshly prepared tea, setting the cups down before the group. Konya Nia gazed at the brew with wide-eyed astonishment, clearly impressed by Mercia's efforts. The three companions, Isagi, Mercia, and Konya, shared a pleasant, light-hearted moment together. Konya basked in the praise, delighted by the compliments on her tea. Following Cognia's lead, the member of the dog race gently picked up the cup and sampled the tea brewed by the young girl. With delight shining in her eyes, Konya shared that the tea carried not only a hint of bitterness, but also a gentle sweetness, making it unexpectedly delicious. Curious, she asked Mercia about the ingredients. Mercia revealed that she had brewed the tea using wolfberry leaves gathered from the nearby forest. Joy sparkled in the girl's eyes as she received the news. Kanya wasted no time, carefully noting in her trusty notebook details about tea crafted from wolfberry leaves. A simple brew, she learned, would reveal a remarkably delightful flavor. Kanya expressed her desire to have them, suggesting a purchase. The girl wasted no time, swiftly jotting down the details in her notebook. Isagi stared in surprise, taken aback by how the girl had produced a notebook out of nowhere. As the girl diligently recorded notes about wolfberry leaves, Isagi quietly leaned over to Mercia and murmured a question about the remarkable trading company. Curiosity flickered in the young man's eyes as he sought to learn more about the company's true nature. Mercia described Wonderful as a prominent and influential trading company, highly regarded throughout the Beast Kingdom. Their main headquarters stood proud in the heart of the royal capital, while numerous branches operated in cities across the land. Every member of their staff belonged to the dog race, each one a half-human. Astonishment gripped the man as he realized the scale of the company. The presence of a businesswoman named Kanya from such a prominent firm left him puzzled. He found no reason for someone of her stature to seek him out. Quickly jotting down every detail into her notebook, the girl snapped it shut and offered a polite apology for making them wait. Kanai reported that she had recently observed a noticeable surge in the availability of premium crops at the markets. Her revelation left the boy and Mercia in a state of astonishment. Cognan observed with admiration how these crops flourished at an impressive speed and could be gathered throughout the year. Additionally, their flavor far surpassed anything previously cultivated in the animal kingdom. Curiosity about the origins of this remarkable crop guided her steps all the way to the village of Pluminia. Reaching this remote place demanded a long and challenging journey for the girl. Mercy's words made it clear she referred to the Plumini village's harvest. At the same time, Isagi understood the purpose behind her visit. With the recent increase in the village's yield, the merchants likely shifted their trade to neighboring villages. In that moment, Kanya discovered that Isagi was the reason behind the bountiful harvest. The truth resonated with the girl, and her tail swished energetically, betraying her excitement. The notion that Plumina village's crops flourished elsewhere but never matched the same quality puzzled her. Yet for Isagi, this outcome made perfect sense. Kanya could only stare in astonishment at his calm explanation. Isagi patiently described how he had created these crops with alchemical techniques, tailoring them to thrive in the unique soil of this region. Cultivating them elsewhere would prove challenging if one hoped to reach the same level of quality. Listening to him, Kanya understood that the secret lay within the soil itself. Discovering that alchemy played a role in agriculture genuinely surprised her. With practiced skill, the villagers harnessed alchemy to choose and cultivate their crops. The girl quietly recorded each detail in her notebook, determined not to miss a single observation. Isagi nodded in agreement as Kanya spoke, watching her swiftly jot down notes in her well-worn notebook. True to her reputation as a prominent businesswoman from a major trading company, Kanya proved herself quick-witted and imaginative, absorbing every detail with remarkable ease. With all the necessary details logged in her notebook, the girl snapped it shut. Focusing her attention, she prepared to address the main issue at the heart of their negotiations. Kanya inquired whether Isagi would be willing to supply his harvest regularly to the prestigious trading company. Her proposal caught both the boy and Mercia off guard, leaving them pleasantly surprised. At that moment, it became clear to him that the village's surrounding resources could not last forever. Their ties with a powerful trading company had become crucial to their survival. The man did not reject the offer outright, yet he set forth several conditions. Kanya, eager to advance the negotiations, listened intently to hear what terms he would propose. Isagi explained that he practiced alchemy and could only create if he had the necessary materials. Without them, his craft was impossible, so he requested that the materials he needed be delivered as a top priority. In response to his request for the alchemy materials, the girl offered a gentle nod and a serene smile. With a proud smile, she assured him that securing any material from the Beast Kingdom posed no challenge for their impressive trading company. Their reach and resources made even the rarest goods readily attainable. Isagi inquired about alchemical ingredients found beyond the empire's borders. Kanya averted her gaze, an uneasy tension lingering in the air, as she knew she could offer no assurances. The group fell silent, their curiosity satisfied for the moment. Kanai turned to a practical matter, inquiring about the stable wholesale volume that Mercia and Isagi could provide. The significance of this question stood out, as the success of their trade hinged on a reliable supply. Ready for the inquiry, the young man presents a detailed document outlining the current harvest volume. By doing so, he aims to keep the discussion focused and efficient, allowing negotiations on trade to proceed in a structured manner. Cornea devoted careful attention to analyzing the weekly yields, poring over the numbers with a keen and studious eye. The matter of how much of the harvest they could provide became the centerpiece of their conversation. Truly, this was the heart of the discussion, holding more weight than any other concern. With unwavering confidence, Mercia declared that Mr. Asagi's enhanced breeds could overcome any challenge, assuring that their workload would perfectly match the abundance of their resources. Kanai watched in awe at the boys' wholehearted commitment to their enterprise. Their enthusiasm for diving into the world of trade shone through in every gesture. Amazement lit up the girl's face at the remarkable speed, knowing that the boys could ship cargo every single week. A request came her way, inquiring if the volume of supplies could be boosted to make the workflow even more efficient. Isaki pondered the challenge before him, recognizing that raising the actual volume was no simple task. At this point, the only available labor force consists of Gollum and the remaining men. If they were to push themselves any harder in the fields, exhaustion would claim whatever energy they have left. Thoughts swirl about uniting the efforts behind fertilizer production, variety selection, and the creation of magical instruments, seeking an efficient way to weave these separate strands together. For now, he isn't ready to throw himself fully into the life and labor of a true farmer. So much remained unfinished before he could tackle such a serious matter. For now, Konya proposed bringing in workers to tend the fields, confident this would ease their burden. The words echoed softly as Isagi and Marcia spoke them together. In just a matter of moments, they discovered how stylish it had become to simply delegate this task to another. Entrusting part of the work to someone else had never crossed their minds before. The simplicity of the idea stunned Isagi, yet it had never crossed his mind before. Relentless toil had always been his reality, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. The possibility that accomplishing it was within his reach had simply never occurred to him. Enthusiasm sparkled in the girl's eyes at Konya's suggestion. In her view, Isagi ought to dedicate his efforts to mastering alchemy while entrusting the fieldwork to others. This arrangement would open up the possibility of cultivating an even wider array of fruits and vegetables. His fingers curled tightly, forming a determined fist. A newfound resolve steals Isagi's gaze as he prepares to follow Konya's advice, ready to act with unwavering determination. Determined to create something remarkable, the young man plans to transform the open land into a vast field. This ambitious step promises to spark a significant turning point in their efforts. Pugna proposed dedicating the sprawling expanse of land to farmland. Once more, a straightforward idea slipped past Isagi and Mercy. Still, the real victory lay in their newfound understanding, and that alone mattered most. Seated together at a table in the heart of a boundless field, the idea of transforming an entire farm began to take root in Isagi's mind. This newfound skill empowers him to not only foster trade, but also to experiment with and nurture his own unique varieties. In his mind, Isagi envisions vast fields brimming with crops, ripe and ready for harvest, and dreams of sending his bounty out to eager markets. At the same time, Konya anticipates the excitement of watching the esteemed company distribute these goods far and wide, reaching customers everywhere. The fierce ambition radiating from Isagi and Kona cast aside any trace of compassion. Clearly aware of the challenges ahead, the girl looks determined. With a gentle gesture, Konya offers her hand to the young man, expressing her hope for the success of his sprawling farm. From this moment, anticipation began to grow within the young man as he looked forward to collaborating with the trading company. Relief washed over Mercio, pleased that matters had resolved so favorably. With this promising partnership, they would soon have even greater opportunities to cultivate new plants and expand their horizons. The young man pondered his next move regarding the staff. Considering the idea of hiring contract workers from the trading company, he saw potential for easing their workload. While this solution promised some relief, he felt it wise to explore additional options to address the problem more thoroughly. Despite his initial plan, he realized it might not be the wisest choice and turned his attention to the village, hoping to find workers there first. Should the village lack enough willing hands, he would then consider seeking help from outsiders. Soon after, a girl approached and offered the young man a glass filled with a drink. Isagi wonders aloud whether the villagers will respond to the job posting as they usually do. Uncertainty gnaws at him, casting a shadow over his thoughts as he waits to see how things will unfold. In recent times, the village has seen its food supply flourish. With this newfound abundance, the young man questions whether any villagers would still be interested in working on his farm, now that they no longer struggle to provide for themselves. A deep-seated belief fills the girl, certain that there will always be someone out there. The townspeople hold deep gratitude for the young man. His countless acts of kindness and the lessons he shared have left a lasting impact on their lives. Isagi strives to ensure those working on his farm recognize the advantages awaiting them. The girl comes to understand her master's generosity and genuine concern for the well-being of others. As he accepts the drink, gentle heat from the glass seeps into his chilled hands. The girl observes her master's gentle nature, recognizing the kindness that lies beneath his exterior. Her idea is to generate profit by developing new varieties that the young man has yet to introduce to the villagers. This approach would give them a reason to at least show up for a job interview. Imagine a world where unique varieties could only be cultivated in certain regions, belonging exclusively to the locals. Such an opportunity would surely bring joy to the community. The girl proposed adding fruit trees like apples and bananas to their garden. Moments later, the girl's eyes sparkled as she proposed planting grapes. Her eagerness to experience the taste of these berries shone through unmistakably. Isagi offered an apology, explaining that the grapes had not yet fully matured. News of this kind shattered the girl, leaving her visibly distraught. In that moment, realization dawned on the boy. Her deep affection for grapes ran true. Without replying, she simply requested to be notified when the grapes could be enhanced. Meanwhile, Isagi mulled over potential locations for launching his business. A significant amount of work awaited them, demanding careful organization and a clear structure. 5 workers are needed for the job. The amount of work and potential profit remain uncertain. To gain clarity, the man plans to run a small-scale trial with a limited team. As the workload grows over time, earnings are expected to rise, since there will be plenty to do. With a determined look, the girl informed the young man that she would seek her father's approval to gather new recruits for the job, then turned and departed. Deep down, Isagi truly hopes for a day when everything unfolds seamlessly. Running a sprawling farm demands constant effort and dedication. 5 days slipped by after Isagi put up the recruitment notices. Immersed in a book, he barely noticed when a girl burst in with urgent news. Mercia, breathless and flustered from her rush, hurried into the room. Isagi inquired whether there had been any replies to the recruitment requests. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. To their surprise, applications poured in until they were overwhelmed. The number of hopeful workers soared to over 10 times what was actually needed. An enormous crowd swarmed outside the young man's house, each person eager to prove themselves and earn a place working on the farm. The sheer volume of applicants took everyone by surprise, far surpassing what anyone had anticipated for the interviews. At the threshold of the house, a cluster of people assembled, curiosity and anticipation flickering in their eyes. The influx of job applicants took the guys by surprise, catching them off guard with the sheer number of people eager to join. As fate would have it, the initial candidate happened to be someone both Isagi and Mercia knew well. As it happened, Ni had submitted an application as well. Amused by the coincidence, the girl found the situation rather entertaining. After all, a steady salary is always appealing, and it's rare to turn down such an offer when the job itself promises to be interesting. Amidst the crowd, Neian observed a surprising number of candidates gathered together. Isagi confessed his wish to welcome everyone eager to join the team. Yet, reality demanded a selection process, so he set about narrowing the field through careful interviews. Isagi's focus shifted sharply as Ear and Ni interrupted. An irresistibly adorable look, reminiscent of a playful kitten, lit up her face. With gentle curiosity, she sought to confirm whether they were friends. Subtly, the girl suggested that perhaps she should lend a hand on the farm. In that moment, Mercia materialized behind the girl, her eyes radiating cold disapproval. A single glance from her was enough to silence the job candidate, leaving the girl feeling uneasy and out of place. Without exception, the interview continued as usual. Gently moving the girl aside, she was asked to return to her place in line. While their debate continued nearby, the young man couldn't help but overhear. An uneasy feeling crept over him as their words carried to where he stood. The overwhelming number of people eager to work on Isagi's farm took him completely by surprise. He never expected so many willing hands. The prospect delighted him, as it meant assembling a solid team would be effortless. The interview finally commenced. With a polite apology for the delay, Isagi shifted his focus and began the task at hand. A daunting task awaited Mercy, as the team needed to carefully assess every single job applicant. Isagi paid close attention to each person who shared their intentions to join the farm. Not a single detail escaped his notice, as every word and gesture held significance in the decision to welcome someone into the team. The following morning brought summons for several of the boys to report to the farm. The repeated call suggested they had earned a place among those chosen for work. A quiet sense of satisfaction spread among them, for they were among the select few who had succeeded in passing the initial selection. 5 young men celebrated their success, having made it through the interview and secured their spots. Meanwhile, countless others walked away disappointed, their efforts yielding no job offers. Upon hearing the news, Nea hurried over and wrapped Mercia in a joyful embrace. Mercia accepted the gesture without enthusiasm, remaining reserved as she stood quietly beside the newly chosen worker. Although the guys probably already knew one another, Iseji requested formal introductions. Such a ritual often marks a crucial step in building strong teamwork within any group. Introducing herself as Neha, she mentioned how she used to assist her grandfather in the fields. This hands-on experience stood out as a valuable asset, adding weight to her qualifications and making her a more appealing candidate for the job. Memories of Nea's skillful assistance during the previous fieldwork come to Asaga's mind. Dependable and composed, Nea always handled tasks with unwavering attention and care. In moments of need, her timely advice and insightful guidance always proved valuable. Rhodes, the offspring of a devoted beekeeper, exudes unwavering confidence in both his stamina and might. Although his hands are untested in the ways of agriculture, his impressive physical prowess ensures that any task demanding strength can be entrusted to him without hesitation. Nora spent her days assisting with chores on her father's sprawling farm and managing the accounts at her mother's bustling general store. While not matching the physical strength of the seasoned farmhands, Nora excelled in arithmetic and handled the office and lighter tasks with steady competence. As a skilled hunter, Ricardo spent much of his time tracking game. Beyond that, he dedicated himself to tending the land, working diligently with the seeds that Asagi had given him. Among all the villagers, no one planted more of Asaga's seeds than Ricardo. Apparently, Ragment possesses a level of farming knowledge comparable to Ricardo, suggesting he knows his way around the fields. Doubt lingered in his mind about whether the man genuinely intended to bring him on board as well. Confusion lingered in Ragment's mind over his hiring, especially after the barrage of harsh words he had unleashed on Asagi during the banquet. The young man clarified that this was the very reason he wished to bring him on board. Asagi expects Ragmund to question him freely, unhindered by any sense of embarrassment. Recognition flickers in the man's eyes as he finally understands the situation. In response, he requests permission to question Asagi directly, asserting that this responsibility falls to him. His candor earns him a measure of respect from those present. Across the fields, Mercy distributed rakes, hoes, and sickles before turning to the gathered workers, requesting their help with the coming harvest. Nea inquired about the specific tasks required for this season. An air of uncertainty hung over the group, as none could truly grasp the immense amount of labor that lay ahead. With a steady voice, the girl recited the day's harvest list: tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, bell peppers, and Chinese cabbage. All around them, the fields offered even greater abundance, bursting with a wide variety of vegetables and fruits awaiting their turn. Before the girl could finish reciting the list, Nea interrupted, quietly wondering aloud if gathering so much in a single day was truly possible. The girl calmly revealed that her motivation for seeking the workers' assistance stemmed from this precise reason. Mershechka pointed out that although the work was demanding, the wages were generous. Additionally, Sai Asagi allowed the workers to keep some of the harvest for themselves. Such terms were truly advantageous. Mercia rested her hand on Nea's shoulder, offering a gentle smile that radiated quiet encouragement. The expression carried a subtle weight, conveying that doing their utmost seemed to be the only path forward for the workers. The girl's commanding presence left the workers speechless, prompting them to spring into action. Driven by her aura, everyone focused on their tasks, determined to follow every rule and complete their duties with extra care. Mercy stepped up to Asagi, requesting that he concentrate solely on his tasks in the workshop while she handled everything else. With deep respect for Mercy and recognizing the weight of her determination, Asagi found himself unable to refuse her request. The boys set to work in the field, their hands moving skillfully as they began the day's tasks. The group focused intently on the tasks assigned to them during the interviews. Mercia patiently and thoroughly demonstrated the proper use of every tool, ensuring everyone understood how to handle their new equipment. The group gathered around, absorbing every word as the girl spoke. Curiosity mingled with delight as new knowledge unfolded before them. With patient precision, Mercy demonstrated the proper way to handle a knife and expertly harvest a cabbage. Ragmont watched closely, gripping a cabbage in both hands as he followed her instructions step by step. As Nea made her way to work, her gaze landed on an apple tree heavy with ripe fruit. A bright gleam lit up her eyes, yet an uneasy hesitation kept her from reaching for a single apple with Mercio watching from nearby. There was no need to rush, since plenty of fruits and vegetables would be available for them at the end of the day. The team poured their energy into the task, though a few quickly realized just how demanding the work could be. Those blessed with greater strength and stamina powered through without trouble, barely feeling the strain. As the boys toiled away in the fields, Isagi turned his focus to carefully tending the produce inside the workshop. A closer inspection revealed the fruit required a bit more time to reach full ripeness. With the addition of new hands to help, he now found himself able to dedicate far more attention to this important task. Strawberries, apples, and bananas proved to be excellent choices, yet large-scale farming calls for expanding the variety selection and improving their resilience and survival in harsh environments. At this rate, expanding the workshop will soon become a necessity. Lost in his thoughts, the boy's eyes drifted to Mercia, who was tending to her work in the field. Gradually, Isagi notices how much the girl eases his daily burdens, lending a hand with chores around the house, assisting in the workshop, and even tending to the fields alongside him. With relentless determination, the girl constantly pushes herself beyond her limits. At that moment, Isagi recalled the girl's eager inquiry about grapes. Swept up in the conversation, she found herself momentarily lost in vivid fantasies of plump, sugary clusters hanging heavy on the vine. Realizing the long journey ahead to cultivate grapes, Isagi steels himself for the challenge. Firm resolve guides him as he commits to seeing his work on breeding and nurturing new kinds of vegetables and fruits through to completion. Isagi arches his back, feeling a sudden tension ripple through his muscles. The workshop now stands quiet, its surfaces buried beneath towering stacks of completed sheets, some scattered in untidy clusters across every available space. The realization dawns that before long, the others will begin to stir. Observing the weary faces of the workers after their first challenging day, Isagi felt a surge of gratitude. Contemplating ways to show his appreciation, he began to consider how he might express his thanks for their dedicated efforts. A sudden idea takes shape in my mind. With a sense of urgency, Isagi hurried to the cabinet, believing he still had a bit of time left. Determined, he set out to craft a magical tool designed to transform the working conditions on the farm for the better. During his leisure hours within the castle walls, the boy dedicated himself to crafting blueprints for enchanted devices. Though his notes appear as mere sketches, gathering them together could lay the foundation for something genuinely valuable to benefit every worker. The scarcity of materials makes it impossible to carry out certain ideas. Many notes contain only sketches and diagrams of the intended inventions, which will pose significant challenges for anyone attempting to recreate them. Isagi pauses in the middle of his notes and, almost by accident, discovers something intriguing. Nestled among the pages, he uncovers a sketch of a tool accompanied by a description that could prove invaluable for inventing this device. All activity in the fields came to a halt, with workers setting aside their tools and pausing their labor. Neho extended her arms, exhaustion etched into every movement. The sheer fatigue from her labor spoke volumes in the silent afternoon. A deep understanding settled among the boys as they witnessed firsthand the immense demands and unwavering dedication farm work required. The boys congregated quietly in the room, exhaustion evident on their faces. Worn out from a long day's labor in the fields, most of them struggled to muster even a few words. Mercy surveyed the weary group, acknowledging their efforts with a calm declaration that everyone had worked diligently. Weariness settled into Ragman, a fatigue he hadn't felt in ages. Rickard observed that today's efforts far surpassed the labor he put into his own fields. The unexpected demands of the day left everyone unprepared, though the sheer difficulty of the work was easy for all to grasp. Although exhaustion weighed heavily on him, Rhodes couldn't hide his satisfaction. The day's effort had filled their baskets with vegetables. The promise of a good payment awaited, along with a share of the freshly gathered fruit as a small reward for their hard work. Ragman cast a glance at Nora, noticing how untroubled she appeared, as if exhaustion was a foreign concept to her. With a quiet sigh, Nora lowered her head and let out a gentle breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, and she confessed that only the force of her feminine energy kept her going. Confusion flickered across the man's face as he tried to grasp her meaning. With her final ounce of strength, Nora confessed that these were daily routines for her. Her laughter, forced and hollow, held none of the joy it should have. A task so taxing hardly seemed fitting for a child her age. Entering the room, he expressed his gratitude for their hard work. Inviting everyone to take a seat, he mentioned that he wanted to show them something. With curiosity piqued, the group settled in and focused their attention on him, eager to see what he had prepared. With a flourish, Usagi presents an object wrapped carefully in cloth, announcing that it is a present for his employees. A warm satisfaction fills him at the thought of making their long days a little more cheerful. Curiosity filled the air as everyone fixed their eyes on the mysterious object, eager to uncover its secret. With a swift motion, Isagi pulls away the cloth, unveiling the first test mixer. Pride gleams in his eyes as he introduces his invention, eager to show the group exactly how it works through a hands-on demonstration. Confusion flickered across the group as they struggled to grasp the purpose of the mysterious object. Isagi stepped in, clarifying that it was, in fact, a magical tool. As he worked, anticipation grew among the workers, who soon found themselves astonished by the device's effects. Their perspective on ordinary fruits and vegetables shifted dramatically with each demonstration. The young man began to explain that the base housed a magical fragment with no particular attributes. By channeling magical energy into it, the upper blade would begin to spin. Meanwhile, the workers stared blankly, as if he were speaking in a language they could not understand. Mercia gathered a selection of freshly chopped fruit, arranged them neatly on a cutting board, and added them to the mixer. Planning to fill the device with water and infuse it with magic, the young man prepares to activate the mechanism and obtain a single item. The mixers roared to life, their blades cutting through the vegetables with a thunderous clatter. Nea stared in disbelief at the sight of such valuable vegetables being treated so carelessly. In her eyes, this behavior showed a clear lack of respect for fruits and vegetables. Amidst the girl's frantic screams, the boy remained completely oblivious, not catching a single sound. Isagi urged Nia to take a breath and simply observe the final result. The creation that emerged brought astonishment to the workers, their faces reflecting pure disbelief. With damp hands, he passed the boys a glass filled with freshly squeezed apple juice. To everyone's astonishment, Isagi managed to create apple juice using only 2 simple ingredients. The workers gazed at her effort, half convinced they had witnessed something otherworldly. At the man's invitation, the children eagerly reached out their hands, each one keen to taste the juices right away. Exhausted from a long day's labor on the farm, they finally found a chance to savor a refreshing new drink that promised to quench their thirst. The taste of the drink won everyone over, conjuring images of glossy, juice-laden apples in their minds. Sunlit, succulent fruits sparkled in their thoughts, wrapping the children in a wave of warmth and delight. Inie, Rhodes, and Ricardo could hardly contain their delight as they savored the remarkable beverage, crafted from nothing more than everyday apples steeped in water. Each sip delivered a burst of lush apple sweetness, and the flavor proved truly superb. With a playful wink, Isaki acknowledged the boys, his delight clear as he noticed their enjoyment of the drink. Without warning, several ragged men emerged behind the young man with the empty glass, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Clearly, they hoped for a taste of the remarkable drink he had enjoyed. Isagi paused and requested that the two wait while he took care of washing the dishes. This time, milk replaced water to create a smoother, more palatable drink. The addition of milk offered a gentler flavor, though it meant adjusting the other ingredients to introduce a unique and unexpected note to the taste. Isagi decides to prepare banana and strawberry milk. The new drinks boasted flavors so unique that no one could have imagined them until now. Nora and Ragman reached for their glasses and began sampling these extraordinary concoctions. The vibrant scent and sugary essence of ripe strawberries filled Nora, their flavor blooming through every part of her. A wave of happiness washed over her, and the drink lifted her spirits so high that it seemed as though she might take flight at any moment. The boys' exhaustion melted away the moment they drank, leaving them refreshed in an instant. Ragman savored the beverage as well, sensing new energy coursing through him. Nia confessed that she had never tasted juice so delicious before this moment. Energized by the juice, Ricardo believed he could take on a challenge as soon as tomorrow. His determination led him to plan for an even greater harvest the next day. Throughout the workforce, confidence in the exceptional working conditions remained unwavering. Delight lit up his face as the children enjoyed the juice, making every bit of his hard work worthwhile. Drawn by the appealing sight of the banana milk, Nia expresses a desire to have a taste. Isagi nods in agreement, mentioning that he will need to wash the bottle once more before they can enjoy it together. Mercy quietly observes their conversations, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Relief washed over her as Isagi effortlessly connected with the group. Mercy, unsurprised by the gentleman's charm, had anticipated nothing less. At first, Isagi remained puzzled about the topic under discussion. Mercy figured the man had a strategy: keep workers dependent on his delicious fruit so they wouldn't run away. She observed how skillfully he balanced rewards and discipline, clearly mastering the art of leading with both incentive and consequence. The hidden side that never crossed your mind. Still, it would be wonderful if the children could find some enjoyment while helping out on the farm. Mercia nodded in agreement, her thoughts perfectly aligned with the young man's viewpoint. The girl mirrored her master's perspective without hesitation. Without warning, Isagi extends a glass filled with a drink to Mercy. The young man surmised that fatigue weighed on the girl as well, and she hadn't sampled any of the drinks yet. Taking a glass, he proposed that they sample the drink together before offering it to anyone else. Isagi had concocted an entirely new drink, one that no one had seen before. His boundless creativity and inventiveness were on full display. Mercius observed him with a gentle smile. Glasses met with a gentle clink as they resolved to empty their drinks in recognition of the challenges they had faced that day. Bathed in sunlight, Mercia requests that Isagi inspect and organize the crops as part of their daily routine. He responds without complaint, calmly accepting her instructions, knowing she has always supported him. A month and a half has passed since he and the others began their work on the farm. With all 5 laborers now settled in Mercia, the farm has reached its full potential. Their efforts have started to pay off, and the positive changes are visible to everyone around them. The farm now stretched expansively across the land, boasting neat rows of ordinary fields, alongside a flourishing plantation of medicinal herbs, golden wheat fields, and a thriving orchard. Each section played an essential role, contributing to the farm's smooth and complete operation. The company expanded to a remarkable size, earning a reputation as a true giant. Vast plots and sprawling plantations stretched across the land, while fields seemed to go on without end, leaving a strong impression on all who witnessed them. Faced with such magnitude, Isagi realizes that finding an alternate path grows more challenging by the moment. Suddenly, inspiration sparked within him, lighting the way to a new possibility. Asking the girl to wait, he focused on gathering the time he needed to turn his idea into reality. Inspired by a clever idea, the young man acquired refined copper and set about crafting a horse entirely from the metal. His invention mirrored a living creature so closely that it became almost indistinguishable from a real animal. The animal revealed itself to be a gallum, an unexpected discovery. Its usefulness as a means of transportation quickly became apparent. Navigating and surveying these vast lands has become much easier thanks to this reliable creature, saving both time and effort. Gratitude shone in the girl's eyes as they expressed heartfelt thanks to the gentleman who had offered such generous help. Inspired by his kindness, Isaki set out to craft a second horse, eager for the two of them to enjoy the ride side by side. In the end, the available materials proved insufficient to craft a second horse. Sharing a single horse, they traveled through their usual route together. News of this nature left Mercia genuinely stunned. Throughout the ride, the girl kept her distance from the young man, her posture stiff and uncertain, betraying a sense of discomfort. Isagi advised securing a firm grip, pointing out that riding without anything to hold on to posed a serious risk. Mercia's cheeks flushed as she reached out, her hand tightening around the man's jacket. The nearness to such a refined gentleman filled her with delight. Spinning around abruptly, he became aware of a gentle purring sound behind him. With curiosity, he turned to the girl and asked if she was the one making the noise. Mercia simply looked away, brushing off the remark as nothing more than the product of an overactive imagination. Gently, she rested her head on Isagi's shoulder. Sie pondered the nature of the sound in that situation. Patrolling atop the copper horse proved incredibly efficient, its swift pace enabling the crew to cover much more ground in far less time than if they had inspected every corner on foot. Upon reaching Rhodes, Isagi joined Mercia at the site, where he collaborated with the golems to carry out the necessary work. The boys appeared unexpectedly, prompting a polite good morning from him. Rhodes, ever diligent, carried out his responsibilities with a precision that left no room for doubt. Mentioning he was only there to look over the farm and take care of a few things, the young man reassured everyone not to be concerned about him. Catching on immediately, Rhodes kept his distance and allowed him to proceed. The young man then made his way toward one of the greenhouses. Observing Plumina house, he realizes the building expertly maintains a comfortable climate. A translucent film stretches over its exterior, while magical devices hidden within regulate the temperature with precision. The young man considers it best to ease the pace at which the plants grow, allowing them to develop gradually. Maintaining the ideal growth rate for fruits and vegetables plays a crucial role in ensuring their quality. He moves methodically from bush to bush, inspecting every leaf and carefully gauging the size of each fruit. Mercier observes the man's actions and realizes he possesses a remarkable character. Surprisingly, Isaki hadn't heard a single sound. When he questioned the girl, she simply denied speaking and averted her gaze. Gazing out the window, she reflected on how rare it was for anyone to establish such an expansive farm within the village. This thought deepened her admiration, confirming in her mind that her master truly stood apart as an inspiring example for others. After carefully examining every detail, Sagi announced it was time to head to the orchard. Every field on the farm required a thorough inspection to catch any unwelcome issues early in the growth of vegetables and fruits. Without warning, Neha sprints toward Asagi, her voice breaking as she cries out about trouble in the orchard. Gasping for air, she struggles to steady her breath, a clear sign that the situation is truly urgent. Without offering any explanation, the girl hurried ahead and beckoned them to follow. Swift movement was the wisest choice, as time pressed down on them and every moment mattered. Delaying this news was out of the question. Arriving at the orchard, the boys discovered a scene of utter ruin. Broken and spoiled fruit littered the ground, while watermelon rinds lay scattered across the field. Torn pieces of pulp covered nearly every inch, leaving little trace of the once bountiful harvest. A chill ran down Asagi and Mercia's spines as they took in the scene before them, fear tightening their expressions. The event defied comprehension. No one could begin to fathom it, for occurrences like this belonged to the rarest of circumstances, the kind that could be numbered on one hand. The fruit bore the scars of violent chaos, scattered across the field and smashed into fragments as though some unseen force had hurled them down, yet no ordinary storm could have caused such destruction. Isagi inquires whether the previous day unfolded in a similar way. The girl responds with a gentle shake of her head, assuring him that nothing of the sort occurred yesterday. Sunlight still streams through the windows, the sky untroubled by any hint of rain or storm, and it has been some time since the weather last took a drastic turn. According to her, the evening ended in the familiar routine, with nothing out of the ordinary. Yet by morning, the world had transformed into a nightmare. Nea struggled to swallow her tears, overwhelmed by the harsh truth that she had let such a dreadful event unfold. The boy inquired about the presence of more spoiled fruit, hoping for a different answer. The girl firmly responded that decay plagued only this area. Despite her words, Nea felt burdened, knowing that the watermelon field remained her responsibility. A quiet sigh escaped the boy as relief washed over him. Fortune had been on his side, for only the watermelons had spoiled. Had disaster struck the other fields, the damage to the farm would have been overwhelming, and recovery would have taken far longer. Nea clenched her hands into tight fists, holding them firmly in front of her. Trembling from head to toe, she breaks down in tears, pleading for forgiveness from the young man. The enormity of the disaster that struck the fields leaves her stunned, and a heavy sense of guilt settles in for having neglected the harvest when it needed her most. The girl's anxiety over the upcoming harvest did not escape your attention. Mercy gently soothed her, assuring her that none of this was her doing. Isagi supported her words, explaining that guarding the fields around the clock was simply impossible. Isagi took the initiative, gathering all the items that had been damaged. The girls joined in, offering their assistance willingly. Rotten fruits lay scattered inside worn wooden boxes, their surfaces crawling with insects that buzzed lazily overhead. Staring at the spoiled produce, Isagi silently pondered how such neglect had come to pass. In an unexpected moment, the guy spotted claw marks etched into the skin of one of the fruits. Nearby, signs of wild animals appeared in the soil. These tracks revealed much and hinted at a possible explanation for the ruined harvest. Realization dawned that no human could have been responsible. Mercy agreed, mentioning a subtle trace of wild animal lingering in the air. The boys finally pieced everything together and recognized the true culprit. Without warning, Nea calls out and beckons them to her side. She points to a discovery she has made, something she believes can either support or challenge the young man's theory about whether the wild animals are to blame. It turned out that the girl had discovered a small clump of black wool. The young man proposed that a black wolf could be responsible. Renowned for their strength, these creatures often stir up trouble wherever they roam. Fierce and self-reliant, they survive by hunting on their own in the wilderness. Neu's eyes widened in astonishment as the boy grasped everything from the simple act of touching a bit of wool. His talent for analyzing the properties of materials was remarkable. With practiced ease, Isagi carefully took apart the material Neu had discovered. Mercia believed the wild animals gathered by the watermelon patch overnight, drawn in by the enticing sweetness that lingered on the air. A sense of unease overtook Nea, anxious that such an incident could repeat itself before the day was through. Mercy warned that it was bound to happen once more, comparing it to bears that, after tasting human flesh, inevitably return to attack and destroy lives. Though the analogy was unsettling, its realism made it deeply persuasive. The news unsettles Nea further, leaving her anxious about their next move. Wild animals pose a serious threat, yet handing out the harvest without charge would jeopardize both the farm's revenue and the well-being of its employees. The enemy, a swift and powerful beast, excels in open combat. Engaging such a formidable foe out in the sprawling fields of the farm would put us at a serious disadvantage. The young man proposes putting on a show right in the watermelon field, the very place where the crops had been ruined. The boy requested that NEA contact Ragment and Ricardo to help safeguard the farm. though he emphasized that their lives should not be put in jeopardy for this task. Without hesitation, the girl turned and raced away, her footsteps growing fainter with every stride. The young man instructed the golems to set aside their current tasks, focusing all attention on guarding the farm. Together with Mercy, he knew they had to devise a solid strategy, for the fate of their shared future rested on what they did next. Mounting his horse, the boy prepared to trace the winding paths left by wild animals deep into the heart of the forest. With determination, Mercy sprang onto her horse, declaring her unwavering intent to accompany the master. Her faith in Isagi's need for assistance at any moment drove her resolve. He mentioned he would pick up the pace, prompting the girl to brace herself and hold on firmly. Mercia voiced no disagreement, fully intent on uncovering the cause behind the ruined fruit scattered throughout the watermelon fields. Deep within the forest, the boys forged ahead. One of them turned to the girl, eager to confirm whether the tracks they had discovered matched those from the watermelon field. For him, verifying this detail mattered greatly. It would prove whether his theories about the farm held true. The girl nodded in agreement, explaining that the tracks trailed endlessly into the heart of the forest, where a lingering scent of animals hung in the air. Her account left no doubt. Wild creatures were responsible for the ruined harvest. Without warning, Mercia spots a massive pack of wild animals thundering past at an incredible pace, close enough for their presence to send a chill down her spine. Without warning, they ended up so near each other that the boys were caught off guard, surprised to be strolling nearly shoulder to shoulder. During one tense encounter, the boys realized they were encircled by wild creatures prowling in the shadows. Shadow wolves emerged as the culprits. The man's instincts proved accurate when he examined a clump of fur a laborer had unintentionally discovered out in the field. Isagi realized he should have anticipated this turn of events. Accompanied by his friends, he would have felt more secure. Against a pack of wild beasts, far more powerful than any human, standing alone now seemed reckless. The boy turns to Mercier, inquiring whether she feels prepared to face the shadow wolf. The girl hesitates, her certainty wavering, yet her confidence remains unshaken. Determination fills her as she prepares to defend both herself and her master. In this moment, Isagi comes to understand the overwhelming strength of his foe, so formidable that even with mercy, victory remains uncertain. His own strategies suggest that aiding him would boost their odds in battle. Yet the black wolves stand firmly in the way, refusing to let such a chance slip through their grasp. With deliberate care, he slips his hand free from the glove. Stepping forward, Mercia positioned herself before the man, declaring she would hold off their pursuer and give him the chance to escape. In that moment, she revealed a courage few possessed, making a daring choice without hesitation. The girl's words stunned Isagi. Mercia's daring choice caught him completely off guard, especially since it meant she might end up by herself in the forest, surrounded by wild creatures. Fury burned in his eyes as he declared he could never abandon her and escape alone. Though fully aware of how unreasonable it seemed, duty as the sole man present compelled him to stay and offer his compassion. Doubt gnawed at Isagi, convincing him he had no right to act. Yet, in a surge of emotion, he reached out and took hold of the girl's shoulders, his words carrying the weight of gratitude as he recalled how she stood by him, unwavering, even after he was expelled from the Imperial castle. Isagi insists that running into trouble again isn't a reason to abandon her. In his eyes, standing beside Mercia in these perilous times makes them far more formidable than they could be alone. Mercio felt a deep warmth stir within him at the sound of those words. The heartwarming scene was suddenly shattered by the sinister laughter of the wolf. The boys snapped to attention, their eyes darting as they searched for the source of the mocking sound. Uncertainty lingered as they struggled to pinpoint the hidden predator's location. Among the shadow wolves, one regarded the humans as foolish for squandering precious moments in pointless debate. In its eyes, these humans acted with a reckless sense of freedom, wasting time that was far too valuable to spare. The boy discovered that the wolf possessed intelligence, so keen it could communicate fluently and comprehend every word they said. While the revelation was startling, it fit the nature of a wild magical beast. Isagi suspected the wolf was simply toying with them. With no immediate threat of attack, the boy realized there was still an opportunity to strike a deal. A clever idea began to form in Isagi's mind, one that could help them sidestep the need for any confrontation. Isagi calls out, proposing a bargain with the wolf. Mercia stands frozen in surprise, caught off guard by such a bold move. The young woman never imagined her master would risk everything, stepping forward to negotiate with the wolf despite the danger of potential defeat. Even the wolf, caught off guard, repeated his question to be certain. Did the man truly wish to strike a bargain with monsters? No human had shown such nerve before. Yet that day, an extraordinarily courageous soul stepped forward, boldly approaching the fearsome creature. The young man nods, assuring that their discussion will be both brief and rewarding. Descending to meet him, the wolf shows clear interest in the offer, granting the young man permission to begin speaking. Drawing closer, his lips near the man's face. In a menacing tone, he warns that boredom would leave him no choice but to crush Isagi. The threat sends chills down the spine, yet surrender in a moment like this is not an option. Determination burned in his eyes as he gripped the glove more firmly, refusing to let go. Curiosity laced his voice as he questioned the wolf about the disappearance of the watermelons from his farm the previous night. The wolf, having just discovered the name of the delicious fruit, silently resolved to return after dusk and indulge in another feast. The young man warned that, should the wolf keep devouring watermelons, none would remain in the end. Even so, the wolf plans to seek out others should this occur. Confident in nature's abundance, the wolf believes that new fruits and berries will surely take their place. Raising his hands in defeat, the man admitted that only their group possessed the knowledge to cultivate these rare watermelons. The wolves encircling the group stared in disbelief, taken aback by the revelation. Even the lead negotiator among the wolves found himself caught off guard by this unexpected truth. Irritation flickered in the wolf's eyes as he pressed the boy, wanting to know exactly what he intended to ask next. Suspicion lingered as the wolf considered that the Sagai might demand the wolves leave if the watermelons vanished. Concern weighed heavily on his mind, knowing how fragile their food supply truly was. The young man firmly denies the claim, insisting there is no truth to it. In exchange for supplying the wolves with watermelons and other freshly harvested fruits and vegetables, he intends to request something from them as well. The wolves appeared genuinely intrigued, their attention held by the promise of watermelons. They listened quietly to the man as he outlined his conditions, their demeanor patient and uncharacteristically docile. Asagi requests that the wolves protect his farm as repayment. Enraged, the wolf began to roar, declaring that the boy intended to use them as little more than guard dogs. The idea of being treated in such a manner took the wolf by surprise, both for himself and his pack. Such a demand from the boy earned nothing but the wolf's scorn. Muscles tensed and eyes focused, the wolf crouched low, every inch of his body coiled with anticipation, ready to spring at any moment. Anxiety pressed down on Mercy as she sensed everything slipping out of control. Unease for her master twisted inside her, knowing that a single careless word could cost them their chance of ever returning to the quiet safety of their village farm. Yet Asagi pointed out that everything hinges on the perspective of the wolf. From the wolf's perspective, humans appear much like livestock, creatures that reliably supply delicious meals over time. Every conclusion the group reached stemmed from the wolf's own words, each point rooted in clear logic. This method of reasoning caught the wolf off guard, filling him with unexpected admiration. The young man shared stories of his farm, describing not only the abundance of watermelons, but also a variety of delicious foods. By now, the wolves had grown relaxed, their curiosity about the offer shining in their eyes. The boy inquired about the outcome of the wolf's choice. The wild creatures brimmed with resolve, eager to secure a lasting home where they could always find food. Night descended, cloaking the world in deep shadow. The farm now stands ready for battle, every inch fortified against approaching threats. Along the perimeter, the men line up, gripping their weapons and tools used for tending the land. A sense of unyielding resolve settles over them as they prepare to defend their home. In the distance, a faint glimmer catches Nia's eye, softly illuminating the darkness ahead. Recognition dawned on the boys as they saw Mercy and Asagi standing before them. Relief and happiness spread among them, grateful that their friends had finally returned safely after such a long absence. Apologies for their lateness came from the boy, who explained that the golem's horse had broken down, forcing them to continue on foot. Despite the setback, the group arrived in the village unharmed. Throughout the exchange, Marcia kept her thoughts to herself. Concern filled Nea's thoughts as she considered the possibility of the boys getting hurt. Relieved smiles filled the room as the young man announced that, in the end, all was well. Gratitude spread among the group, glad to see everyone who had made the journey safe and in good health. The group's concern extended to Asagi and Mercia, hoping that both were faring just as well. Curiosity flickers in the girl's eyes as she ponders whether the boys managed to gain control over the fearsome black wolves. The young man paused, seeming uncertain, and quietly requested that his companion hear him out without interruption. Yet just as he was about to speak, another person abruptly asked for permission to leave. With a gesture for silence, the young man prepared to reveal everything to the others. Tension filled the air, as the prospect of unraveling the complex relationship between a human and a wild creature proved to be both fascinating and difficult for many to grasp. Near the young man's boot, a black ear slowly emerged from the shadows. Within moments, the enormous head of a shadowy wolf rose into view. Those left behind to protect the farm stared in fear, as the monstrous creature's sudden appearance so near left them frozen in disbelief. A cry burst from the boy as he insisted a monster lurked within Isagi's shadow. With a steady hand, Isagi gestured for the boys to settle down. Time was needed to absorb the stranger's words and truly grasp the situation, allowing their fear of the unexpected visitors to subside. In a quiet corner of the forest, a wolf once approached a young man and proposed a bargain. The wolf warned that failure to satisfy its hunger would end their agreement on the spot. Despite this, Isagi remained resolute and accepted the terms. Pride sparkles in his eyes as he proclaims that his farm rivals any other, both in bounty and in flavor. Satisfaction filled the wolf as trust was established. With this assurance, he knew his pack would never lack for food again. The presence of someone so remarkable near the village came as a surprise to Ragnant. Ricardo quietly acknowledged the boy's kindness in offering a bargain to a fearsome creature. Acts of such generosity were rare. A sense of relief washed over Isagi, knowing that the threat of attacks had finally faded. Peace restored, the group resumed their tasks with quiet understanding, raising no objections. Each person recognized that these efforts served the well-being of both the farm and everyone who depended on it. From the shadows beside the boy, a quiet voice stirs, inquiring if the time has come to finally leave. With Isagi's approval, a shadowy creature emerges from the darkness beneath him in the blink of an eye. The creature gives a powerful shake, sending loose fur scattering through the air. Without hesitation, the young man recommends revisiting the list of responsibilities. This moment carries weight, as every detail will be openly addressed before the entire staff, ensuring no one remains in the dark about the proceedings. Isagi explains that the wolves are responsible for guarding the farm, especially when darkness falls. The wolf agrees easily, requesting a share of fruits and vegetables as payment. The arrangement seems straightforward, though a few additional rules still need to be established. Thoughts of the harvest's yield filled the young man's mind, as he quietly estimated how abundant this season might be. Taking charge, Mercia insisted on handling the situation herself. With unwavering confidence, she assured everyone that she could relay the message to the wolf in a concise and persuasive manner, certain she could secure his agreement to the deal. The girl promised daily meals for the guardian of the village, making sure he never went hungry. Every fifth day, they would also bring enough food to satisfy the entire pack. The wolf considered the offer and found it favorable, nodding his agreement. Curiosity stirred within him as he pondered the progress humans must have made in farming to be able to supply such abundant food at such regular intervals. For this situation, the young man chose to talk about the rules in general. The wolf was surprised, having expected only duties and not anticipating rules as well. With patience, the young man clarified that such rules served as an agreement, creating a foundation for peaceful coexistence. The wolf waited with quiet patience as the young man laid out his requests. Refrain from attacking people, avoid breaking things, never take from the farm's harvest without permission, and resist causing any damage. He was also asked to protect the other workers from any threats posed by other monsters. A firm stamp of the wolf's paw silenced the boy mid-sentence. According to him, their sole responsibility lies in safeguarding the farm, showing little concern for anyone beyond its boundaries. The wolf's temperament shifts unpredictably, a characteristic often seen in creatures of the wild. Isagi calmly explained that this wasn't the case. Without workers, the crops simply wouldn't thrive. He encouraged the wolf to consider the workers as an essential part of the farm itself. That, he reasoned, was the clearest and most logical reason to look after all the others as well. The wolf acknowledges a hint of truth in the boy's words, but refuses to make promises about safeguarding everyone. Despite his formidable strength and wild prowess, he remains all too aware of his limitations. Neither physical might, swift reflexes, nor iron discipline can stretch beyond their natural bounds. Even so, this much suffices for Isagi. With a low growl, the wolf expressed its irritation. Lowering himself to the ground, he shared the business at hand with his pack. Summoning the rest of the members, he insisted they gather for a final discussion about the deal before getting started on their task. Emerging from the shadow cast by the chief wolf, several other wolves appeared. They took their places before him, attentive to every word of his command. The leader's decree seemed to please the entire pack, as no one voiced a single complaint about the terms that had been set. The wolf commanded strict adherence to the rules and unwavering fulfillment of all assigned duties. Navigating the shadows, the young man realized, proved to be an incredibly useful skill. Swiftly and effortlessly, it granted every advantage a powerful and nimble creature could desire. Thoughts of heading to the village swirl in Mercier's mind, weighing the idea of explaining everything to her father and the rest of the villagers. The boy, ever courteous, requests her help in delivering the message. With only this final step remaining, they can share the news and set their plans into motion. The wolf named it Sagi. As they made their way toward the village, he wondered whether the wolves should anticipate a reward of watermelons, a perfectly reasonable expectation considering all the conditions agreed upon by both sides. Despite his reservations, the young man nodded and promised to guide the wolves straight to the watermelon field without delay. With deliberate care, Isagi examined every watermelon, seeking out those with the promise of the ripest, sweetest flavor. He requested a short pause before the fruit was sliced, hoping for a moment longer. With the wolves safeguarding the plantation, tranquility settled over the land. The villagers could tend their fields without fear of raids or ruined crops, and the wolves, in return, always had a reliable source of food. Nearly 30 black wolves found their place among the guards, their presence swiftly making up for the harm once brought by deer and boars. The young cubs became frequent visitors on the farm, their playful antics gently halted whenever Mercia approached them with a warm, patient smile. Mercia strolled alongside the leader of the wolves through the bustling city streets. Kokuro observed the pack's wolves, their expressions softening as they savored gentle strokes from passers-by. The transformation puzzled the wolf. Once fierce and imposing, these animals now displayed remarkable obedience. The wolf insists that demons coexist harmoniously with nature. In his view, all that truly matters is that humans accept their presence. Mercy responds with a gentle smile, finding the wolf's arguments about their way of life among humans rather amusing. With the wolf standing guard, Azagi finds himself with ample time to dedicate to his research. The newfound peace allows him to immerse himself in scientific pursuits and experiment with cultivating new varieties of fruits and vegetables. No longer burdened by concerns for the farm's safety, he can fully commit to his passion. Notebook in hand, he descended the creaking steps to the dimly lit basement below the house. The basement revealed itself as a well-organized storage space, lined with bundles of dried herbs, stacks of fresh greens, and even carefully sorted ore. All these supplies appeared essential, ensuring a peaceful and focused atmosphere for study and research. Determined to boost the harvest, Isagi constructed an underground experimental farm. His immediate priority was to gather valuable data, which would become the foundation for his ongoing research. Within his underground farm, Isagi relies on a magical tool that gathers and stores sunlight, providing gentle illumination throughout the space. This clever device ensures the laboratory remains well lit, freeing him from any concerns about lighting. Unattended crops often develop in unexpected directions. Deep beneath the surface, an experimental farm nurtures plants selected for scientific trials. Oak proved unreliable, displaying instability in both growth and nutritional value. Broccoli, meanwhile, consumed excessive nutrients, depleting the soil. Recognizing these issues, the young man concluded that these crops were not suitable for cultivation on the farm just yet. Determined to press on, Isagi discreetly reached out to Mercia, confirming she wouldn't be nearby. Keeping his preparations secret from her was essential, as the task at hand carried great significance. As his palm pressed against the wall, the surface melted away beneath his touch, vanishing as if it had never existed. Heavy clusters of grapes adorned with intricately carved leaves dangled from the ceiling, each grape gleaming like a pearl and catching the light with a soft, iridescent glow. The grapes caught the eye, their rich hues and glossy sheen making them resemble a masterfully painted still life. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he wondered about the flavor. A sharp, almost mouth-puckering sourness filled the group's senses. Producing a flawless harvest isn't always something achieved overnight. Often, it demands weeks of patience. The seeds, varying in size, present a surprising challenge to anyone trying to eat them. Achieving harmony between fertility and flavor proved to be a challenging task for the boy. Isagi even started to contemplate giving up on large-scale production altogether. At that moment, Isagi recalls the look of fascination on Mercia's face as they discussed grapes. A sense of determination wells up within him, urging him to keep moving forward. If nothing else, he wants to express his gratitude for all the kindness the girl has shown him. Realizing how much Mercia has given, he feels deeply grateful and decides she deserves the very sweetest grapes from the harvest. Confidence grows in him as he senses that the selected variety will bring his plan to fruition just as he envisioned. The quiet of the laboratory was broken when a voice reached Isagi's ears. In a flash, he darted out, and the wall behind him swiftly settled into an utterly unremarkable facade. Peering out from behind the plant stand, Isagi caught sight of Mercia, whose certainty about the gentleman's presence in the basement remained unshakable. Years of familiarity had sharpened her instincts. She always seemed to know exactly where he could be found and precisely what he might be doing. Mercy shot Asagi a disapproving glance, remarking that he had been pushing himself too hard. Over the past 2 weeks, the girl had seen him holed up in the workshop almost every day. Apparently, the young man remains completely unaware of how swiftly the hours slip by. Asai escaped Mercia as her eyes softened with pity. The girl warned that if the young man kept pushing himself like that, illness could soon follow. The idea of enjoying a much-needed day off lingered in Asaga's mind. However, the man appears completely lost when it comes to weekends. Evidently, Isagi hasn't enjoyed any real rest in quite some time, perhaps never, leaving him once again in need of someone's kindness to guide him. Mercy decided to enjoy a picnic, encouraged by the pleasant weather and the colorful flower garden close by. Her sharp mind and practical knowledge often proved invaluable during outings like these, ensuring she would make the most of her day. Enthusiastic about the plan, the young man proposed they begin cooking right away so there would be enough time to enjoy a picnic together later that day. Mercier had already taken care of all the arrangements. With a graceful gesture, she presented the basket of food to the gentleman. A nod of approval showed you found the idea excellent, while he considered extending the invitation to the rest of the team. However, Mercy had already taken the initiative. The others planned to join once their tasks were complete. Gratitude fills the young man's voice as he acknowledges the girl's skillful coordination during their efforts together. With the door shutting softly behind him, the young man stepped out into the open air. From the darkness at his feet, the shadow-faced figure silently emerged, materializing without warning. His sudden presence often startled anyone close enough to witness it. Curiosity flickered in the boy's eyes as he realized the wolf had silently slipped into his shadow. For the first time, fear crept in at the sight of the creature standing so near. With a measured voice, the wolf explained that, as one of the farm's workers, he, too, wished to join the picnic. Surprise flickered across the boy's face when he discovered that Gakuro the wolf shared his excitement for the picnic. In quiet response, the wolf simply averted his gaze. His silent longing to join the boys on their outing came through clearly, leaving no need for further words or explanations. Sunlight floods the world outside, casting a vibrant glow over everything in sight. Mercia, Isagi, and Kokuro set off together for a picnic. Their path led them through bustling city streets, tranquil forests, and rolling meadows, until they finally arrived at a vibrant flower garden. Around them sprawled the vast landscapes they had traversed, each place leaving its mark on their journey. Stepping into the garden, the boy marveled at the breathtaking beauty that unfolded before him. Sprawling fields of flawless flowers stretched as far as the eye could see. Overhead, a solitary tree scattered delicate petals, showering the boys below in a gentle cascade. The girl announced their arrival, her words confirming that the journey had reached its end. The garden overflowed with countless varieties of flowers, making it impossible to name each one. Until now, the young man had no idea that such a stunning place existed so close to the village. Every blossom added its own charm, enriching the breathtaking splendor of the garden. Isaki leaned in to study the flowers with great care, his attention lingering on each delicate petal. Nearby, the girl observed him in quiet contentment, her gaze calm and steady. Satisfaction warmed her heart as she saw the gentleman embracing a rare moment of leisure, allowing himself a simple pleasure at last. Until now, the young man had no idea a garden so breathtaking existed so close to the village. Curiosity bloomed in the boy as he pointed to various flowers, eager to know their names. Mercia, well-versed in the garden's flora, recognized every single one that caught his attention. With quiet pride, she announced each name, sharing her knowledge as though she were unveiling a treasured secret. The way the girl recognized so many flowers intrigued Isagi, especially since his own knowledge stopped at their basic components. That alone didn't seem enough to fully appreciate such a pleasant day in this wonderful place. The young man approached and inquired whether he might gather a few of the blossoms. Mercia granted him permission, although the reason behind his request remained uncertain. With a quiet invocation of magic, the petals shimmer and slowly transform, blooming into a radiant flower of an entirely new color. In an instant, Mercia observed the Hansanya petals shifting from a pristine white to a striking blue, the transformation unfolding in mere seconds. The young man described how he had used alchemy to alter the elemental makeup of the flower, transforming its natural gradients. With a gentle gesture, he presents the transformed flower to the girl, quietly explaining that it is a gift for her. Suddenly, the reason behind his need for the garden flower becomes clear. Mercy found herself caught off guard by the unexpected gift, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. The boy lingered, holding out the bouquet as if waiting for a sign. Unconcerned by the exchange, the wolf curled up among the fragrant blossoms and soon drifted into a peaceful sleep. In that moment, a sudden understanding dawned on the young man. Regret filled him as he offered an apology, realizing that presenting Mercy with a flower so abruptly was impulsive and thoughtless. Such a gesture, careless and poorly timed, had never been his intention for expressing kindness. The boy slowly lowered his hand, the flower drooping with it. A realization settled over Asagi that he might be troubling Mercia. Sadness crept in as he considered how much she did for him, often at the expense of her own time and well-being. Without warning, Mercy reached out and took the flower from the boy's hands. She assured him that he hadn't bothered her in the slightest. The unexpected present from Asagi genuinely delighted her, and although no special occasion prompted it, she found the gesture itself impossible not to enjoy. Unaware that the boy possesses certain knowledge, the girl remains oblivious. Mercio, on the other hand, finds himself genuinely taken aback, sensing a deeper significance in the gift Hansen gives to someone of the opposite sex. Caught off guard, the boy can only wonder, unfamiliar with this hidden meaning behind it all. Curiosity filled his voice as he inquired about the significance behind the gesture. With a gentle smile, the girl turned aside and whispered that it was a secret, pressing her index finger softly against her lips to seal her words in playful silence. Unease flickers across Isagi's face as apprehension grows, prompting a quiet request for the return of the flower. Mercy, however, calmly denies the plea, asserting ownership over the bloom by reminding Isagi that it was a gift offered willingly. Turning her gaze aside, she let herself be drawn in by the flower's captivating fragrance. The gentle mood dissolved as the wolf stirred from his slumber. Kokuro, driven by hunger, proposed that they begin their meal. Quite some time had passed since their arrival in the garden, and still the table remained bare. A blanket was carefully spread beneath the shade of the tree as the boys settled in. Mercia lifted the lid of the basket and announced that sandwiches were on the menu today. The girl took care to keep Isagi's mind at ease, making certain he felt no concerns about the picnic. The contents of the basket left Isagi and Kokoro utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Inside the basket, an impressive array of sandwiches awaited, each boasting a unique flavor and filling. The wolf's appetite grew even fiercer, prompting a swift demand for his portion. With a friendly grin, the young man promised to slice a piece for him right away. Sliced cleanly down the middle, the sandwich revealed each distinct layer, offering a tempting view of its colorful ingredients nestled together. With hearty appetites, the boys eagerly polished off the delicious sandwiches, savoring every bite. The thick, juicy ham paired perfectly with crisp lettuce, and tomatoes bursting with sweetness and just the right touch of tartness, creating a truly remarkable combination. The young man could hardly believe how rich and flavorful the vegetables tasted straight from their farm's soil. Mercia observed that the vegetables cultivated by the gentleman possessed a distinctive flavor. This detail seamlessly connects with the other facts, enhancing their significance. Isagi fixed his gaze on the Mercia sandwich, observing the generous slices of tomato and the familiar layers of cabbage. Everything about it suggested a mouthwatering taste. Meanwhile, Kakuro remained indifferent, showing no interest in how the ingredients were put together. The wolf inquired whether the boys had brought along pre-made watermelon sandwiches. Isagi found himself puzzled by the idea, unable to grasp how anyone could enjoy watermelon served between slices of bread. In his opinion, this fruit was best appreciated in its natural form. To Isagi, this pairing seemed unusually odd, an unlikely match that piqued his curiosity. Watermelon sandwiches had made their appearance as well, thoughtfully prepared by Mercia herself. Sweet watermelon and yogurt sandwiches filled the table, while the familiar combination of salted watermelon with cheese transformed into a refreshing salad. The description sparked an unexpected craving, making it seem incredibly appetizing. Mercia offered Mr. Asagi a taste of the sandwiches, and he eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, the wolf wasted no time, savoring his favorite watermelon treats with enthusiasm. Taking a bite of the sandwich, the guide discovered a surprising harmony between the crisp sweetness of watermelon and the tangy flavor of yogurt. This unexpected combination revealed to him just how delightful watermelon could taste inside a sandwich. Isagi usually turns away from the capital's syrupy desserts, but the watermelon sandwich surprises with its subtly balanced sweet and salty flavor. Mercy's careful touch has paid off. Her skill transforms any fruit into something truly delightful. Gratitude filled the boy's voice as he thanked Mercia for the delicious meal. Nearby, the wolf had already drifted off to sleep, contentedly licking his lips after eating. Kakuro observed that the true source of the dish's delightful taste was the watermelon. According to Isagi, only those without mercy could create such an enticingly delicious watermelon. No other pairing could ever surpass this perfect match. Delight filled the girl's heart as those words reached her ears. With a familiar flavor, the young man bit into his second sandwich, while the girl observed him, a gentle smile lighting up her face. A sense of tranquility settled over the boys as they stretched out beneath the shade of the tree, savoring the rare luxury of true peace and contentment. Out in the field, a girl waved her hand, calling out that their friends had already begun eating. The rest of the workers had completed the tasks Marcia gave them and quickly made their way over to take a break. Naya and the rest of the group soon appeared, their faces lighting up at the sight of food after a long day's work. Each one wore an eager expression as they made their way to Asagi and Mercia, clearly drawn by the promise of Mercia's homemade sandwiches. Relief brightened the boy's face as he realized the tasks had all been completed by the others. In contrast, Mercia remained dissatisfied, convinced the boys ought to have been assigned far more work. The girl's motives went deeper than duty, desiring just a bit more time in the master's company. Curious, the young man leaned in and inquired about her words. She responded with a quick, cheerful smile, assuring him that everything was fine, and casually suggested they give each other a bit more space. The group mingled with the vacationers, their faces lighting up with delight at the rare treat of a day off together. Cogniz greets everyone with a bright good morning. Known as a representative from a distinguished chamber of commerce, her arrival is always met with friendly replies. Her warm attitude towards colleagues, traders, and customers alike makes working with her a genuine delight. Isagi observed the familiar scene of the girl purchasing their freshly gathered produce. Koni nodded in agreement, offering a word of thanks to the boy. The boy then gestured toward the bounty, proudly announcing that the harvest belonged to them. This time, their efforts had yielded an impressive haul. An impressive collection of boxes and barrels filled with goods stretched out before Kanai. Delight lit up her face as she expressed her gratitude to Asagi. With this fresh abundance, she was certain to have more items to offer at the markets. At Kanya's signal, her boys sprang into action, bustling about as they filled the carts to the brim with goods. A sudden shift flickered across the girl's expression. Catching the change, Isagi leaned in and gently inquired about what was wrong. News of the guard's true nature had reached Kanya through a letter from Mercia, revealing them to be demons. This information was quickly confirmed by the young man. Isagi elaborated, describing the beings as shadow and black wolves. When the young man inquired if their summoning was necessary, the girl offered no objections. With a gentle wave, Isagi beckoned one of the shadow wolves to approach. Delight lit up Kanya's face at the sight of the charming creature, though caution lingered in the air, for wild animals can never fully be trusted. Hoping for a closer connection, Kanya asked if she might pet the wolf. Isagi assured her that as long as the wolf was comfortable with it, there would be no trouble. Yet the moment her hands grazed the wolf's head, her hat suddenly sailed off, whisked away before she could react. Clutching the hat between his sharp teeth, the wolf sprang away from the girl in a sudden leap. Eyes flickering with interest, he cast a sidelong glance her way, clearly delighted with his newfound prize. The playful creature showed no intention of surrendering his treasure anytime soon. With both hands clutching her head in distress, the girl spotted her beloved hat in the wolf's grasp. Fueled by determination, she charged forward, demanding its return. The wolf, taken aback by her surprising agility, nevertheless tightened his grip, unwilling to surrender his prize. Before she could reach the wolf, the girl stumbled and crashed face first into the dirt. Later, with confusion in her voice, she wondered aloud where the black wolf had vanished. From within the guy's shadow, distant voices assured her that capturing the wolf would not be such a simple task. Emerging from the boy's shadow, Kokuro bows his head in apology to the girl, her hat gripped gently between his teeth. In an instant, Kanya leaps onto the wolf's back, her triumphant voice ringing out as she secures her hold. The girl's fingers bury themselves in the dense, soft fur, anchoring herself to the animal. Kokuro stood frozen in place, while Kanya shouted at him to hand over the hat. Reluctantly, the wolf agreed to the deal, provided the girl would quiet her piercing screams. Without warning, Asagi proposed to Kanya that they boost the volume of trade to roughly 1.5 times its current size. The suggestion struck Kanya as an appealing opportunity. Yet with the sheer volume of carts and limited storage space, managing everything had become a challenge. By her estimation, the young man faced a surplus of produce. Their harvest had been so bountiful that piles of fruit and vegetables overflowed, leaving them without enough room to store it all. With a thoughtful glimmer in her eyes, she proposed taking their surplus vegetables and fruits to the city market to sell. News of this reached the boy for the first time. Konya told him about a city named Melon, just a day's travel from where they stood. Isagi recalled that Melon was the place where he and Marcia had paused during their journey to the village. Melen, the closest town to the village, always hums with activity. At the free market, anyone willing to pay for a stall can set up shop and conduct business without restrictions. Through this arrangement, Isagi can bring her fruits to market. The girl believes that produce from Isagi's farm will always find eager buyers, convinced of their consistent, superior quality. Fruits and vegetables grown there never fail to impress. The news caught Mercio off guard, especially since the young man planned to sell fruit from his own inventory. The girl, however, thought the idea was excellent. She had already been considering picking up additional supplies for the house. Despite this, Nea expressed a desire to visit the city as well, requesting to be included in the trip. Mercia, curious, inquired about Nea's reasons. Eager to share, Nea explained that she hoped people throughout the city would hear about the exquisite flavors of their farm's harvest. Promoting their goods, she believed, was a task only she could accomplish. With a friendly smile, the guy inquired about Nea's true reason for heading into the city. Nea admitted she put in a lot of effort at work and just wanted the chance to enjoy herself in the city every now and then. Almost immediately, she caught herself, suddenly aware of what she had revealed. Isagi had orchestrated the situation. Understanding dawned on him as the girl revealed her genuine motives. While her interest in creating a high-quality advertisement for Isagi's harvest appeared sincere, it was clear that this was not her main objective. Mercy clarified their purpose, emphasizing that this trip wasn't meant for amusement but was strictly business. Still, Nee brushed off the distinction, expressing her eagerness simply to leave the confines of the village. Ultimately, both girls fixed their eyes on the young man, silently urging him to make his final choice. He decided to allow Nate to join as well. Without wasting a moment, the girl dashed off to gather her belongings. Mercia speculated that Isagi invited the girl along simply because they had known each other since childhood. Isagi disagreed, explaining that both he and Mercia would be occupied managing sales, while Nea would focus on assisting customers. Mercia nodded in agreement, determination glinting in her eyes as she resolved to give her all, leaving customer care in Nea's capable hands. Meanwhile, Nea hurried outside to join the group, preparing for the journey ahead. She sported a cropped shirt paired with shorts, ready for whatever the day might bring. Mercia observed a transformation in the girl. Nea mentioned that the outfit was specially chosen for their outing in the city. Eagerness radiated from her as she prepared, her anticipation hinting that she had been longing for this day to arrive. With a curious tilt of her head, Nea wondered aloud why Mercier never chose to wear anything a bit more fashionable. Mercier offered a gentle explanation, mentioning that her busy work schedule left little opportunity for dressing up, even though she often wished she could. Nea admitted that she found it a bit dull. She secretly wished Mercia would dress up more frequently, believing the girl possessed a striking beauty outside of her work attire. Unfortunately, Mercia could rarely spare the time for such things. Mercia urged Isagi to move quickly, pointing out that leaving immediately would ensure their return before nightfall. Isagi agreed without hesitation. He explained that, thanks to the golem horses, they could arrive at their destination within 3 hours. Instantly, Mercia recalled her recent gallop atop the golem horses with the young man. A deep blush spread across her cheeks as she instinctively shielded her face with her hand. Vivid memories of sitting close, pressed firmly against him during the ride, danced through her mind, making her heart race. The group discovered 3 horses, a perfect match for their numbers. Isagi supplied the essential materials to help each member travel swiftly and efficiently. Nea felt especially delighted, as she now had a golem of her own to accompany her. Recent events brought unexpected fortune, as the young man had just acquired fresh supplies, including the copper required for the column's construction. The timely coincidence brought genuine delight to Isagi. Observing Mercy's somber expression, Isagi inquired about her trouble. Mercy's melancholy deepened, disappointed by her mistaken hope that she would once again share a horse with the young man, allowing them a chance to draw closer. Unfazed, Mercia climbed onto her horse and calmly ordered everyone to get ready to leave. The boy guessed she might have been displeased with the horse's looks. For Isagi, deciphering what she truly felt often proved challenging. With a burst of energy, the boys embarked on their journey, racing swiftly across the boundless fields. Joy radiated from Nea, delight filled her at being invited along and gifted her very own horse. At last, she could truly savor the freedom she had dreamed of for so long. Nea called out eagerly as the city came into view at last. Relief and excitement spread across Isagi's face upon hearing the news. In the distance, the rooftops began to appear, peeking out from behind the sturdy and imposing walls that guarded the city limits. Passing beneath a towering archway, the boys blended into the steady flow of people pouring into the city. With practiced ease, Mercia dismounted her horse, choosing to continue the journey on foot. The group pressed on, trekking a considerable distance through the bustling streets. The boys strolled through the bustling city, surrounded by throngs of people and an array of magical creatures filling the streets. Nearly every passerby caught Nea's curious gaze, each inhabitant sparking new interest. As they moved along, Isagi realized just how vast Milan truly was. Positioned near the grand arches that marked the path to the city's heart, the boys surveyed a sea of merchants bustling about, each eager to offer their wares to the growing crowds. Nea guessed the group hadn't visited this city before, yet Isagi mentioned he'd already been to Milan once. During his previous trip, he hadn't had the chance to explore. Work obligations kept him busy, and he simply switched maps before moving on. Nea felt a surge of happiness knowing the boys could finally explore at their own pace. Meanwhile, Iside gave her quiet approval. Now, the group could wander through the city and immerse themselves in its bustling markets. Before anything else, the boys had to sell their supplies to make some money. Neha felt eager to lend a hand to Isagi and Mercia with this task. In the midst of the busy crowd, Mercia and Isagi came to an abrupt halt, their eyes locked onto something unusual among the people. Mercy stood transfixed, captivated by the dazzling jewelry glimmering behind the glass display cases. Sunlight danced across the precious stones, their brilliance casting an inviting glow, while the delicate chains lent an air of effortless grace and sophistication. Isagi recalled the time when the girl's eyes had lit up with fascination at a particular object. Curious, he turned to Mercia and asked if she had any fondness for it. Mercia, however, quickly denied it, insisting that his assumption was entirely mistaken. Recognizing what piques Mercia's curiosity and how easily her feelings show, Isagi makes up his mind to present her with a gift after work. A strong desire to delight Mercia with an unexpected gesture fills his thoughts. The bustling market stretched out before him, a sea of tents overflowing with every imaginable product. After securing his chosen spot with the necessary payment, he quickly set up his own tent. With the shelter ready, it was time to arrange the merchandise. Isagi took pride in how neatly he had organized the produce. Rows of vegetables and fruit filled the shelves, each box in its own place. Yet Nea remained unmoved by the display, believing that the produce should be arranged in a way that made them more appealing and attractive. The sight of the counter failed to impress the girl in the slightest. Meanwhile, Mercia and Isagi believed their offerings needed no embellishment, confident that the simplicity of the arrangement highlighted the natural appeal of their delicious fruits. Their satisfaction with the display was evident in their calm demeanor. Displeasure radiated from Nia as she sighed, her thoughts lingering on the hope that the boys grasped an important truth. The customers were clueless about the extraordinary taste of the fruits and vegetables cultivated on their land. With careful words and intent, Ni aimed to impress this reality upon the boys, striving to make her message unmistakably clear. A wave of astonishment swept over Mercia and Isagi. It appeared the realization struck them out of nowhere, catching them completely off guard. As the implications settled in, Nea calmly began outlining the steps required to resolve the issue at the counter. With a discerning eye, the girl inspected each box brimming with colorful fruits and crisp vegetables. Nea proposed adding fruit juice to their offerings, not just the fresh produce. Fortunately, Isagi had thoughtfully brought along a blender. Nea decided to arrange the food in elegant containers, believing it would make everything look more inviting. Mercia, as luck would have it, owned a wonderful collection of baskets from the village. These would add a charming touch to the display. Nea confidently selected a variety of fruits and arranged them carefully. Mercia and Isagi observed with growing curiosity, eager to see her creation. After skillfully gathering the colorful selection, Nea placed them in a basket, paying 3 silver coins for the purchase. The arrangement was truly exquisite, a basket that could serve as a perfect gift or cherished memento. Nea gazed at her creation with pride, her eyes scanning the crowd for interested customers. Beside her, the young man quietly pondered whether anyone would purchase it.